Welcome back to day 2. So we made some progress yesterday. Appreciate you guys coming back today that need to be here, that were here yesterday. I think we will try to get to you guys first. So before we jump in anything, I'm going to call us to order officially, kick off our day 2 of our working session on our budget. And I'm going to ask Councilman Simpson if he'd open us in prayer.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and this opportunity to gather together and collectively as we work to serve our community. We just pray that you would be guiding our conversations and what we do today. I thank you for those men and women who are in this room that serve our community, and also those that are out there, and just ask a special blessing on them and what they do and on their families as well. We just pray that your guidance would be over us today, and we pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Les. Okay, so before we get started, I see we have a few additional printouts. I was going to see, Mrs. Storrs, was there anything you wanted to go back over and review before we jump into the schedule?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So this big page, if y'all want to start with this, the request yesterday was to see what the total tax bill for Amarillo is in comparison to those same communities that we looked at, and want to say thank you to Andrew Freeman. He's the one that went out and did all the research for us, so really appreciate that. So what you have on here is, again, these are from the 2023 tax rates, because not everybody's approved their 2024 rates yet. And so you'll see on that top chart there, we've got Amarillo. This top chart is sorted by population. And so it shows you those total tax bills. And then the second chart is the exact same information, but it is sorted by the total tax rate on the bill. So you'll see that Amarillo actually falls right in the middle, essentially, of those 8 larger and 8 smaller cities at a total tax bill of $2.16. And this was, Andrew, did you pull, is it AISD and Potter County? AISD and Potter County. So Randall would actually be lower than this because Randall's tax rate is lower than Potter County's tax rate. So just for your information, hopefully this is helpful in some way for you. The other item I'll go over is on your place, there should be a just a regular size piece of paper with a bunch of small numbers on there for you. So hopefully everybody has their reading glasses. So the request yesterday, and we can go over this more, Mayor. I don't know that this is probably the best, most efficient time to do this since we have so many departments here ready to go, but we could kind of go over this more tomorrow or Friday. This is essentially this is your cash flows that we went over individually by fund, all put together on one. This also shows you, if you flip back to your transmittal letter and you see that $109,000 for your interfund transfers, all of that ties back to this page here. Sorry, I keep hitting my mic. The second to last column has your interfund transfers. It shows how they are being backed out of the revenue side and the expense side. So you see it, and it ties back into that total city summary budget page that's in the transmittal letter. So I'll just stop there. I think we might want to cover some more of this later on, unless you want to jump into more details of it now.
I agree with you. I think I just wanted to identify maybe what you guys had worked on and are putting before us. We can review this and kind of study it. I'm going to borrow Don's reading glasses.
Perfect.
In between recesses. So I think we get into who we have here today and we go ahead and push through as many departments as we can.
Okay.
And then if we keep getting pulled back to, well, we'll go ahead and look at this page,
Okay.
Mayor. Actually, it's right here. Then you'll be able to, walk us through it. But if not, if this doesn't come up, then maybe once we get through, I would say our public safety's next, right? So run the agenda for us today and what you would like to accomplish on your side.
Okay.
That way I can know, anything else that we're trying to get to on our end, and then we'll take off with whatever department you want to start with.
Okay, so the plan for today is essentially to get through all the rest of the departments and also capital. So it is almost a next to impossible thing for us to do unless you all let me drive really fast. And so if we can get through it with the ability to slow down a little bit on some of your larger departments like public safety, we can certainly do that. But my thought is this morning I'd like to finish up kind of the smaller, not as much change departments that we didn't get to yesterday, knock those out real quick, and then we could start with public safety. And we could spend a little bit of time there. And after public safety, we could go on to like maybe Parks and Rec or potentially on to some of your utility groups.
So if possible, I know what we did yesterday, we kind of hit several departments fairly quickly. I identified one that has a lot of cash flow through it, a ton of different grant funds and things that are coming in and out that I'd like to go back to. Maybe we could attempt that here today, let you drive, get us through. Council, just identify a few kind of mile markers of, hey, I want to come back here, and we could bring those back and come back on, say,
Sure.
Thursday. But yeah, I think that would be a good goal. We go ahead and let you drive, get us through. We'll just notate the ones that we want to get into further.
Okay.
Unless it is maybe police or fire
Okay.
that are here today, and so we want to go ahead and take those two and take some time with those two.
Okay.
But in the way of like Parks and Rec, maybe you go ahead and take us through all that.
Sure.
And then if we see a part of that, golf course, whatever, we want to come back and discuss it, then we could selectively bring those back tomorrow.
Okay, that sounds great.
Okay.
Okay, with that, I want to start with IT. And so in your books, it is on page, hang on just a second. Let me get to the page real quick. The numbers kind of start on page 299. So with our IT department, and I don't know if y'all remember, we kind of went over their cash flows yesterday, and they have stayed pretty flat. Any kind of downward trend in their spending over the last couple of years has been due to vacancies or, just a period of time where it took them a little while to go ahead and fill a position. And so I think they are actively working. I think they do have some vacancies right now, but they're actively working to get those filled currently. We have had some asks in previous years for some capital for IT, and I will say IT may be a little bit easier for you guys to look at if you want to go to, we kind of went through it yesterday a little bit, but if you go to the front of your book, I mean, it's, you can look department by department for sure in the back part of the book, but in the front of the book, if you go over to page 43, page 43 was where we had the total fund. So IT is one fund. They probably have 6 or 7 departments or business units inside of the fund. But this is a really good way to look at it kind of from a higher level. They get their money from other departments, right? So they charge out their services to other departments. We do have an increase built in for this year at about 3%. They provide services to all the city departments, but also to a couple of our outside groups like our Harrington Library Consortium. And so they do get a little bit of what you would consider outside funding. They've worked very hard to negotiate some very favorable contracts and leases that work across the entire city. And so they manage those, they maintain those, and then the departments essentially pay them to utilize whether it's software or computers or any kind of equipment related to that. And then they have obviously a staff of people that go out and actually problem solve and help maintain our networks, do specialty work for like our public safety groups, all of those. We did actually add a couple of positions this year that are dedicated strictly to the police department. And I'm not sure, are those filled right now or still vacant? So we're working through. So they're supporting them with their the rest of their staff. But we do have a couple of dedicated positions. And if you guys remember, I think we had talked about that in one of your working budget discussions. It's been months ago, but it was in a council meeting. And I think the direction from council was kind of just, yeah, we would be supportive of making sure that public safety is, has some dedicated support groups. So they're helping out with public safety and working to get some people hired specifically for those areas. So with that, are there questions that you want to ask related to IT? Yes.
So just a budgetary question.
Yes.
I know we identified yesterday that we have certain funds now that are general fund expenses, but they set outside of that because they bill part of the city, and they have customer bases that are paying into that. One of those would be something that's associated with a lot of risk, like an insurance, where you could have a major loss and you could wipe that reserve out, in 1 year. What would be the risk with an IT, and why would we carry a reserve fund on IT?
So that could be utilized. It's essentially another layer of reserves and they don't just support general fund. They support the entire city of Amarillo. So if something occurred, they have some reserves that they could tap into without going to their backup source, which would be general fund, which would be water and sewer, which would be airport, all of those as well. And it's in our financial policies for each of these funds to maintain.
A reserve?
Yes, a reserve fund.
Okay. So we have our reserve of $58 million in the general fund.
Yes, sir.
We have our expenses of the general fund.
Yes.
Right? This does not come out of the expenses.
So the general fund has an expense line where they do pay into this fund.
Right. So part of these revenues are from
The general
as the general fund as a customer.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And then we have this additional layer of reserves that's in addition to that. So I think I do want council to key in on kind of the line of questioning from yesterday, which is like this overlap of additional reserves as our policies are structured. So I definitely am not against reserves, and I like the conservative nature. I think as an understanding, last year I didn't understand that we had more. I thought these reserves made up part of the $55 million. And so in the way in which we're looking to that, I do want that to be something that we could come back to maybe on our Friday discussion.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Laura,
Yes.
on that, what would be the risk if you take IT, for example, and pulled that reserve out and just utilize the one in general fund? I mean, would that be a violation of city policy completely?
Yes, we'd have to alter our city policy to do that. The other thing is we could talk what ifs all day, but if, let's say we had some sort of a major like cyber attack or something like that, and we had to bring in a lot of outside resources in order to stabilize the city, to get us up standing, those are coming out of this first before they start tapping into the rest of your city reserves or asking out of your other city departments. So, hopefully that would never happen, but we live in a world where I know we are constantly being attacked. I don't know how many thousands of attacks we get probably every single week, but IT is working diligently to help mitigate those and monitor those as much. And we did actually have a pretty serious attack that took us down for a few days a couple years ago. And so they worked very quickly. They called in specialists. We got it under control very quickly. But if y'all will remember back a few years back, Potter County was taken down for months. And I don't know how many thousands, millions of dollars they might have spent on that, but that is what this layer of reserves is also there to help you with. The other thing is, from a cash flow perspective, their biggest customer is the general fund. So the general fund as well does not have necessarily consistent cash flows coming in. They do from a sales tax standpoint, they do from a franchise fee standpoint, but as far as property taxes are concerned, that's a quarter of the revenue coming in each year to your general fund. All of that comes in within like a 3-month period. And so reserves are also very good to help ensure that you have proper cash flows.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Vacancies in IT, we have 2 that are dedicated to the police department we're trying to fill.
Yes.
How many additional vacancies do we have?
7 total.
7 total. How many employees total?
We have 43 total employees, including 7 vacancies.
Okay. And then how long have you had the 7 vacancies, and what's your average per year?
So the average per year is anywhere between probably around 2 to 3 usually. We have some turnover in some of the smaller departments. But then the positions that have been open for public safety were just opened this year. So it was the March timeframe where we could start putting or posting those positions we applied for. We've had a couple of offers that we've made, but those offers were declined based off of salary.
Okay. So that's a really good lead
Very hard to fill positions.
because of the cost.
Well, and the specialty of the positions.
Right. For what we're able to afford, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So I would ask council to also kind of gear your thinking in, and for staff to hear this as well. As an example, I could run the fund department, and I could carry 10 vacancies all the time, and with, attrition in and out, whatever, it always kind of fluctuates, and I can stand on that and say, I don't have anybody I can lose. I couldn't give you one spot back. I need every one of them in my budget. Or I could say, look, I can give you 5 positions back, and I'd be asking for increases in salaries. And so if we take those 5 from here and those 2 from here and 5 from here, we end up with 50 to 100 positions that we are not keeping full. Now, we run the risk of having to trust council and trust each other that, okay, now we've grown this, we've added this, I need 2 additional positions. Great, good job, way to really manage your department, and we see the need. Let's fund that. But if you can let go of that as kind of that margin or contingency in your budget, then it allows council to say, okay, let's look at this in pay increases. And so what we're talking about is raises, and we say raises, that's a really poor term. What we're talking about is pay increase for those open positions. But, that looks like a raise if I've been here 10 years, and I think that's great for you. But what it really looks like is the ability for you to build a better team, because you can afford that $80,000 position instead of having to market it at $68,000 and nobody applies. So.
And we have done a ton of that within the department. Matter of fact, the 2 vacancies that we have open now, we're looking at shifting what those roles would be because of the digital human and the website redesign that's going on and the support that's going to be required for that.
Yeah, and I think some of that stuff's just super interesting, and people are going to want to engage. So there may be a cool factor in your department here that you didn't count on. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Stores. I appreciate that.
And Mayor, too, to piggyback what you're saying, that's also a method of retaining good people as well. And so sometimes if you have chronic vacant positions and you don't want to create more vacant positions, and so with limited funds and limited resources, sometimes you want to keep what you got because that's years of experience you don't walk out the door. So that is another strategy you could use, and I know I've used in my past to help retain good people.
I've got a question, so I'm trying to kind of reconcile this. I'm going to be on page 295, and then I'm going to refer to 813, which is in the back, which has the FTEs. So we found efficiencies to budget 4 fewer FTEs in this upcoming budget, because it says we're going from 40 to 36.
I think.
That was an error that I spoke to you about yesterday.
Yeah. We have, we need to update that. It should be, it should be the 40 positions.
Okay, and then I go back and I look at on the back of page 813, and it's showing that we went from, in 21, we went from 43 to 36. And then we added 4 positions last year?
So we had the 2 public safety positions that were added this past year. Did you have any other changes this past year?
So, yeah. Sorry about that. All right. Let me get there. We had in FY23, we had a big change. So we restructured the department. What we ended up doing was creating positions for infrastructure, the infrastructure side of the house, the support side of the house, and then look at growing the EAS department as well. The EAS department does our application services.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out why. So where is this report produced out of? That has is this coming out of the system, or is it manually put together?
So it is linked back. It is linked to what's in the system, but then it is a spreadsheet. So it's pulling data from prior year's budgets, and then it's linking back into this document. And we have seen a couple of spots where it doesn't look like the links worked quite right. So we're working through updating those. But I think these prior ones, they tie back directly to prior year budgets. So one thing that our IT department does, I think, pretty regularly is they evaluate their operations. If they can pull back on positions, they do that. And then as they walk into the next year, then if they have needs to expand, for instance, like on the public safety side, then they look through if that's an option to add more in.
So there were 40 positions in FY23, and that included creating the department for public safety. So we had a couple of people that were dedicated to public safety, but we actually created a department for it. So we have a manager that's over it. We're hiring for a CAD specialist in that department, and then we added 2 more positions to be able to support APD specifically.
And then the other thing is, I think, Councilmember Simpson, to your point, we actually have moved some FTEs around a little bit related to IT because, for instance, we have 1 dedicated position that's out at our airport. Yes. And I think when we originally budgeted for it, we put it in the airport's budget. But then as we started working out and filling the position, realized it really needs to be in our IT department with airport funding it. So that may have been a shift from it being over at airport and actually being moved into IT instead. Do they have 1 position, or is there 2 at airport?
So there's actually 2 positions that are dedicated to airport, and then 5 to what we call the public safety. Public safety includes AECC, APD, AFD, and animal management.
Okay.
And then we've also done some consolidation with our telecom operations, so we don't have any personnel in telecom anymore. Our operators went to 311, and then the administrator of the phone system themselves, we moved them under the infrastructure since we're moving to Microsoft Teams as our voice solution, and it's more of a network function than it is a telecom function.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Storrs, I promise we're going to let you put it in Drive.
Okay, any other questions for IT? Okay, thank you, Missy.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, so if not, let's go on to library. And so if you want to turn in your books, let's go to, real quick. Sorry. Let's go to page 376. 376 is where your library department resides. And I think, oh, that reminds me, I have another handout for you all since this is the first one we're looking at today. So let me see if Andrew can help me. Thank you. Okay, so we're handing out a report that actually covers any kind of supplemental requests. And the first one is going to be on the expense side. The second one is going to be on the revenue side. So that would be for any kind of like fee changes or anything like that. So I'm gonna pass one more down to you all. Do y'all mind, Josh, do you mind taking one and handing it down, please? Okay, so the first page that we're handing out is the expense side of the supplemental request. So library actually does have our first supplemental request that we're going to look at. And so it's actually in there as a request to help cover overtime associated with our police department. So the way we have always worked the library is we have not had any kind of budget put in for security services for them. However, especially at nights and weekends, I know the downtown location and potentially others, they do have to utilize some, I don't know if they're off-duty, I think it's off-duty police officers. However, they have to pay their overtime rate. So they're not getting them at just a normal rate. They're paying an overtime rate plus all of the benefits associated with it. And so they have historically had to absorb any of that cost for the police officers just within their entire budget. As we worked to continue to make them as efficient as possible this past year, and we eliminated several positions, it has certainly squeezed their budget pretty tight. And so I know that Amanda Barrera and Chief Birkenfeld talked about this, and I think they came up with an idea to put forward a request to go ahead and add in the overtime associated with those police officers at the library locations. So on this first page, and it's very small, I understand that, on this very first page, on the one that says general fund expenditures in the top left, that first page there, you'll see under library, we have an ask-in for $48,812, and that is just to cover overtime at the libraries for the security purposes that our APD has been helping us with. So that is the big change for the library department. Are you seeing it or no?
Sorry, what we're cluing in on is we've got one amount for 48.8 and one amount for 110. Which one is correct?
Where are you at on the one?
Base and supplemental budget comparison.
The department request over on the second page, it shows 110. So it may have something else in it. This one here on the breakdown,
Okay.
budget comparison shows 48.821, I think, or 812.
Are you finding it? Oh, the 110. This is a revenue page. So if you look at the top left, does it say general fund revenues?
Base and supplemental budget comparison. Oh, yeah, general fund revenues. So
That's okay. Look at the other one. We're going to talk about that one here in a minute on when we got a couple of other departments coming in. Look, pull out the one that says general fund expenditures in the top left.
Gotcha.
So if you go down on that first page, it's the only one that's kind of over there in that separate column, that you'll see the 48,812 request for overtime assistance at the libraries. So on the library services, they did work through the changes that were requested from council last year. We did eliminate some positions. We did have to go ahead and let go of a couple of employees. But we worked through that. They adjusted some hours, and I think they're working along very well with the new schedule. So all of that's been implemented, and so this is just for you guys to consider if there's any interest to cover that overtime cost.
Yeah, we'll give you a little feedback. So
Sure.
we had 77 positions, I think, last year. Added one, but it was somewhat grant funded or had a grant to it or an additional fund.
It was a position that is shared part-time with the community development. Yep, absolutely.
And that was for this purpose, I thought. This was an additional position that would help with some level of security.
No, they're there to help as citizens come in and are requesting certain information and we see that they may need some sort of assistance with services,
Oh, okay.
they can start helping point them to some of the assistance that the community development group can provide, as well as some of the assistance some of our other nonprofits in the area can provide.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's not a security type position.
Okay, so what's our current level of vacancies in the library?
You want to come up, Amanda? Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, Miss Amanda. Good morning. How are y'all? Good. You? Good.
So currently, we have one position open, but we are filling that position. She's currently underway in the HR clearance process.
Great. So fully staffed, more or less.
Correct.
And then were you able to kind of part-time, full-time and work all that based with what you had this last year?
Yes, we've made it work.
Mayor, one other thing, and I forgot to mention this, you are going to see an increase in her headcount, and we have actually 5 digital literacy coordinators that we have added into the library area. That is being funded, though, out of the ARPA funds that are related to the broadband initiative. And so they decided that the best place for those positions to reside is actually inside the library team. And so that is what those additional positions are. I think right now, do we have any of those filled?
We had to, one had to resign due to health issues, but we have
Okay.
one right now, and we've posted for the other positions.
How does that work with that being what I would refer to as kind of one-time funding? So I think we were looking for projects and improvements that we wouldn't have a sustainability issue. So are we hiring these individuals knowing that, like the ARPA funding, when it's expensed, that position wouldn't be there any longer, or how does that work?
So, and I wish Rich was here to fill in a little bit more, because Rich is definitely kind of taking lead on some of these initiatives. But he does, I believe, have a plan for them to be funded maybe with some outside funding once the ARPA dollars are exhausted. So the idea is that it wouldn't be coming back into
Would
the
be a
cities.
grant that we would pursue?
Essentially, or maybe some partnerships with some nonprofits, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, when we get to the end of ARPA and we don't have enough outside funding to cover the positions, we will be coming to council saying, what do y'all want to do with this going forward? We'll have, a couple of years of what they have been able to do with those positions. We'll go over all of that with you all, and then at that point, council would make the decision, do we want to fund any of this with general fund dollars, or do we want to just, call
And it would be
good?
a future council position or decision that they could make.
Yes, absolutely. After all those ARPA dollars
But
are
we're
exhausted.
not saddling them with something that we would put in an entire program, and then now they're kind of stuck. We're like, well, we got to fund it. So it's something that going into it, everybody knows. We've had the
Yes,
conversation.
That is correct.
And
Yes.
I took this job knowing that this may not have a 20-year career
It's
path
actually,
in this.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go
It's
right ahead.
actually on the job description that it's a grant-funded position.
Right.
So they know going into it.
Yes.
I think that's good. Okay.
Yes. So I apologize. I should have started with that they have that change in there as well. So, but it does have the outside funding supporting it for the next few
Okay.
years through 2026 or the end of 2026.
Councilman, what do you have?
Well, I'm back to my 2 pages because I'm trying to reconcile. So I thought we had eliminated, when we kind of looked at changing the hours, we gave all the branches equal hours and did some things, but I thought we eliminated positions out of that.
We eliminated 5.5 FTEs, I believe.
But when I'm looking here, it's showing that we kept the same number from the 22-23 to 23-24.
Yes, because we added in the 5 digital literacy coordinators. So that's a coincidence that it was an exact number on those. So if we had not eliminated the positions, you would be looking at 5 more than what this is showing.
And that's paid through a grant, you said?
ARPA dollars, yes.
Okay. So
So we would be at, 81 positions.
So, but that doesn't show here in departmental revenues? I mean, so we're putting in the expenses, but,
And so, that's a great point. We've got the revenues shown out in a grant department, and so let me add in a revenue line item. It would be essentially a transfer in on that. So thank you, Councilmember Simpson. That's a great point. I need to get that addressed in here.
okay. But then I go back to 813, and it's showing that we have 60 employees in the library.
Go to the far right.
So that's a total of
76.
76. And then walk me through again, so it's looking like it's going to cost us about $600,000 more in next year to run the library than it did this year.
Hang on just a second. Let me go back to that page.
So this year we did it at 3.954. Next year we're budgeting 4.559. Kind of walk me through. So how much is the grant? How much are we receiving from the grant next year?
So it would be, I'll have to pull those dollars up. Yeah, but those were not included in the current year budget. So that's going to be, between that and your overtime are your differences between. Let me see if I can
Is the
find that.
3.9 the revised estimate?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Just
so
wanted to make
those.
sure I was looking at the
yeah.
right thing.
Yep. And any turnover that they had in the department as well. Yep, I say that, I want to be efficient with time. Is it okay if I get you an answer back on that, Councilmember Simpson?
Yes, because I just want to kind of, and then how much did we had we originally expected to save out of the library changes?
I'd have to go back and pull those numbers.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't have those handy,
Yeah.
unless you remember off the top of your head. Don't, okay. Okay?
Yeah, if we could, I mean, and it's probably going to be a question. I'm just, we talked about the variance, and I don't know if the change in the library is listed in the variance, but just kind of give me the detail on
Sure.
why it's costing $600,000 more.
Okay. I'll pull what the total cost of those 5 additional positions are as well, and then that overtime cost, and I will get that to you. And that's,
Okay.
that is why you are seeing the salary and benefit amount go up. And I do think part of the positions that we eliminated were part-time positions. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes. So these are full-time positions, and we had eliminated, I think, at least some of the 5 that we eliminated were part-time. So I'll go find that. Oh, maybe we've got it.
Here, Laura. I think I have that for you.
Let's just regroup and get the answer back.
Okay, yes. We will let us regroup on this, and we can get everything back to you guys. We can get it all reconciled and back to you guys.
Yeah, and just to be efficient with
Yep.
Ms. Barrera's time, I don't think that it would necessarily bring you back in here for further discussion. I think it would just be a budgetary understanding of looking at those final numbers. So do y'all have any other questions for Amanda here? Hey, thank you for being here. Appreciate you.
Sure.
Do you need this back? Okay. All right. Okay, so next, let's see here. Let's do, let's see, who all do we have here? Let's go ahead and do, Donnie, do you want to do Public Works? Or we could do that, let's do that when we do Drainage Utility here in just a second. Kyle will wait and do CP&DE then. How about Building Safety? So let's go ahead and do Building Safety. We have Building Safety. Okay, perfect. All right, so Building Safety is back in your Development Services. Let me find the page real quick. It is starting on page 620 is where the budgeted numbers are. So in your Building Safety Department, let me pull this out real quick. As you know, we have a lot of revenue coming in to this department through building permits and various other permits. We do have a slight increase in the building permits for this next year, and that is just based on the trend that we're seeing kind of at this point in time. So as far as positions, no changes to positions or anything for this year. And then if you look, salaries and benefits are flat. There was a slight increase just to address some training issues related to staffing over there. And then I think they also have some professional cost in to help with some development and certifications of staffing, which just helps them provide a better product to our community. And so then they also are paying a slight increase related to their rental rates over to our fleet department. So last year we did have in for some additional vehicles that we were needing, and I think it was related to a position from even the prior year before that. And so we just needed to go back and get some vehicles for them. So that is underway at this point, but no request for any additional vehicles or anything for this next year. So any particular questions on building safety?
Yes. So, Brad, how's our staffing over there, if you want to come up?
I can weigh in. We're fully staffed except for one electrical inspector.
We have the electrical inspector, we have one permit technician.
One permit tech. So they've been able to maintain very well this year.
Yeah. And then, turnaround times on permits, plan reviews, vastly improved over the last year. So we went from legitimately like 3 months of can't get anything out of the department to 3 weeks on a large
There are
plan
some
review.
days for some of those
And
more basic
on
permits.
stuff that's more normal in the box, 3-day turnaround. And then as a contractor, I can tell you most of the time on some of those long ones are on my end, on our end, where it's the engineer that we're waiting to get, well, you didn't label this, or the fire lane wasn't drawn correct, or whatever. So really, I want to say, like always, room for improvement. And in building safety, it's chronic and easy to criticize, but like vastly improved because it was so difficult from where we were. So
We're about a year into our new software, so we're still getting more efficient and making adjustments to that as well.
So a year in the contracting community is those 18-month build-outs. You're still under the old Tyler software. It's
Right.
awful. So we have to call down. You guys help us. You manually input inspections. We can't see anything. Some data's been lost. People are getting help where, Chief Scholes will call and say, hey, let me work you through this. I'll help you. I can see it even though the computer doesn't have it. And so it's very, very customer service, very friendly, even though it's very frustrating anytime you go from those two. So permits trends, I think, are slowing down.
We're slowing down.
So we're going to catch up even a little bit more so. And then my last question would just be, I think we had kind of a look of maybe some of our, I'd say, lead inspectors and some people that have been there a while, maybe looking closer to that retirement age than the 20-year plan. So are we built up where we've got some new people coming in and trained up and ready to take that next season?
We do have some new blood. None of the chiefs have spoken about retiring anytime soon, but we have a substantial number of inspectors who are past 65. Valuable experience, but at some point in time, we'll work too long.
Right.
And we do have our combo mechanical and plumbing inspector that might have to split out in the future. We've been spoiled by someone that could take on both roles. But
Well, I like the fact that you guys are still trying to get people through continuing ed to get those combo licenses, because that's very helpful. And then it took a minute for the building community to catch up with additional fees and increases in the way in which we were charging on permits. Are we set for a while? Do we have everything? This is how much I know I can plan on permit fees and so on.
I think the only thing, did we have built-in CPI this year for building safety fees? They kind of started to match environmental health, where each year we kind of a set increase for
I don't think they
CPI.
have
Did they not?
anything built in on
Okay.
it this year.
Okay,
I think-
so we're flat this year.
I think it'd be excellent to not need to touch it for a while with all of the code upgrades, trying to get to the 21s. That's a big change. And everybody's got to catch up there. So it is nice when you pull a permit and it's the exact same cost as the one you did before, because it's the same project. So yeah, thank you for that, Andrew.
Real quick, Mayor, if I can jump in real quick, I have been noticing that some of your cover pages on your departments, when it comes to approved positions, the numbers are off. And so I took a note here. I just talked to Laura and she talked to staff. We're going to go back and revisit some of these position numbers here. I know we just said there's no position changes, but you see there on page 617 it says 42 to 35. And so there were some numbers that didn't go through here correctly. So we're going to go back with staff and get those pages updated and corrected and to get back. This is obviously a draft budget here, so working through this, so we're finding some errors along the way. So we'll be updating those personnel numbers getting back to you.
So, Mr. Path, that's a good catch. If you go to 623, it's 35. So is that the accurate head count over there?
Yes.
35. So you would update that so the public could see how many.
Yes.
And would that change Les's favorite page, number, what is that, 813?
Yeah, 813.
Will you go back and update that one as well so that we
Yes.
don't show we have more employees
Yes.
than what we actually
If
have?
there's any updates that need to be made, it does show 35 on that. So, yeah. I think it was on those narrative forms. I think the numbers didn't flow through quite right. And so we're going to get those narratives updated. But it looks like the staffing reports seem to be working well. I do know that I talked with the chief. We've got a couple of things coming through, and I know there's one on environmental health that didn't come through right. So we'll let you guys know as we get to those. But it looks like those narratives, so where it has a cover page and then it kind of starts walking through their missions and their goals and those kind of things, it doesn't look like the positions flowed through properly into that narrative document. So we will work on getting those updated. So we're going to get it all changed out in the final proposed budget, but that doesn't change. At this point, that's not changing any of your dollars that are flowing through, if that makes sense.
It does.
Okay.
Thank you,
Great.
guys.
Oh, quick question. So if I'm reading this right, under the line total cover through general revenues, we actually had a credit or $729,000 that came back to the general fund
That's
this year, and then next year we're expecting $309,000 taken out of the general fund to pay for the
potentially,
shortfall.
if they spend every last dollar, then yes, that's correct.
That's about $1 million difference.
So let me go look at your changes in your revenue and your personnel. So it would be definitely any of the, hold on just a second.
It also varies on the revenue that comes in. Revised estimate's 3.9 million, and then it's going to come back more to 3.3 million or less. But we were expecting, I believe, POB's permit in these numbers, which is going to be pretty large.
Yeah.
And what, that's in 24, 25 numbers? Or in 23?
The 2023, 2024 revised estimate should have the POB permit being pulled in it.
And how much would that be of it, of the million?
Their permit was going to be over $1 million. I want to say close to 1.5 million.
Okay.
So it's going to be a large amount.
So can we go into that real quick? Not to cut you off if you have something else, but construction started. We don't have the permit fee collected?
So they started a lot of the groundwork, but they still have a couple months. They did ask for extension per their agreement, so now they have till September, end of September, to pull their building permit.
Oh, okay. So just dirt work.
Dirt
Kind
work.
of got a horizontal
Correct.
permit
Yes,
out
sir.
there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you'll be getting that in a lump sum payment, just like normal? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes, sir. And it should be before the end of the fiscal year.
So, not to point to building safety and their humility over here, but if I was running that department and my actuals were 3.8 million in 22, and my actuals were 3.1 or say 3.2 million in 23, I'd be ringing the bell that I just ran a department on vast improvement with a $600,000 savings from what it was ran the year before. Like, we're not really getting to see, and unless we're doing the math like Councilman Simpson is down here, it's a two-edged sword here. One, looking forward, we're not able to say, well, that's the actual number that we need because we're netting out a difference from a budget to a budget, which none of us like. But two, looking backward, we're not going back to actuals saying, man, you did a great job. You had a budget of 3.6 million, you ran your project or your department on 3.2. And so there's this constant tug of war here with these budgetary requests versus these actuals. And so if we would net these out, I want to illustrate the fact that it shows how good a job you guys are doing when you get that 5-star rating and review and people are bragging on you, and you've done it for less. And so to our issue here, Mr. Path, which is doing business with the lights on, being very out front with our public, and developing that trust again. It takes trust for you guys when you're developing your budgets to say, look, I did a really good job with 3.2 million, and I mean, I can ask for 3.6, but I also have some working room here, and if I can't get it, I'll come back for a supplemental. That's the trust aspect that I don't feel like historically departments would ever do. It's like, man, I better hold on to every dollar here, else I'm gonna run short, and that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for a team. System thinking environment where we're looking out for the entire organization, and we will fix this budget $100,000 at a time, and that's what we're trying to do. So, Mr. Freeman, I know you were going to comment on that. Am I misreading something there on that actual?
No, we were just going to mention we also did pull some positions out to the city marshal's office for the code enforcement function, so that's a little bit of it as well.
Yeah.
And then I was just going to mention too, the exact permit fee is just shy of 1.3 million for POB.
Okay.
So it'll be a
Well,
good chunk.
overall, it's not criticism at all. It's just good job, and it's teamwork, and it's trying to build on that teamwork mentality from this side. So thank you.
One other quick question, just because I wanted to make sure I know. So the 3.9 this year, 1.6 of that is from, 1.3 is from POB?
And part of it is savings, because they are not, if you look on page 621, they're looking to not fully spend what was budgeted from there. So there's some savings in there as well.
In revenues?
Oh, I'm sorry. No. On the expense side?
So we say 3.9 million in revenues this year.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that would be 3.9 is the revised estimate for the revenue.
And 1.3 of the 3.9 is?
It would be,
POB
I don't know that we have
portion.
the full, or we have a portion of it in there. I don't know that we had the full amount in there.
We'd have to visit with Johnny and his team to see if they were estimating POB as part of that, or potentially could be a little bit over that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, because when you back that out, it looks like outside of POB, we only did 2.6 million this year. But that would have been a.
Okay, yes, let us talk to, and it looks like also some of the revenues that should be going to the city marshal department are still coming through in this building safety department. So it's has not been the cleanest of splits between the two areas, and I think some things are still coming through. If you look on page 620, it looks like the revenues related to the weed mowing contracts and stuff, the money that, so if we have to send a contractor out to mow a property, then we send a collection notice out to the owner of the property to pay for that services, and that's those revenues coming in on that end. The technology fee should be there, but part of that 185, 118, and 143 under the admin charges, those are really, they were pulled out for next year to fully go over to city marshal. Those should be going over to city marshal instead, because that's where the operations are now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Yeah, let's revisit that.
we will. Absolutely. Yeah, and we can get that moved over into the city marshal department to make it more clear on what operations are only going through building safety. Okay, other questions or comments on the building safety group? So I think that would naturally maybe lead right into the city marshal group as well. So let's turn now. Do you have it at the top of your head? Hang on just a second. Let me find. I think it's under public safety. I apologize. Give me just a second to find them in the book. Do you see them? Okay, thank you. Sorry. Page 143. Okay, 148 is where kind of the numbers start coming through. I'm sorry, 147. So this department looks very odd because it has taken us a little bit of time to fully split City Marshal out of the building safety group as well, plus there are additional initiatives that are added onto them. And so we've got some budget numbers coming through where we started budgeting for some of the revenue, but as you know, those were coming through on the building safety side, so we will get those moved over to this area, so that's more in line with how they were budgeted. So that's a change that we will certainly bring forward in this. So the revenues will be updated on this page 147. And then on here, they do have they have several positions, and where is it? Don, who's or Jacob? Jacob, how many vacancies do you have right now? Do you want to come up for a second? Because this is what we're looking at giving you.
Good morning, Council, Mayor. We currently have a total of 7 vacancies. One of those is a civilian position, and then 6 of those are law enforcement positions. We recently, just very recently, lost 3 law enforcement officers.
So we, during the city management budget review with the city marshal department, this was one of the departments that we looked at potentially capturing a vacant position from. Certainly, would like to hear the feedback from city council on this, because I know that this is kind of a change in initiatives related to how we're enforcing certain things here in our community. But we did potentially want to have, we have one unfilled deputy marshal that we would be willing, to eliminate for now until we got to a point that we could completely fill all those positions. So that was, he's got a few other vacant positions, but hoping to get those filled up, but would be willing to step back one position there. Oh, yeah, sorry.
I think I'd like to see production. I mean,
Okay.
what are we doing with these positions? What's their actual job? How are they performing that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when we have a pretty general, I want X employees, but what is the production coming out of that department? Are we writing tickets, or are we engaging the public, and we really don't have any information on that, I don't think, do we?
Yeah, if you go, 146 has got some of their performance measures there. A little bit on page 145 as well.
I know that doesn't really do it justice, so Mr. Diaz, maybe you could tell us your vision for this next year. Once you're ramped up, you've really been building a team here. So tell us what you've heard from council, what you feel like you're supposed to be doing out there, and what would be the goal here within a year of how would Amarillo look different after you guys get fully deployed?
Absolutely. So year one was definitely, there was a lot of unknowns. There was also a lot of different direction on which things we might be more effective in doing with the personnel that we had. We were off to a slow start due to personnel issues. We also, our vehicles needed to be outfitted with emergency equipment. So we're still working on that. As a matter of fact, recently approved that at City Council for several of our vehicles to get upfitted to be similar to Amarillo Police Department cages and all that type of stuff for the safety of our officers. Our law enforcement personnel, they work pretty closely with several other agencies, but primarily right now they're dealing mostly with dangerous structures. In the dangerous structure program, we go out there and make sure the properties are vacant, post up no trespassing signs, and then we monitor those properties as well to make sure transients don't go back into the property. We know that's a result of a lot of fires and drug activity, crime, stuff like that. So that's one of the big functions. We also work with the Roadway Safety Task Force. Primarily did a lot of that when that kicked off, and we've seen some reduction out in the community in those intersections, and as that increases, we'll focus back on that as well. From the code enforcement side, we definitely handle quite a bit. As you'll see, roughly 28,000 inspections for weeds, junk and debris, junk, abandoned vehicles. Our law enforcement personnel handle those as well. Also handle the parking violations and throughout the city. So that's probably the dangerous structure program in itself is a pretty extensive program. What I see in the future is expanding on those programs, the dangerous structure program, obviously the code enforcement, that's never going to go away. And in fact, we could always use more people to address that. Compared to other cities, we have a very small number in code enforcement personnel, but we've been effective to a point. Some of our challenges have been our third-party contractors that we don't hire. They don't work for the city, but we have a hard time getting some of those. So that's kind of the direction that I see it going.
If y'all don't mind, I might add something to that too. Jacob and I have been working real close with Andrew as well. And when you have a new program like this, of course, there's a first year of evaluation like Mr. Diaz mentioned. But what we're trying to do now is prioritize, because this has become a catch-all department, if you will. Everything is, well, we'll have the marshals do that. Well, we'll have the marshals do that. And so we've developed this large list of things that the marshal's supposed to be doing, and we're prioritizing that down to the dangerous structures, the things that are the most important on that list that we can get done, so that when we get to budget next year, we have a better plan moving forward of if these things need to be taken care of, either we're going to have to eliminate something up here, or we're going to have to add more officers or have a different plan. So we're really working on that closely, and Jacob done a good job of that. One of the things that he failed to mention was we had a courier program where we were hiring a contractor to do all of our courier service. Since they have armed officers, they've taken a big piece of that, and in fact, they're doing all that courier service. So they have.
Hang on just a second. I'll find you that real quick.
It was
a little over
100.
Yeah, I
It
think
was a little over
about
100.
I remember the total amount, but
Yeah.
yeah, and it's been a great program for us. It's internal now, so they've done a lot of things this year, but I think he's very accurate in saying that we're still in a development stage to try to figure out exactly what that true purpose is. I mean, you know what the overall purpose is, but to define it down and get down into the weeds to figure out exactly what we're going to be doing on a daily basis.
From a peace officer standpoint, we were on a really good path, and then AISD came and poached a couple of our tenured folks. So now they're experiencing the same thing APD is. It's very challenging to find peace officers for airport, APD, and now City Marshal's office.
Man, we sure hope to get to work on that issue here in this budget session. And so I would love to be in a position to financially, make it much more competitive.
Yeah.
I look at your role a lot more like in policing, which I know nothing about, but in living in this community, I do have 46 years of experience of seeing, it doesn't really start with just, a violent criminal element right there on the corner of the street, on Monday morning. And you're like, I didn't know where they came from. I don't know why I have all of this criminal activity all of the sudden. What it starts with is, we have a dilapidated structure that we just looked the other way on, and then the weeds got big and people just started piling up trash, and before you knew it, people started living there that don't live there, and then certain activities took place, and so you allowed this thing to grow over time. And so when you look at your police department and you say, hey, you guys be as proactive as you can, you get in front of all those, they look back at you a lot of the time and say, sure, between which call would you like me when I'm shorthanded to go and handle, this issue? And so that was a lot of the staffing and the vision for you from our end was there's a layer of criminal elements that grow into areas that are abandoned, dilapidated, not managed. And so a lack of authority and a lack of presence, precipitates that other side of, well, if we're going to push it to this line, can I push it to that line? And so then we do handle more burglary calls and more vandalism and more homelessness issues, and that leads itself into the violent crimes. And so a lot of what you're doing, I think, should be taking some of that workload.
Yes, sir.
And we should see it in the bottom line. Now, not that you're ever going to go call the chief and say, hey, but what do you need me to do today? You've got to be autonomous, but somewhere in there, we ought to be able to see the reduction, because you are getting those dilapidated structures, with lights turned on, fences around them, an owner that's engaged now and saying, okay, I do have to fix this up. I can't just let whatever happens happen. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we've done that, increased that quite a bit, especially with community engagement with different leaders in the community. They've reached out to us, and we've worked with them on, specific areas or areas of interest to them. And then we went out on our own and just kind of sought out some of those areas that had challenges. And then one of our employees, he's no longer with us, but he worked really well with both the DA's offices to try to get that set up. So it wouldn't be something as simple as if we make arrest and they go to jail and then they're let out the next day. It's we try to increase some of that stuff. What was the best way to present cases? What was the most effective for long-term success? So we did increase those programs a little bit, and that's the direction we're continuing to go for that primary reason.
So everyone in our next conversations that as we're talking about public safety, how does that affect your department if council was to develop a strategy that would take like that TCOL certified officer to a different pay scale or a different tier? How does that work on your civilian side? Would you envision yourself being totally kind of absorbed in that public safety strategy, or do you find yourself being able to operate in two separate roles?
I think it would still continue to be effective as two separate roles. We'd still need to have the civilian inspectors going out in the field to handle those particular roles. We definitely could always use the salary increase as an incentive to hire. That's been our biggest challenge, is the salaries for law enforcement personnel. But to that point, retention for our code enforcement officers is a challenge as well. They're always looking to, how they can better their personal situation, their families, and so forth. So, absolutely, any area that we could increase would be beneficial. But primarily, right now, the biggest challenge is hiring law enforcement personnel, and salary seems to be the biggest challenge. And I think that's pretty standard, almost nationwide.
Okay. Counsel, any other questions for Mr. Diaz? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, let's do environmental health, and then after environmental health, I'm thinking we may want to go ahead and pivot to public safety since we've got so many of the personnel in here. If that sounds okay, just because I know that I saw if you had to step out for a second, but. Okay, so your environmental health is on. It's on page 630. So 630 in your budget book. And I did want to note that we do have, we're missing a position and on the staffing report there, that it's showing 21 positions, but they do have a total of 22 positions. And so we will have to get that addressed as well. So I apologize on that. So that will change their salary amount just a tiny bit there in the environmental health department. So with environmental health, I know that they have stayed pretty much fully staffed. They've had turnover in positions this year, but I think they've turned back around and gotten those filled pretty quickly. As a reminder, we've already talked about this a few times yesterday. Going back to that page I handed out earlier that had the revenues in the top left, environmental health has proposed some additional changes to the retail food permit area. And Anthony has the details that he handed out to you guys. What that's looking to produce is, let's see here, 393,000 approximately. So what Anthony and his team do each year is they evaluate how much their cost of services are, and then they look at any of those services that they're delivering to a particular customer, and they work to address full cost recovery when possible. So the retail food permit area is, I think, it is their biggest program. And so it's a constantly busy program, and this is where they're wanting to make a few changes. Anthony, you want to go over those quickly?
Sure.
Okay.
Good morning, Council. First, I wanted to introduce John Gates. He's our Deputy Director. Mr. Gates has announced his retirement next year, which will be 37 years with the city. So I just want to take a minute to recognize that. It's probably the last time you'll see him in this capacity. So our food hygiene program, extremely busy. That $393,000 change is really two elements. Element number one, this program's extremely busy. We planned on coming and asking for almost 4 positions this year, but due to the nature of our budget and the needs of the organization, we didn't. I did want to share, so the staffing challenges we face in that program is the goal is like 1 person to every 280, 320 inspections. That's the standard. We're at the start of this year, we're 1 to 857. So way far past our capacity to manage what is required in that program by state law. One of our other programs was underperforming fairly largely throughout this year, our on-site sewage facility program. So through attrition, we had an opportunity to move one of those positions in that program over to our food program, which got us down to the 1 to 750 range. Again, I mean, that we really need to I need to add 2 or 3 people to that program just to maintain what we have today, but that's not in this budget. We're not asking for that. So part of that cost recovery model is moving that 1 person over. And then the second element is last year we made a last minute change where we budgeted per program our expenses. And we took our admin costs, John and my position, our 3 admin, we broke them up equally amongst all of our programs. This year, we're going to change that to more based upon what the programs use. So our food program is our largest program, so it should take a larger of that allocation versus some of our really small programs that took a much larger of that allocation. So it's really just 2 of those changes, which results in the $393,000. And it's part of that handout I gave you. It'll just 2 fees within that program, our 2 main tiers, which is Tier 2 and Tier 3. It moves our Tier 2 from $420 to $615, our Tier 3 from $720 to $850. That seems like a big jump, but if you look back from the previous year, it was really in line with some of those other charges. We just took a big dip this year, and it's kind of moving them up gradually from the year before. One suggestion that we could make is our mobile food program. I thought about this quite a bit last night. Last year, we moved them to the highest tier structure because they didn't pay property taxes, and it made a more equal allocation to some of our brick and mortar facilities. I did find out a couple months ago that some of them do pay property taxes. If their business is set up as an LLC, they actually have a PRAT account where they pay property taxes. So some of those guys reached out to me and said, hey, could you consider that in our tier rate? And I think it's a good point. We could, if they're set up that way and they pay property tax, we'd probably bring them down to the lower tier structure. I ran some quick numbers this morning. It's roughly a $25,000 change. I'm sure it'll wash out in the overall, and I would recommend we do that.
Just so I'm clear, so the supplemental revenue on these fee increases, that gets you increased on FTEs?
It doesn't. I have no FTE requests in this program.
So he is just trying to make, he's just trying to make sure that that program is full cost recovery. And so he's not making any expense changes to it, but he's equalizing, I guess, maybe the tiers in that revenue structure to help it be full cost recovery.
Okay.
So other questions, and then we've got one other item we want to address or just put out as a potential additional revenue source. Do y'all have other questions?
I do have one question. So it was an issue in the county, and it was the septic inspections for sale of existing properties. And I had inquired on that. Can you give me the update? Was that a state requirement, something we didn't have a choice? Is that a local item we have a choice whether we enforce that or not? And then it sure looked to me like it would be something that would be, I need 4 more positions just to keep up with this now, and then it would be very costly for existing owners. And I couldn't necessarily identify the need, so I don't know that we have leaching. I don't know that we have water issues, but I don't know that we don't. So, like, if you had anything there where it was like, oh, this was a need, you guys just didn't know it. Could you give us an update on that?
Sure, yeah, I can kind of go over the thought process there. So early on in this fiscal year, our on-site sewage facility program was not performing very well. Our new construction permits were way off track, almost 50% off of what our projections were. So we went out and we engaged the county. We said, hey, this is a county program. Inside the city limits, we see very little benefit to it. It is a public health program, but it's a county program. We run this for you guys. Would you guys be interested in a subsidy? Because I didn't want to come back to here in this standpoint and say, hey, guys, I lost $300,000 to a county program that benefits the city in no way. So we took a proactive approach and went out and engaged the counties. We got 2 different answers. One county said, yeah, potentially, let us know what it is. The other county said, absolutely not interested in that. You need to go out and you need to make more revenue. So our fee structure is already very high in that program, and I didn't feel like it was appropriate to go out and say, okay, well, let's raise fees another $300 or $400 to recoup the losses. So we did basically a research element across all the state of Texas. I think there's 377 entities like us around the state of Texas. We said, what all do you guys do? And there were program elements that kind of made sense. We're like, oh, well, that could be an idea, right? So we went back to the counties and said, well, what do you think about a renewal program where all septics have to be inspected once every 3 years? Didn't like that. Okay, what did you think about a real estate transaction piece? Because this was another element that other entities were doing. They said, well, there's some traction there. There's some good public health reasons and justifications why that would make sense. So we went out and we engaged TCEQ. TCEQ gave us approval to do something like that. There's 10 or 15 other entities around the state of Texas that are doing it. We engaged TCEQ, went through about a 3-month review process with them, went back to the counties, and we put forth some agenda items, met with the real estate association, apartment associations, and all these other entities were like, hate the idea, which is okay. I totally understand. So we have a funding issue. There is some public health justification. Some of the counties liked it. Some of the counties didn't. We're, kind of in a rock and a hard place there. So what we did all of this fiscal year is we took another approach in the backside as we spent the whole year reducing our expenses in this program. Every opportunity we get through attrition, we didn't fill a position, moved it to our food program due to those needs. We had a program manager position, absolutely needed. She left. We didn't refill it. We refilled it with a very cheap position or a cheaper position, a field staff. So there's lots of moving parts that we tried to cost recover that program, reduce expenses, maybe bring on a new program element. As of today, definitely got a lot of feedback from the community. Everyone hates it, which is totally okay. We have other opportunities to kind of fix that problem, and that's where we're going on today.
Can I ask a question? So do these inspections not occur on the sale of the properties anyway? I feel like if I'm buying a property that has a septic, I want it inspected.
Yeah.
Like I just do. Now I get that the seller probably doesn't want it, but as a buyer, I want it done.
Sure.
Is that not being done anyway?
So that's a great question. So sometimes it is being done, but it is being done by home inspectors that have no formal training in this program at all, most of them. 99% of the time they call us and say, hey, where's the records? We give them the records. They say, hey, what does this mean? We tell them what it means. They go do the inspection. They come back and say, hey, this is what I saw. What do you think? We're like, well, this is what you need to do. And they say, well, we have no enforcement authority anyway, so we'll just file a complaint with you guys, and then you have to do it by state law.
We're doing the work.
We're doing all the work. And
we're doing all the
getting
work,
paid
but
for
we're
it.
not able to recover any of those.
That's correct.
Yeah. So that's a problem.
That's
where you're saying, hey, this is eating up hours of my guys.
Hours.
And there's no way to recover this. And so that's where I get the community doesn't like it, but it is a good service that I would guess as a buyer, it does help them to actually see if the septic
I think the idea is a fantastic idea, and I think it could benefit public health in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But nobody really likes it. And honestly, we put out a survey that said, hey, what do you think about these things? And the survey results were interesting. It's like, oh, it makes sense, love it. I think it's needed. What do you think about Amarillo doing it? Oh, I hate it. Amarillo needs to stay out of my property, don't come out in the county. And it's just a lack of understanding that we do that today.
Right.
We're in a public health
We're
district.
doing it on the backside, just nobody knows it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I appreciate the update on that. Does the answer not lie outside of our counties, like in the other counties where they don't have this resource? So if I'm an inspector inspecting something in Ochiltree, do I make that complaint with the state because you don't exist there?
So that's a good question as well. So there's roughly 30 public health districts in the state of Texas, 35. So we're pretty unique in terms of that. Everywhere else, basically, the county runs this program for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So, and basically, they fund it themselves, either through tax dollars or fees. So what's unique here is that we provide a service out in the county, and the county does not pay in through a tax at all.
Okay, thank you.
So why couldn't, if you get a request for an outside the city, why is the answer that's not our jurisdiction? Like, I can't help you.
So we're in a public health district that's been in place since the 70s.
Okay. So we have to. We're obligated.
We're obligated, yeah.
So we just have to find a way to be compensated for that. And like you said, one county said sure, the other one said not so much.
Yep, and I would say there's some ideas that we floated around, within our, and I don't know if Casey Stoughton's here, she's our public health director and also our director for the public health district. She can kind of help talk on this a little bit. But we floated around some ideas. Within our contract, there's a clause in there, if funding ever becomes insufficient to fund the district, then we can go out and make or basically bill the entities. That's in our contract today. I think that's one of our ideas moving, as we move forward to that. At some point, I think these other entities are going to have to participate.
For sure.
So since we have a health district that we essentially are bearing all of the costs associated for it, that encompasses some of the work that Anthony and his team does, that Casey and her public health team does, and also Victoria and the animal management and welfare team does. There are things that they are required to do by state law. And since we have this essentially kind of regional health district, the city has always bore all the costs for that. However, they did, as Anthony just mentioned, they had made a change, and they do have the ability. We have the ability to collect funds from the other participating entities, which are the counties and then some of the other local jurisdictions as well.
Yes, there's 8 of us in this public health district.
But we have never done that before, and if that's something that council would, like us to do, it would be something that we would probably recommend maybe stair-stepping into, maybe not like all at once, but kind of phasing in over a period of time. And so I think it's been fairly manageable over the year, but it's something that the City of Amarillo taxpayers are bearing the full burden for, essentially.
And another element it's important to mention is take our food program, for example. We have a raging need for 3 more people in that program. There's only so much that you can fund through fees. So if I added 3 people to that program, I don't think I would feel comfortable saying I want to raise fees another $500 a piece. I think you get to a point where it needs to be subsidized in a way through tax dollars, but I don't think it's appropriate for Amarillo to pay for all that either. So at some point, participation I think that's the route you go. And I think the whole public health district needs to fund that.
I would agree. I think we need to move towards cost recovery.
That's something I'd like to look into myself. I've worked with my last community. I had some county city things that the city was paying for, so we worked through those in order to get fair compensation. So I'll add to my list to start looking into.
Yeah, I think that's where we need to move.
I was wondering, is there any of this you could possibly use private industry for? and we just do the paperwork, charge a fee, and I don't know, we could, but if we use private industry, we'd help grow small business within Amarillo. Plus, we could push all that business in the county and let them pay the individuals pay. I just wonder.
If you're talking about the septic program specifically, that question has been brought up several times. Could we contract with somebody to do these individual inspections? And I would say that there's a possibility you could, but how the state contract works is Texas Commission on Environmental Quality gives the county or the city their jurisdictional powers. They cause an authorized agent. You're an authorized agent, and therefore you can contract with designated representatives. Through our contracts with Potter and Randall County, Amarillo is that designated authority. So there's no third tier down. So it's the county to a DR. So technically, the county could do their own work. The county could contract with someone else to do that work for them. We're currently that person. I don't think there's a structure in place for us to subcontract with somebody else. I think basically your options are the county does it themselves or they contract with someone else. And a couple other options, Amarillo could become our own authorized agent and handle our own septics within the limits of Amarillo. Canyon could do the same. There's a lot of different approaches that could make sense. There's a lot of different participations that would make sense. I've got a ton of ideas that we can make this thing a lot better.
Well, first, thank you for trying to run as efficiently as possible. Sure. I mean, I know it's painful, but it's a helpful situation for us, and I think you
Absolutely.
make some really good cases and back up the cases that we could look at, as we continue to grow. So thank you for that. Appreciate that. On the Tier 2 and Tier 3, how many people will that impact?
Okay, so
on the rate increases that we're planning for Tier 2 and Tier 3.
Yeah, and this is I'm glad you brought that question up. So I wanted to tell you that in this budget that I'm presenting to you today, we estimated from where we were at, where we started, projected growth at the end of next fiscal year. So September 31, end of year. That's the numbers we put in here. Before we even get to present to you, we've exceeded that by a mile. I mean, I think the numbers in here are 1,950 permits. We're 1,975 today, and the program is so extremely busy. But for the budget estimate that's in here, we have roughly 1,019 Tier 2s inside the city. We have 139 outside the city. Outside the city limits, they pay an additional cost, and outside the city limits fee. We have 410 Tier 3s inside the city and 77 outside the city. So to answer your question, you would add those together. 1,019 plus 139, and then 410 plus 77. Mm-hmm. That's who it would be impacted.
And, of course, we had increases last year as well. And more increases.
Major changes last year.
In last year, and of course, I know with that many people, some people, no matter how much you communicate with them, will not notice it until they get that first bill and say, nobody told me about it. But I'm just wondering, what things did we learn about communication from our previous times that we could apply, or best practices to try to, as best we can, get the word out to people?
I was quite intrigued last year because I personally thought a lot of people were going to be upset in multiple different programs. And honestly, we have thousands and thousands of customers. I heard from probably a handful in the food program, 2 or 3 in the group care program, all of them in the septic program. They're all upset about anything you do, almost. But not a lot. So I think in this, we do a fantastic job of communicating. We'll put this out there as soon as you let us know that you like whatever the model is. We'll send letters, we send emails, we send renewal notices 2 months in advance of expiration. We'll do a ton of work. We'll put out the legwork, but there will still be people that Didn't know until the last minute.
Well, maybe that legwork helped last year, and I mean, the people, I mean, and I think they understand, and or if they call up, we can explain to them. I mean, you know,
Sure.
we're trying to run the government as efficiently as possible, and paying for services that you get is just part of it.
And one thing I'm absolutely willing to do, I thought about this last night, is our projections, 1950, were far exceeded 1975. I could rerun those numbers, and based upon actuals that we have today, and those tier rates would probably come down a little bit.
Good. Thank you.
Yep, be happy to do that.
The one other thing, and we already talked about this last year, and I know council wasn't interested in it, but I know we're throwing all options out there, but we had talked about, you know, they do vector control, and there is an option to charge a vector control fee through the utility bills to help fully cost recover that program. It would be we're estimating it would be 30 cents a month on the utility bills, and that would fully cover the cost of his vector control program.
And my department.
Yeah. Are you doing vector control for any of our partners outside of the city? No. So we're no longer doing anything anywhere other than in the city?
That's correct, yep.
Okay. I would just see where council sits on it. I think that you have done a fantastic job of saying, look, I'm going to run this one like a business. I'm going to treat it that way on paper. And so you're bringing an executive mindset of, look, I'm performing a task here and I'm not getting compensated for it. Here's what the cost would be. You give that back to us, and I think it gives us the opportunity to weigh the costs in that and to prioritize that in, do we need to bill for that now, or is that something we're already billing for in a different way? We just can justify the service. So right now I would sit on the side of really trying to keep those utility bills just utilities and not adding fees to them because of the slippery slope that, well, we need a street fee, and we need a mosquito fee, and so before you know it, it's not a utility bill. It's an assessment to the country club that you live in called Amarillo, and we're just, always finding additional fees. So there's some caution there on my side. Greatly appreciate you bringing us that, and I know it's such a small amount that you could easily justify the small amount, but then a crack in that door throws that old girl wide open pretty quick.
Totally understand.
Okay. Council, you have feedback on that?
Nothing on the water or sewer bill, that's for sure.
Kraft is always, vastly improved on his words and his loquaciousness. So, hey, thank you for being here. Appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right, so we can go ahead and pivot to like your public safety groups, if that works. These are ones we want to probably spend a little bit of time in. Does council want to take a break or anything before we get on these big departments, or are we good? Take a break? Okay.
10:05, let's come back 10:15 and we'll jump in. You want to do police first?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Great, thank you. back down. We're going to call ourselves back into session here and hand it back over to Mrs. Storrs, and we'll start with our police department.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could real quick, I just handed out a packet of additional paper to City Council, and what it is it's the variance report that you have in your budget book, but we have put the percentage variances as well. And so what this variance shows is it's from budget to budget year. And then you'll see on the second to right column is the dollar amount, and then the far right column is that percent variance for you. So it is by fund. And so, you know, the top one's general fund, then there's water and sewer behind it, and so forth. So if y'all have any questions, hopefully this will help as kind of some supplemental information for you all as well.
What is your capabilities with this software to do revised estimate to budget request variance? Is that something you can go all the way down that column, click it, and it will produce that over on the next cell?
We could, yes. So are you saying another two sets of columns, or changing what the variance is?
You know, and I don't want to speak for council. I don't get anything out of budget to budget. Nothing in my world works from an old budget to a budget, because it's always actuals as closely as I can, and I get the reason that you got to project. So what I'm keying in on is I will look at your 22 actual, and then I skip over your 23 budget. I look at your 23 revised estimate, which is the closest actual you can give me, and then I look at the 24 request. So good example, just the first one, you know, revenues, which don't matter in the way of like what we're trying to get to here in the budget, but you know, you actually revenued 50.4 in 22, then you actually revenued 52.8. So I want to see that 2.8 or 2.4 million increase over there.
All right, we can absolutely, we will get you another set of pages like this that has that variance instead.
That'd be very helpful. Council, y'all have anything further on that?
Yeah, I agree, because I think that is really more indicative of what it actually costs you versus what we thought it would cost.
Okay.
So just to be clear, are we just looking at comparing the 2024 budget with the 2023 revised estimate actual, or?
That is what the request from the mayor is.
Okay.
What this report shows is it's going through from your 2023 budget, looking at against your 2024 department request is where your variances are coming from.
Okay.
So it's budget to budget, like a approved budget to proposed budget.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. So yes, if y'all will allow us, we'll get y'all another set of packets probably tomorrow.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Councilman Tips, you got something? Okay. All right. Let's go.
All right. So we're going to start with our police department now, and they begin looking kind of at the numbers. Those start on about page 125. So first off, I wanted to mention that we have a head count on our sergeants that is incorrect on page 129. It is actually a count of 72, not 74, and so that gives you a full full head count of 380. And we did verify in the system those are not included in the budget numbers, so your budget numbers are correct. It was just the FTE was not coming through properly here on this staffing report, and so we will work to get that corrected. Page 129. Yes, absolutely. So I apologize for that. And then when we get to the staffing report on their police professional staff, the chief and I have been talking, and there are a few changes that need to flow through on that one. It appears that we didn't have it right in the current year budget as well, and so if council's okay with that, I'd like to work through that with the chief to ensure that we've got that where he's actually got the positions filled. I know he's come a long way in getting positions filled over this past year. He did mention that if there is any kind of a net change in the salary and benefit budget due to us getting these positions in the right spots. He said he has some lower level positions, I think, that are not fully filled that he could potentially eliminate to help get that closer to a net zero change.
So that included a reduction of 2.
No, that's a separate thing. Yeah, that is separate. So what Chief Funtech was talking about is, we had mentioned yesterday that we did have some unfilled positions across this organization that I'm not looking, it would be a challenge to reduce all unfilled positions, especially in our police department. There's a lot of need in those police positions, but the chiefs have been willing to eliminate 2 sergeant positions, which would bring your position count down to 70, and it would bring your total position count in the police department down to 298. And we actually had touched on that just briefly yesterday, but wanted to bring that as a reminder to the council that those were 2 of the positions, and that would be an approximately $250,000 savings if council wanted to move forward with eliminating those 2 sergeant positions. So I know it's we were off by 2 on a head count on the staffing report. That is not taking into account that those 2 that we might eliminate. So that would actually drop down to a count of 70 and a total of 298. So thank you, Chief Funtech, on that. So with that, I know one thing we also had talked a little bit about yesterday, and I don't know what the final exact count was, but believe there's about 30 positions that are open right now in the police department. Is that correct, Chief?
As of the end of this month, we'll have 34 open police officer positions.
Okay.
We've got a couple of pending retirement or departures current.
Okay. So again, I think from what I've heard from the chiefs is that the need's really more getting the entry-level positions in, getting those filled. They wanted to do everything they could to help assist council in some of the requests that are coming forward for some pay changes for our sworn personnel. And so that was why the recommendation came forward of potentially eliminating the 2. As we go through their budget, I would say the biggest change, as a reminder, is council authorized the purchase of the Axon software this year, and that's to do those body cameras. And that was a shift out of the police department did cover a good portion of that through their own budget. The rest of it, it was about $1 million that we moved out of the council's working budget into the police department to help fund it. If you look on page 127 on that leased computer line item, right in the middle of the page, go to the far right and you're going to see a $1.2 million variance. That's not just Axon, but I think that the bulk of that's Axon.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so they have a lot of software that they work with in the police department, and they're seeing annual increases on those. But so there's probably a little bit of an increase on a few others, but the bulk of that I think is coming from that Axon software. And as a reminder, that covers our police department, it covers our animal management and welfare officers, and it covers our city marshal team that's out in the field as well. So, and do you want to just give us a brief update? Because I think they're up and running and everybody's working now.
The Axon project's going really well, and we appreciate that allowance this year. We've got all the body cameras rolled out to officers. We've got all of the in-car cameras installed and running. Everything's working good. Our next big, there was another piece, the evidence.com piece, which is the cloud storage for evidence, for digital evidence, is working very well. Our next piece is the records management piece, and that's a part of this same thing. There's no additional cost on that. That's just part of this 9-year contract that council agreed to back in January. So the records management's a lot more complicated, but we're working on that. Walisa is our records manager. She's already on top of it, meeting with Axon and developing a team to move that forward. It involves moving our old records over to the new software and then developing a system that works for our reporting and record keeping.
I think we're hoping for a go-live date of June of next year.
June of 2025 is our projected go-live date.
Chief, how's the license plate readers coming? How's the everything working on those?
Very good. We've got about 80 license plate readers installed around Amarillo. They've generated a lot of leads for us. Just some quick numbers on that. We've got over 74, just this year since January, 74 stolen vehicles that were recovered just because of the license plate readers. Over about 201 arrests, and this is month-old data, but 201 arrests were LPRs assisted, and I mean, we've really seen a bigger return than I thought we would get on those.
And I do believe, just side note, I think we do have a graduation coming up this week.
Yes, we'll have 6 Amarillo police officers graduating on Friday. We'd like to see a bigger number. We're currently working very hard to push out information on recruiting. We'll have another testing coming up in August, and for a January academy start. Obviously, with 34 positions down, we'd like to see 34 people in that group. But realistically, based on how we've been doing, it's probably going to be at best half that number that we'll get. So we'll continue to have those openings, and it's a nationwide problem, but I think it's starting to turn. I mean, we're seeing a few more applicants than what we've seen the last couple of years. We're just going through that period right now where we're seeing the effects of the last 2 years of reduced applications, and we're just only graduating 6. I'd like to be graduating 34.
Other questions for police department, or if you guys would like to turn, then also we're kind of looking in conjunction. We talked about the grants yesterday, and I know you all were not here, but we briefly just kind of went over your grants as well, so we wouldn't have to spend as much time today. But if you want to look also at, well, hang on just a second. Let me get to the right page here. On page 130, you have your police professional staff budget. And again, as just a quick reminder, on page 131, so the numbers will move just slightly on this page 130 because we've got to work through a couple of the positions that are listed there on page 131. So that may change just slightly there. Also, you'll notice your big amount on this page 130, you do have your contract jailer expense, and that is your Randall County contract that's coming through on this page 130 here.
And that is a little higher than what's currently agreed to. Mm-hmm. So it's a little over 1.8 million.
Yes, and we had left that budget flat, but we could actually, if council is all right with that, we'll pull that down, and that might help offset any of those position changes as well. So we'll work to get that to a net zero change. Is that reasonable from council? Okay. All right. I appreciate y'all's grace on that because it came through again as flat. So, okay. Yeah, we'll get that back down. Other questions or thoughts for our police department?
I think we do have several. I know I don't necessarily have to start, but I certainly could. Council, do y'all want to jump into a discussion on pay scale and kind of starting pay, being competitive, what we need to be doing, looking forward to shore up this department as much as we can on our side of the table? We good with that, Ms. Stores here?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And absolutely. And we've got, if y'all would like, we've got some things priced out, but if y'all want to just talk through conceptually first, we've got some things priced out. We can remind you of what the pay change request was that came through from Meet and Confer, and all of that as well.
I think in my head, I had kind of envisioned this being a little bit more of an ask, where you guys were prepared to come in and say, this is what Meet and Confer looked like, whether that's staff on behalf of those guys or you guys. But then I would love for council to be able to weigh in on, well, this is kind of what we think the model that we want to try to go after. So let's take, for example, a model of, well, we would like, and I'll throw out percentages that don't have any bearing. So we would like a model of a 10% raise every year for the next 5 years. This is our model. Well, council may come back and say, well, we have a model of a 1-year increase with, second year relook, with the intent, but this is what we want to focus on. And, we agree with the 10%, or we propose this, and then we would be going back to Mrs. Storrs and, well, here's how we think we can facilitate that on our side. This is $6 million, and this is where the money would come from, this, that, and the other. So if we could start that way, I think it keeps us from just shotgunning it at you from 5 different individuals. What's the best way to represent that meet and confer conversation? Is that
that might be
Chief, or
coming
would that
from
be-
us because they are not part of those meet and confer discussions. So we do have Chief Johnson in here. He's part of this city side team, but the request is actually coming in from the association. So,
Correct.
Yeah, not from.
And I know Toby always does a great job. If we had wanted to have a formal presentation, I think we just kind of want the nuts and the bolts of it. So if you want to facilitate it,
Yeah, Andrew, if you and I'll pull up numbers right now.
I can throw out the first year ask was 15%. Basically across the board, all steps, for a total increase of $7.4 million and change to cover year 1. Their year 2 to 3 was much lower increases, I think in the 2 to 5% range. But I think that was going to be continued discussions, because we're really going to have to come back every August to see what flexibility we have with property tax increases to fund those above certain levels.
And with that 15% across the board ask, that certainly obviously does align well with the steps that they have in place. That is something that can get very challenging pretty quickly, is that those steps are actually pretty tight together, and we don't want to ever make it where a lower step overlaps into a higher step, because that certainly disincentivizes anyone from moving up chain of command. So with what the request, and I know Toby and his team were very aware of that as well, and that's, I think, one of the big reasons. And they said this was certainly not, I don't think, what they the full ask. I think it was probably a scaled back one to a certain extent, trying to bring a more reasonable ask, is the impression I got from Toby and his team.
Was there any non-monetary requests that hadn't been met?
No, for the most part, they've had some minor changes that we are working through that wouldn't impact that, but they do have some other monetary requests for like different vacation, sick leave, banks, and some of those things. But
Annually buyback,
annually
sick leave
buyback,
yes, those things.
but
But they did potentially take
vehicles were
home
discussed.
vehicles,
Yeah.
but still the number one priority was
Pay.
this pay
Okay.
increase. Yes.
So be safe to assume that we've made good progress in meet and confer. Have a lot of items that we've been able to agree on and kind of push towards. The vehicle take-home program may be something that I would be curious. Can we facilitate that as staff, or what's the complexities of that?
So I believe I'm looking over here at Donnie, but Chief can jump in and help me as well. I think the last number that I'm remembering, it was we were going to need at least 100 plus additional vehicles to facilitate take-home vehicles. And so that obviously comes with a very large price tag. And so it was something that we talked about, could we potentially find a way to step into it over a 5-year period or something like that. I think right now the biggest challenge that we're still facing is just trying to replace what we've got. And so we did start with 20, I think, on the leasing program.
Yeah, there's
Does that
20
sound-
that are in there now, correct?
Okay. On those Durangos, are those working out pretty
However,
good?
those 20 are replacements.
Yeah, exactly.
They're
They're
not
not
additions to
additions.
the fleet, that's right.
Yeah. And so I think that's where we kind of started walking down that route, but knew that the priority was still going to be the pay increases. So that would be, we would have to bring that back probably to Toby and his team to find where the take-home vehicles even fall in their ranking order as well. Because that was something that more came from an idea on our side. They did not necessarily come with that request.
Okay. I think if we could table that particular one, because that one's a big one, I just wanted to identify it.
Yeah.
Was there on the on the monetary but non-pay scale, so the buyback, the sick leave, things like that.
Yes.
Do you have the numbers ran on that? Are we looking at $1 million, or are we looking at like?
So on those, I was looking, Steph, did we have some of those numbers? Okay.
And really, after our last meeting, we were hoping to get out of the council meetings of how much y'all wanted to allocate to police and fire, and then we were going to go back at our next meeting. What is y'all's objective with this, knowing this is a set amount of money? Is it all salaries? Is it a little bit of something else? Really, that part of the negotiation with their team to see what they wanted to focus on.
Right. I think I can only speak for myself, not for council, but my goals and objective, digest, a large budget, identify expenses versus requests, lump sum that together. I'm aggressive, like I got a big goal that I'm looking for here. But whatever that number is, then be able to take and capture that reasonably, implement some additional strategies that I think are effective in putting things together to free up some of the monies that we currently have, and mitigate that against a few risks. So it just wouldn't be smart to empty out a reserve on something that you could have a large-scale issue one day. But then maybe over here, not, historically never used the reserve. So I don't know. So pulling all that together, then be able to go in and capture priorities. Police and fire, then stair-stepping kind of into AECC, CMO, which would be city marshal, not city manager. And then looking at the rest of the organization altogether. That being said, I think it's very difficult to look at the organization altogether on a flat percentage. So if I work for this organization and I make $150,000 a year, and you said, well, I'm going to give you a 15% pay increase versus the guy that's making $60,000 a year, I don't know that the ROI on both of those is reciprocal. And I don't think that that's the messaging that we need. Plus, it's a little counterintuitive when we're working ourselves that direction with our other stakeholders that we're working around, because they do look to tier-to-tier pay scales. And so I would be in favor of a business model that's heavy on the lower end. Just to throw a number out there, I would love to have a starting salary of $70,000 here for police. So that cadet is a $70,000 pay scale. And then to be able to manage that compression as I go up, I see that we're really heavy on about $100,000 and below, and not so heavy on $120,000 and above. And so I think that I would try to take that pay scale percentage down from maybe the 100 to the 120 mark, whatever that would look like, to alleviate the compression issue. And then, if I'm a higher tier employee, 140, 150 up above, I'd be looking at more of the minimum. But that being said, that is police and fire that I'm looking at in that context. Could we find enough revenues and manage our money well enough to put that across the board? I don't know. But if we can't, then I think we would then look at what is the healthiest outcome for the rest of the organization, with the same mindset of, I have utility billing down there that's working really hard, and they may be on that lower scale generally for what that position pays. And so can we balance that in understanding that they're two totally different jobs, totally different requirements, criteria, and risks. And so not trying to marry those together, but also trying to look at the health of the organization all the way across. So I'm throwing that out with a little bit of guidance in, I think, where my mindset may be different from Meet and Confer's ask. And then would ask council if you guys share in any of those same mindsets and you want to pitch in.
Mayor, I think if we looked at salaries on a yearly basis instead of every 3 years of contract time, I think we'd have a better job of keeping up. Because, for instance, in the last 3 years since we had a contract, inflation's been running rampant. Whereas if we took it on a yearly basis and looked at salaries yearly and just negotiate that yearly, the rest of the contract remains the same.
Okay. Do I have any other council that wants to participate on kind of the overall model?
Yeah, I've just got some questions. I've talked to Laura about this, but with you guys here, I'd be curious with y'all as well on pay scale. When we're talking about, and I'm good with attaining and attracting, if we're 70 at the lower level and kind of scaling it up. But when we look at, if the ask was 15% across the board, do you guys like that? I mean, I would guess that we have higher performing officers and maybe lower performing officers. I mean, that's the way it is in every organization. And it may not be that way in your department, but I'm not a big fan of just giving everybody the same raise. I don't like it because it disincentivizes an individual to, come early, stay late, do that kind of thing.
We don't really have that option because of municipal civil service. I mean, it's pretty rigid on our promotion process, and so we don't have a way. For example, if somebody's not performing, certainly they could get suspended or they could get demoted. But as far as pay adjustments outside of that, I don't.
So you don't have evaluations.
We do have evaluations, but they're not a result as the.
Why? Just because we can't?
Under Civil Service Chapter 143, it's the same as was in Paris. Every employee is required to make the same base pay. And so then you have seniority levels there, go from there. But you're required to pay every officer good or less than good the same pay. That's just
terrible.
You have an officer or a sergeant, and then you take their base, and then depending on longevity, where they're at on the step plan, essentially it's an even level of.
Yeah, Councilman, I'm not going to disagree with you. It is civil service. It has its pros and its cons when it comes to management. It comes to rewarding good action versus others. But it is the law that.
To me, it promotes mediocrity. I can come in there and do the minimum, and I'm going to get the same raise as a guy who's working his tail off. I get that y'all like, well, it's out of our hands. I get it. I'm just making a statement. So
it does put some more. It does put some more burden on management to try to handle performance matters, and there are some means of doing that. But it does handcuff.
But it's super difficult.
Use that term there, but it does make it harder. And so it makes it challenging for management to do that. So.
Okay. And we have performance improvement plans. If we've got some very low-end performers, that our managers will work with them and set out their expectations. And try
but if we approve a raise, they all get it.
It doesn't tie to that raise.
Yeah. But and I have some questions real quick, if you're okay.
Oh, absolutely.
A few questions because I'm trying to understand. I had vacancy issues in Paris as well, so I'm trying to see if there's commonalities here. Are we primarily losing or short in the officer rank? Or are we doing well in the higher ranks? Are we losing lieutenants and sergeants in them? Or
well, again, back to civil service because. And that's one of the reasons I'm trying to reduce the number of sergeants, because once we have that vacancy occur at those higher ranks, we have to do that promotion.
So I guess my question is, are we losing them though? Are they sticking with us, or are we keeping up with pay to where they want to stay with us, or?
No. In fact, a captain retiring this month to take a private sector job that's paying same pay plus bonuses, and so we're seeing it at all ranks. The higher ranks are generally retirements, and then, of course, the lower ranks. Up until the last couple of years, we really weren't competing with the Metroplex area, but certainly over the last year, we've lost several people to other cities. Lubbock, we've got a potential, well, I'm not going to reveal that because that's too much information, but we've had some go to the DFW area, and then a couple that are looking at other cities comparable to Amarillo that pay more.
So would you say, do we lose officers to other departments on a regular basis, or do they typically stay with us and promote up?
Lately, we've been losing some to other agencies, and that's bucking the trend. Over the last 10 years, that hasn't been the case, but in the last 2, we've seen a lot more go to other agencies than we ever have in the past.
Okay, yeah. And I'm trying to see how. I'm not sure how our pay structure is set up here. I know for all the ranks we have a base pay for all the ranks, and every rank has the same base pay. Do we have seniority levels? Do we have longevity? How do you differentiate between a 5-year sergeant versus a 2-year sergeant?
There's steps at each rank. For example, I believe there's up to a step 10 for officers, and then there's less steps like at the captain level. I think that stops after step 5.
Okay.
But each rank has steps. So after 2 years, or on the officer level, it's 1 year on some of the steps, but most of the ranks it's 2 years, and then you get an automatic pay increase.
And are those steps based off years in department or years in rank?
Years in rank.
Years in rank, okay. Yep, all right. Okay. Yeah, and that's probably years in the department, I would imagine, right? Yeah, that's pretty typical there. So, okay, all right, thank you.
Just curious, do you have turnover rate by rank, or can you get that?
I can get that.
Because I think that again would maybe go to what you were talking about by rank. Where are we seeing the biggest challenges, and that may give us some idea of where some of the funding may need to go.
Well, off the top of my head, I know it's at the officer and corporal level.
Other than the retirements as
Right.
sergeants and other ranks,
But
typically we're not losing.
We've only got probably 7 people that their base pay is above 120 out of the 380 positions. So again, back to the compression issue, I think, is if we start shrinking that at the top, then it's going to compress and it's going to disincentivize certainly at the sergeant level and above for promotion. And I've had officers tell me, because I asked them, hey, why don't you promote to sergeant? They're like, well, I'll take a pay cut because some of our officers make more than $100,000 a year because of the overtime opportunities. The higher up in rank you go, those overtime opportunities start going away because, for example, our lieutenants and captains, I expect them to adjust their time rather than put in for overtime because they have a lot more flexibility in their schedules. So I understand the concept of wanting, and I love the $70,000 base pay for starting, but as you get up higher in rank, I think if we start compressing that too much, there is going to be that overlap eventually, and we're really not going to save that much money. We're not talking about hundreds or dozens of employees. We're talking about a pretty low number that has that higher base pay.
Right. So conceptually, let me put this to you, and you're going to be able to give some good feedback because you've lived it for so many years. $70,000 starting base pay, 10% increase with the adjustment for the base pay, right? So let's say for ease, 60,000. Where's everybody right now? 62, or what are we at?
Just above 60 for starting pay,
60.
And that's starting in the academy with 0 experience.
You're getting paid day one out there just learning. So let's say we increase from 60 to 70. And then from that point, everybody gets that original move. But then, so if you increase the base pay, then it moves everybody up that additional amount, right? So what I would then factor would be from that $100,000 down, how you then could percentage those all the way up to the 120. And Andrew and I have been in some conversations. Did you ever get any metrics on it where you thought you had kind of worked out the details? Because my issue is I understand the concept I'm going at. I don't have the experience level to work out the logistics.
I think we ran some scenarios and it was going to have compression issues once we got to those levels. So as far as the 15% proposal on the recruit, that's $60,346. 15% would be $9,051. So just shy of the 70,000 mark at 15%. So you're talking 17% increase.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mayor, just to say, I know in Paris we did this exact same thing you're talking about because financially, the city, we couldn't give the entire department the same raise because then the rest of the city didn't get pay raises. And so we did do kind of a tiered, because we were losing officers there. So we would give them a higher pay increase, and then we kind of stair-stepped the percentage, de-escalating as you went up. It did create a compression a little bit. And so, but we tried to differentiate, create some separation between the ranks to where there was still separation there so that if you moved up, you still got a pay increase.
Right, and I'm willing to be aggressive. I think this council is willing to be aggressive. I think it's a mistake to say, you know what, over the next 5 years, let's try to get us to 70. Well, I wish 5 years ago we had taken that outlook. We're so far behind right now.
Competitive to get these positions filled, Mayor.
And to me, I think 68, 67 sounds different, even though in real life it may not be that much different than 70. But much like a consumer's purchase, $9,500 didn't seem expensive, but $10,000 was way more than I was willing to spend. So $70,000 is I want to be on that team versus 66.5 or 67.5. I don't know. I mean, I may look at Lubbock or I may look elsewhere. So I like the $70,000 mark. I think it communicates a message. I also think that if we could work out the compression issue, we have so many employees below the $100,000 scale that really, and tell me, Andrew, you've got the number from, is that the report you had given me already, or is that an updated one on the numbers and the pay scales?
This is just the current APD pay scale.
So you had given me a report on, or actually Laura had. So from 100 to 120, how many employees out of the 350 did we have?
Hang on just a second. I'm trying to find that. Go ahead and, if y'all want to keep talking, I will.
So while she's pulling that up, what I was looking at was it may take a 1 year kind of adjustment just to go, one at a time to make sure that it's done in fairness, but then it also alleviates that compression issue. But once you get up over the 120 mark, then I think you could look at that department in just a percentage. So I think up over the $120,000 mark with those adjustments, where the real issue lies is from the 60 to 70 base move. That's a $10,000 increase right away. So whatever the percentage is, I think we just need to afford it. But then as we stair step that thing across and we work out the compression all the way up to the $120,000 mark, I personally feel like that the quality of the individuals that work for that department that make that level of money, it's not about the money. I mean, I think they'll appreciate the raise. Like if it's a 5%, a 4%, a 6%, I just think they're going to say, thank you, I appreciate it, but thank you for investing in our department. And so that's what I'm hanging my hat on. And then I don't think you've got to do more on the top end just because it's the easiest math problem. And I'm not willing to bend on the fact that we can't work out compression. I don't know the logistics of it from your side, and I'm not trying to put a hardship on you, but I feel confident that we could work this out.
So we do have the numbers are up on the screen too. So on your public safety that's less than 100,000, you're right at about 94% of that team. And then you've got about almost 6% between 100 and 130, and then 0.5% between 130 and 180. So, and then on that other general fund, that is not your entire civilian group. That is only in the general fund. So your civilians inside the general fund, you're at 95% or less than that 100,000, and then it shows you the rest.
So I think that is what you and I looked at previously.
So that's police and fire.
Yeah, so
Right.
the public safety is only police and fire, so it's your sworn personnel, yeah.
So what I'm also having to factor in here, I would be communicating this same thing to city marshals for those T-Cole officers. So, Mr. Path, that's something that you need to weigh in on. I know most of this work is gonna start at your desk and finish on your desk. We want to make sure that we're going a direction that you like and that you feel like, oh, this is going to be very helpful in us really putting the money where the priorities are as laid out by council.
So, Mayor, we did price out, I don't know if you want us to talk about some of this, but, and again, this was just various ideas. We did try to do a higher for the starting pays for APD and AFD for just your sworn, staggering down on the percentage increase as you go up the steps. But we had started at like a 10% at the entry level and staggered it. It's not perfect. I mean, it's not like a 10, 9, 8, 7. I mean, we had to just to not break the steps, and we were able to price that out at about, between police and fire, it'd be about $5.2 million. So if the request is to try to get up to 70, on an entry-level officer. We'd have to adjust that to maybe start at about 16, 17%, and then maybe try to do the same thing, staggering it down. I mean, we could certainly work on trying to price that out if you would
Sure.
like, and we can bring that back tomorrow or Friday just for discussion purposes.
I think that I would ask for council to weigh in. I think that we want to be aggressive here in a budget discussion with the known risk of, well, I tried real hard and I didn't get there. I'm fine trying. And if you're disappointed, it'll be you're disappointed that we tried real hard and we just couldn't afford it. Bottom line, I've looked at the budget. I think I've got the money. I think we have it. I think we need to prioritize it. I'm optimistic. I think we can find $20 million in this given budget. So if I were to say we need $10 million to go in this direction, if you looked at the asks from Meet and Confer together, was it $13 million?
Yeah, it was 13.1 million just on the pay side. Yeah.
Right. So 13.1 million with Meet and Confer coming to us that we've been updated and advised on. A $10 million investment in what I believe to be one of our, if not our greatest priority for the quality of life in this community. And then work out the math problem. Work out the compression issue for the good of the organization, and do it in a way where you have that civil service code and you've got some parameters you can't get out of. But in the way in which we make a pay scale adjustment that is fair across the board, I think you have a little more latitude to make that work. What would be your feedback, Chief, on starting at 70 and then moving everybody up somewhat in proportion to that?
I think, again, anything that we increase the base pay is going to help, but I just can't get over the worry about that compression issue. And then, maybe explaining to the higher ranking folks, why they're getting a less of a pay. If that's a budgetary issue, then that's pretty easy to explain. If it's just simply, well, we just think it makes more sense for some reason to not give a raise if you're above this certain thing, then that's a little harder to explain. But if it's because we're saving X amount of dollars to give on the front end,
right,
that's
and I wouldn't want to communicate that there would be no increase. So I'm not telling a gentleman who's, let's say, at the high scale of 150 that like you get nothing, and then the guy that showed up day one, $10,000 increase, but $10,000 increase on the lower end and a $5,000 increase on the high end is a small percentage to that 150 mark. So do you think there's an appetite? Did it harm you in any way as the leader of that team if the variance was from $10,000 down to $5,000?
I don't think overall it'll be harm. I mean, we all agree that our biggest issue is staffing, and if that can help retain folks, then so be it. To Mr. Simpson's point, we're losing more in probably the 5 to 10 year range officer than we are certainly at the 25 to 30. But I also don't want to discount the time that those officers have put in and gotten up to rank and are making that better money because they have more responsibility.
Okay. Can I adjust real quick with Mr. Peden back there? Just in the line of conversing here, would everything that we're talking about here overlap in fire as well and kind of fit the same model, or do we need to have two totally separate discussions from department to department? And you're going to have the same level of compression issues on the higher end. You're going to have a lot of the same issues.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but their ranges were from 13% to 38%. So we just have to have a good look at where that starting pay, and then we could adjust and run some scenarios.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I looked at that 38. I'm just getting calculator had to turn it sideways to get there. Okay, Council, I've been talking too much, so can I get some feedback from your side on, are we going a good direction, and should we continue, or do you have a better plan?
I think it's a good direction. We have to do something, and then just encouraging staff and us to really dive deep on this budget and constrict that thing to see where we can maximize the revenues. It's kind of where mine has been during the budget process is, just outside the box thinking on identifying more revenue to support top priorities.
Thank you.
I would agree. I think an issue is we do have to attract. Y'all have been at least 30 down for a while, right?
No, we crossed that threshold a couple of months ago.
Okay.
This year, we've had somewhere around 20 people leave since January, police officers leave, and that's about double what we'd normally see. Our normal attrition was hovering around 5% for many years, and now it's, at least for the first 6 months of the year, it's doubled.
How long has it been since you've been fully staffed?
Well, fully staffed, we're never going to be fully staffed because we run our own police academy, so we're always going to have either, anywhere from 5 to 20 openings, just kind of depends on attrition, and that's how we based our hiring in the past. It's been many years since we've had to get to the point where we've had to ask for overhires, probably 8 or 9 years. So certainly that could probably be the time period you're looking for, 8 or 9 years since we've been able to fully fill our positions.
Yeah. Okay. And maybe we're wrong sitting on this side of thinking that if we do increase that base pay, on the front end, maybe that does attract on both fire and police.
Well,
I think that's where we're looking for feedback, and I know it creates that compression issue, like you said, but we've got to do something.
Yeah.
And I don't think that just throwing money at everybody at the same amount doesn't necessarily solve your problem. It's like it makes everybody feel good, but I don't think it solves the problem that we're facing. We got to fill some spots, and if we make that more attractive. Now, again, that's my feel, and I think a lot of these up here feel the same way. But if you're like, man, it's not the answer. I mean, we trust you. We trust you guys to say, hey, give us your feedback. I know that may not be as palatable, to say, hey, this is kind of what we want to do. It's heavy on the bottom side. The higher ranks aren't going to see as much. I mean, it may not feel as good. But if it solves a problem for the city and it solves a problem for the organization, I think that's, a direction that we would want to go. But we do want input from you guys because you're there, you see it.
Pay is definitely going to be one of the pieces of the puzzle, and a big piece for both retention and then attracting new folks. Honestly, I would rather retain more folks than have to hire folks because it's 18-month window from the time a person turns in their application to the time they're out on the streets working for us. So it's certainly anything we can do to retain folks who are trying to, on the bubble, making that decision for whatever reason, then we want to keep them here.
So is it fair to say what I hear you saying is you feel like it would be more advantageous and help your organization if the money was more spread out to retain than it would be to attract? Is that what you're...
I think both. I mean, like if
well,
we
maybe
did
we can't do both, right? I mean, I get that would be the ideal. If money was no object, we'd say, yeah, let's let everybody, give everybody the same and pay them a lot. But if it comes down to a budgetary issue of like, listen, we've only got this much money, what would be your opinion? And not saying that we'll follow that, but we do want to hear your wisdom in this to say, if we had this, how should it be distributed?
I think targeting our 5 to 20-year officers and making sure we give them a substantial increase to incentivize, reward them for the work they've done, but also incentivize them to say, the AISD Police Department looks pretty good, but I'm getting a good pay here and I love it here, so I'm just going to stay.
So you're saying maybe let's look at that sector of those guys and say, let's look at maybe increasing them pretty good. Bump the base, the new cadets coming in, some, but you're saying, hey, I'd rather retain the guys that are trained. They know Amarillo. They know, that's invaluable, right? Bringing somebody new, they've just got to learn the whole system. But if we can retain those people, and you feel like that would be more beneficial.
I do.
To add more to that middle part. Okay, good. Thank you.
I think y'all sort of heard from where we're at. We're pretty open to doing a lot of things. I think we're going to throw the ball back in y'all's court and let y'all bring back some numbers. I mean, I think it's a good idea to get your input, then put it to our input, and I think we can come up with a very good solution for everybody, but it's going to take some math work, like the mayor said, to get there. So.
Well, I mean, if you look at what's going on across the state, every municipality is looking at the same thing, just like in Paris. But I just wonder, do we know kind of as communities look at this and they try to handle the compression issue, what are other cities and municipalities? Is there a trend that you see of just across the board, or is it? Do we know what other communities are doing?
When I looked into it, it is all across the board. I know in Paris, because of the math, and because we one of the focuses are we can't just always focus on one department. We try to help all the departments, but look at the needs. We did focus on the lower end and work our way de-escalating upward to the higher end, and so because of the math on that, and so. Because I know like police and fire, they're a big budget. So mathematically, when you give them a set amount, it's a huge number. Unless you de-escalate that going up, and that helps kind of soften it some while trying to address what may be the issue, while still giving the ability to give the other departments something, because they also too are always needed something as well. So, but yeah, it's across the board. Every city has done it differently because each city has a little different. Like in Paris, we were getting pulled by 3 school districts in town. DFW, they have other issues because they're all circling each other. I don't know the issues here in Amarillo because I'm new here. I don't know where our pull is from. I don't know where competition is. But every entity has different factors that compete with. Mine in Paris was sheriff office and 3 school districts. So I don't know what the factors are here, but everyone has to do it a little bit differently.
I can speak on that just a little bit. So the school district, I wasn't going to throw that out there, but since Chief did it, I'll go ahead and weigh in on that. But AISD has created their own police department, and they're ramping that up. My understanding is they're trying to get to 15 officers this year with the goal of hitting 20 by the end of the next school year. And that is another statewide trend because of the legislation off of the Uvalde that school districts are creating police departments, and that's another big pull on the licensed officers. We also have Pantex out here that periodically will lose a few officers a year to them. I know it's a little bit apples and oranges. It's more private sector contract work, not actual police work, but nonetheless, that's a draw where we lose some officers to roughly, of course, they have built-in overtime, and they generally make it in the 90,000 and up range because of their overtime.
It sounds like we train our own officers. Where I'm willing to bet that AISD and Pantex and the sheriff, they probably don't train their own people.
They're hiring licensed sworn officers.
They're looking to us to train them, and then they steal them. So that's what's happening in Paris a lot. And so we were the training bed for the whole county. So that's true of a lot of towns, not all towns, but so there are different factors that we have to kind of look at what's unique here and what are our needs here.
And AISD has a competitive advantage too, unlike us where we have steps and ranks. They just have a salary range, and based on your experience, they're just going to offer you what it takes to get you. We have to follow our civil service standards.
They're probably not civil service, are they?
No. Same for like city marshal's office and airport. They're a different role. They're not on steps. We just kind of try and work around what APD does because ABT's, of course, the lead department. We don't want to pay and also poach from our own police department to fill those positions. One other, I think, trend we've seen are the sign-on bonuses for recruits. Some of those are like one time, some are spread over a few years to also encourage retention, but then that's also, do you do bonus type structure for longevity as well for the longer term employees?
What? And you're dealing with the same issue that you can deal with in the business world, where people who are paid by the hour because of overtime it's not an uncommon problem even outside of law enforcement. The issue is if we were at full staff, we wouldn't need all the overtime. But it's as long as we're not at full staff, I don't know what else you can do about that. One other question is, and it looks like we're looking to make progress to do this. This is a major thing that we've been talking about for quite a while in recruitment. What else are we putting into place outside of potential raise increases to build our staff? I mean, if we check this box off, hopefully that will give us, a head start on attracting and retaining. But what are there other key things we're looking at to attract and retain?
We've modified some of our old standards, like for uniforms and that. We had officers come to us last year and said, hey, we want to explore wearing the outer vest carrier because it's more comfortable, it's a little cooler, and it takes a load off your hips. And so we looked at that. They had a great proposal, so we modified that. And a lot of officers have gone to that. Probably 80% of our patrol force now is moving in that direction, and we provide that. So historically, we're providing more and more uniform stuff to make it to where when a person comes to work here, they don't have to go out and buy a bunch of stuff. little incentives like that. You know, we modified our beard standard where you can have a beard where previously we couldn't, and because some officers had said that was something that they felt like was probably affecting who we could hire. Same thing with tattoos. You know, contemporary standards say that, you know, a lot of people have arm tattoos, and that's okay. So we did away with the requirement that they be covered, and that was, again, a request through meet and confer last time, and I felt like it was reasonable because potentially we just don't want somebody to say, well, I can't have a tattoo here, so I'm not going to come work at the police department. So making us more marketable, I guess, would be the answer to that.
In 2019, the National Association of Chiefs of Police classified this as a crisis. Recruitment in law enforcement was a crisis. That was in 2019. That was before the pandemic. That was before George Floyd, the George Floyd incident. So whatever comes after a crisis, we're probably at that right now. And the other thing that we need to keep in mind here, especially when we were talking about scaling the incentives up, and I understand that, and that's important. The thing you need to keep in mind is when it comes to promoting, one of the incentives to promoting is the salary increase. That's one of the incentives, just like in a business, private business. But the difference in a guy promoting in law enforcement, a guy promoting in a private business, is both of them will take on more responsibility, and in some ways, both of them will take on more liability. Somebody that promotes in law enforcement opens themselves up to personally being sued, personally possibly facing criminal charges if they do something or one of their people they supervise do something. So the stakes are a little bit higher in law enforcement than they are in the private sector. And if there's salary races going on across the country right now, communities are raising salaries to compete with the next community, and then they raise theirs. It's like an arms race. It's continually rising. So if a guy is looking over it, and I'll just use ASD as an example, you can say, I can go over there and make this much and not have to take on the liability of supervision. That's going to start becoming more attractive. So we keep looking at this as recruitment and retention. They're actually the same problem. We're going to have the same problem. Potentially, we can shift one problem to another area. And we just all need to keep that in mind as we move forward.
Chief, I think that's very helpful and good context. Let me ask this. I'll ask this in a different way. Just using dollars is easier than percentages and tiers and corporal, sergeant, so on. So, starting pay right now is $60,000. What?
It's $50.28 a month, and I'll have to do the math here, but it's just right over 60.
Okay, so let's do. So it's less than 60,100.
60,346.
Say it again.
60,346.
Okay.
As a cadet.
Okay. I think this is where I'd like to start. Could you bring us back what it looks like with $9,700 increase across the board? So that means you go from the low to the high across the board. I'm not saying that's a good plan. I'm just saying that's the easiest thing to arrive at a number for our overall cost without getting into the conversation of compression and you created another problem that you didn't know of. Then would you be willing to look at what that looks like if you could control it and you wanted to, from $9,700 increase annual down to $5,000? So top end's $5,000, bottom end $9,700, and you have the ability to flex that however you need. And I would direct Chief Mays and Mr. Peden kind of on the meet and confer side of relaying all this back and seeing if that works on your end. Mr. Freeman, weigh in there a little bit on me. Tell me why that's a bad idea.
We can run that scenario. I don't think it's a bad idea. I think, and I don't know if you want to wait till fire's here, but we need probably that same number or idea for fire as well once we get to that point in the conversation.
I think they go ahead and kind of start maybe putting a pencil to it and looking at it. And I am not saying that we're closed off to more, but I think that that is the place I'd like to start at. I really feel like with that $70,000 kind of number, that gives me a good foundational place to move forward very aggressively. You know, you heard that's going to be a 17% increase, roughly on this starting year. Now, if you would like, you could move that down and say, look, I really need to target these 3 to 20 year, and I need more money here. What I would encourage you to do is bring us back that additional supplemental cost without reducing it. So don't do my job for me. Let me work out that budget and prioritize that. And I would encourage you to stay at that foundational level of 70K. Then if there's something else that we're not missing, and Mr. Freeman, I know what I'll definitely need from you guys is this overtime. So I'm looking at $3.8 million, and what does that do in the way in which, what did we adjust that number? So throwing round numbers out, I may have a $6 million cost increase to our organization, working within that $10 million parameter that we're trying to, and then could we stair step that over to City Marshal and the rest of the organization?
Can do that.
Mr. Path, you got anything you want to add on that?
Nope, we're already starting to work on that right now as we speak.
Okay. Council, that's not where we need to end up. We've got plenty of time. I don't want anybody to feel like we're trying to figure it out here today and then tomorrow we'll make a decision and push it forward. We can take our time on this. We have literally weeks to make sure we don't miss anything. So would ask for you guys to continue to give feedback to staff, to listen to your chiefs and see what else may come up from the meet and confer side. And let's have a good, comprehensive overall look at this so that when we finalize this budget, it's as good as we can make it. Mrs. Storrs, you got anything else on this guy?
No, sir, I don't. We will start running those numbers. So it looks like you're around $8 million to do the 9,700. So.
Man, we're in budget. Just kidding. So
we will run. So we'll do the 9,700 one. So we've got that, and then we will. It'll take us a little time to do kind of maybe a staggering down to the 5,000. See where that kind of comes into play, and along with, I mean, we've got we can price out anything. It's just trying to get where all the steps marry perfectly too.
Only other thing I would ask, I've never really been sold, not because I don't want to be, but because nobody's ever really given me that they were sold on it, was some sort of a retention bonus or some sort of a sign-on bonus, a transfer, in anything that we could look at there. I would entertain that as well.
And we've talked to departments across the state about that, and just it's kind of has mixed results. It doesn't seem to be super effective in dramatically increasing the numbers. It's certainly effective for the folks who get that bonus. And we've thought about things of what about moving to Amarillo? Should we give somebody an incentive to move or something like that? But we haven't landed on anything that's just convinces me that it's worth investing in.
Okay.
I would say if you're looking at an entry level officer that's just starting their career, perhaps if I'm 23, 24 years old, like $10,000 looks really good. But what's in year 2, 3, 4, and 5, and looking at your overall career ladder, and if you can put that funding in those other steps. So it's kind of nice to get a little bit up front, but we're not seeing a lot of effectiveness from that from our contacts around the state. It looks good on paper.
Yeah, in Paris, we did a sign-on bonus about $10,000 or $15,000. We did a lateral movement where if you were a 4-year officer, you can come in at the 4th-year step. We did a moving assistance, and it didn't help us much at all there. Now, I will say, sign-on bonus is one thing, but you really can't give bonuses after they're already an employee. Now, yeah, because it can be part of the employment to get them to be employed, but you can't. Here's a Christmas bonus, or you've been here 5 years, we'll give you a bonus. I think, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, I think there's some issues with that, so unfortunately.
And we do have a lateral program where we can bring them up. I think it's up to 5 years, is that right? So we can bring them in based on their experience up to a 5-year level.
Real good.
Virtually all of them have a requirement for somebody to stay a certain number of years, and that's not happening, and they're not being able to enforce getting that money.
They're not recouping it. even if they sign a contract, it's like, it's
Okay.
not worth it.
It doesn't hurt to do those things. They just don't move the needle from what I've seen. So.
Well, then maybe for our conversation, we don't focus on that. I think I just wanted to address it, but I'm hearing what you're saying here. It probably doesn't go much further. So spend your time on trying to work through this and work along with staff, and let's see where we can get you. All right.
Sounds good. We appreciate the support council's given us over the last year, especially the Axon projects really made a huge difference. So thank y'all.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I guess, are you all good if we go ahead and bring fire up? And then we could do AECC after them? Fire and then AECC? Does that sound reasonable? Okay. If we could get fire department to come on up, and if you'll flip back a few pages to page 157. Yes. Okay, in your fire department, thank you, sorry. In your fire department, in the current year, sorry, let me pull my notes back out here real quick. We've got too much paper now. I don't know if y'all agree, but it seems like we're drowning in paper at this point. So fire, we've had a lot of changes over the year in fire. I think at this point we are over the time period that's covered in your budget book there. We've added about 21 positions over that time period. As a reminder, 15 of those positions right now are helping kind of mitigate some of the overtime and covering some of the leave requests and stuff throughout the department. But once Fire Station 14 is built, those 15 positions will be assigned to that dedicated fire station. And so I know there's, how many vacancies do you guys have right now? You have 8 right now. Okay, and I know fire has had some great success in the past year of in the past few years with their academy, but keeping those positions filled and helping to kind of lower some of those overtime costs. It is definitely not a 1-to-1 ratio by any means, but that's something that we have seen that as now they have some vacancies, I'm expecting, I would anticipate that overtime might start creeping up a little bit as well. But from the meet and confer standpoint, we've kind of touched base on the asks, but going back to just kind of what I was just mentioning here, one of the other asks that's coming through is to implement a standard kind of and I'm probably going to a staffing model. I was going to say minimum staffing model, but a staffing model that better supports the coverage of the leave requests over at the fire department. And so it does help some with overtime, but from what I'm hearing, and I think I've heard this from, especially from the chief and his team, is that it does help a lot even with morale in the department because they wouldn't have to call back as many for that required callback time. It would be more of an optional, I think, thing if we had some additional firefighters in to help with the coverage. But what that would look like, so we've heard about the salary request. What that staffing model would look like is once Fire Station 14 opened, we would look to need to add an additional, I think it was about It was about 13 positions. Is that right? Roughly 13 firefighter positions to maintain that proposed staffing model. So they've kind of been working with that model over the last year and a half. I don't know that they're fully doing it right now just because they have some vacancies, but that is what that additional ask would be as well. They do have some other items as well, but we've kind of already discussed some of those. The other big changes, I think, obviously, that we've talked about a little bit is the fire marshal department. You know, so that came about through those meet and confer agreements that happened, about the first of the fiscal year, I believe. And so there were additional positions that were added in related to that fire marshal group. And then this is where we've got that one position asked for the general fund as a whole. So if you go to that report that we handed out earlier that had the expenditures up in the top left, if you turn to the last page, your last page on there shows the one with the expenditures. The last page on that shows the request going into, and I showed it going into the fire marshal department because that is going to be the fire. Y'all weren't planning on it being in 1910, though, is that right? 30. Okay, great, perfect, got it in the right. So it would go into that dedicated fire marshal department, and that would technically be the fire marshal position. Is that correct? Okay, all right. So do you guys want to expand any on fire marshal since we're kind of talking on that? Anything y'all wanted to comment on fire marshal?
I think our main thing right now is it's just been that transition. It's gone over a lot smoother than we ever would have anticipated. We did have some personnel that we did take over that did move from the city marshal, and we were also able to move personnel off the truck into that role. So the challenge there is getting them spun up and not burn out the people that were there, that were predominantly carrying that burden until then. So right now we are really in a data gathering phase where we're trying to figure out what we've got. We want to be really data driven as far as inspections, what's required, what just makes our community safer. So right now we're just trying to get spun up with that data, and every month that passes we're able to look at the workload of the inspectors, and I think that's moving forward. I think that's some of the areas that we do see that we'll need to do that to uphold that proactive part of the fire service rather than the reactive, something's burning and we go put it out. So really we're trying to figure out what we've got, where we're going, and we've got excellent leadership at this point under Deputy Chief Jeff Hartman, so really appreciate that.
Yes. So are there other questions, comments, things that y'all want to discuss related to the fire department?
How much longer till 14's open?
We are, Chief, do you know? Is that about 18 months?
The last, I believe, 2 to 3 weeks ago, I heard from Facility Director, Mr. Danforth. He mentioned that we're at the phase where any moment now we should be getting some prints for us to look at, sort of a rough draft of the building, and I would sit down and obviously under his guidance and expertise on that and from our operational perspective. So hopefully any moment we're able to start looking at that first draft of that.
The goal is to break ground this fall. And I think it'd probably be, Donnie, about a year build-ish.
I think it was a little longer than a year. But
12 to 14 months or so.
Yeah, something like that, 14, 16.
Y'all have any idea how many people y'all hire on the next test this fall?
If facility, we're limited by our facility. Our training facility, which y'all have been, we've got some trailers that are out there, and we've made good use of those. I think to hear training say they would be maximized at 20 firefighters, I'm optimistic that we'll hire folks that are David's size rather than some of my big chiefs back there. And then we could fit some more people in there. But I would feel comfortable if we weren't limited by the facility size, 26 firefighters to put through there. That gets us through what we lose every year through retirement and some resignations here and there. That gets us our current deficit at 8. That gets us through some of the attrition that we do see through the fire academy. You take someone off the street, if they've made it that far, they've got some intelligence to make it through the civil service process. But we are seeing around a 20% attrition rate through this go around. We lost 3 firefighters. We hired 19, lost 3. We were able to put 16 on the trucks this July or middle of a couple weeks ago. So.
Any other questions, Council? So I think you probably had a cost for that at one time, for the facility out there at the training center. Is that the classroom facility that you were looking at, or was it tower and other things as
We
well?
actually we were looking to pursue if there was an opportunity for another grant and really to look at it for one stone to kill several birds out there at our current training facility located just east of the airport. As far as if we were able to ever submit a project, we were looking at a drive path for APD for their officers to learn, when they're going through the academy, and reoccurring continuing ed training for them. We were looking at putting a classroom out there, a very large metal building out there that would facilitate AFD's needs, any other agency. We do work with Pantex, we work with the surrounding counties, departments that would come in. Really looking at this as a regional project. Out there also we do have, originally in that idea and that vision, we were wanting to make some critical repairs to our current burn tower. And due to city management support, y'all's support, we've already have those that are ongoing right now, so we can mark that off the list. But really, we're just wanting a very large building out there with some classrooms, and that would be used for PD, the fire department, as well as emergency operations for some regional training.
What would the match be on our end on something like that typically if we could grant fund it?
It was going to depend. We were working with Ronnie Jackson's office for a potential community project. It would depend on which federal program they tied it to, but we ended up only submitting for the Northeast Interceptor Phase 2.
Okay.
So there'll be an upcoming discussion if we continue to go down that path.
When we say large building, are we thinking 10,000 square feet, 5,000 square feet?
I want to say it was a little bigger than 10,000.
It was for all the entities. I believe it was 100 by 300, so it was
about 30,000.
So, even on the low end, you're looking at what, $3-4 million?
I believe that's right, what Jerry was looking at for it.
Okay. I think council would definitely be looking for identifying funds that we could look to pledge to a match. If we could get something that you guys were tasked with to go out and find that, especially if it was a 20% match, somewhere in there would be great. But if you had a 50% match and you could scale that back, I think the current facility you're housed in, not the outdoor warehouse classroom setup, but the indoor classroom is an old mobile home. And so you're probably sitting in 2,000 square feet, but really sitting in a 400 square foot living area, right? So, if we were to scale that way down to 4,000 or 5,000 square feet, metal buildings are nice because you can pilot drill those and pre-engineer those to where you could attach the next phase. So you can do an add-on out there way cheaper than you could. So, you could have the intentions of 10,000 square feet or 30,000 or whatever, scale it back with something that's bite-size. And so with the grant initiative, it would be something we could really step out on. Without that, I think council will be willing to look at what's the hard cost look like if we wanted to put something up out there that was simple, but would get you out of that current living room.
If y'all had that space, is there any way y'all could revenue that, like you said, be kind of a regional center to have others come in and go through classes? If you had the space that was more than sufficient for our force, is there a way to revenue that?
I believe so. The more that we can open that up, and like for instance, we're still in the crossroads looking at the ARF or the aircraft training simulator. That alone would probably bring in a regional interest. There's not a lot of locations for fire departments to acquire that annual training, for the initial cert and for the reoccurring certification. We do currently have arrangements with Potter Randall County. We have arrangements with Pantex. Here recently, we had, up until recently, with Amarillo College. Basically, we just try to share, cost share the maintenance. And for years, we didn't have that established, and so we've been playing catch up, and we're kind of paying for that with some interest due to the recent repairs. But again, those are in process. But we're running with that concept, and I do believe we'd be able to expand on it.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Mr. Kraft, you get everything on your end?
Yep.
Okay. Anything else on this guy? Real quick, any feedback on the previous discussion from you, Chief, on pay scale and kind of where you're at? What's your starting pay out there as an academy? Are you getting paid as a cadet?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's just like the police academy. We start our personnel, our cadets start out at around 5,800, and yeah,
50,800.
5,806.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're starting right around the same thing. So if we were hitting that $70,000 mark, you're really at like 60 on your end, and then would tier the same?
That's certainly one approach. And a lot of the same things that were echoed, I echo the same things from the chief. We do have that concern. I would hate for somebody to not get in the books and study if that were a deterrent, that they were actually going to take a pay cut or more responsibility for close to the same. But
So
I understand the predicament everyone's facing.
The year one proposal from the mean confer discussions for cadet was 57,586, and then firefighter was 70,477.
So I guess what I would be hopeful for is not to put myself in a box with one discussion that fit PD, and then you're bringing something back that doesn't really fit your department as well, but it's just conforming to what you heard. So I think what we're saying is we're trying to allocate a large amount of money. We're going to rely on you and your expertise to say, you know what Chief brought back on the PD side makes sense, but actually our needs are more centralized than on the lower tier. So we would challenge for this set, but then we'd push this amount of money in here because this is where our demand or our biggest ROI would be. So I would want you to take the latitude and flexibility on all that to move that into the areas that you saw fit that model overall as a scale down as you increase on the higher tier, but definitely on the lower to the middle, along with Chief kind of talking about some of that retention, 5 to 20 year positions. Sure. So anything else on that one, Freeman, that you can see?
No, sir. And then just a little future outlook. We are in year one of the SAFER grant. So we've got a couple of years left, and we'll bring on those full salaries. So that's just a future discussion of being able to absorb that full increase for those positions.
Great. Anything further? Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if y'all are good, let's go ahead and go to AECC while we've got everybody here. All right, so AECC is a couple pages back even from that. So it starts, the numbers kind of start on page 182. And I will state on page 184, I was, somehow I got an extra supervisor in their staffing report. So we have got to get that out. So on page 184, they have a total of 67 positions, not 68. And on that MGT 046 telecoms shift supervisor, it shows 9. There really should be 8 in there. So I will work on getting that change made as well. So another thing, and I'll just jump right into it if y'all are okay with that. AECC has struggled filling all positions. It's definitely, for years. It's a tough job. They do definitely have how many vacancies would you say y'all have right now? You know?
We have a total of 38 that are filled right now. Okay. So we're short.
About 29, 30.
13. Yeah. That's just
that's the full.
Just
I apologize. Yes, that's right. Okay, gotcha.
We're short on some supervisor positions also.
Okay. So I know when we had met with the AECC team during the budget review process with the city manager's office, we had talked a lot about some of their challenges, and they had mentioned the supervisor positions certainly were a challenging one. Didn't know that they didn't really see the ability to fill those as quickly as they would like, by all means. And so they did offer to potentially eliminate 2 of those telecom shift supervisor positions, knowing that if they got to a point that they filled up positions and they had some of their teammates that were ready to promote on up, that would be an ask that they would be coming back needing those positions. So with that would bring them down to a total of 6 telecom shift supervisors, and that potentially could look at a savings of approximately $207,000. So, but again, as they got staffed up, they would be coming back needing those positions again at some point in the future, but don't necessarily see the ability to fill those positions maybe within the next fiscal year.
Can you help me out on
Yes.
the $1 million increase from 2022 to 2023 on the salaries and wages? What happened there? On the
So
budget.
we had some additional positions. Hang on, let me go ahead, Andrew, if you know off the top of your head. We did have, this was part of it, so we did have 3 supervisor positions that were added in from the 2022 year to the 2023 budget year. So there were 3 positions added, but the other thing is they historically have had a lot of vacant positions, and so it really brings those actual amounts down pretty significantly.
Okay, so we're looking at actual,
Yes.
and then what we budgeted, so $1.2 million
And the
in
budget
salaries.
is if they are staffed
Right.
in every position the whole year. So I think
Okay.
that's where you're seeing that biggest difference there. Now, there were the 3 positions, but that was it was a little less than 300,000.
Yeah.
The rest of that, I think, is mainly coming from vacancies. There could be, if you'll give me a second, I could see if there was any other categories that jumped
The
out.
numbers
that were
don't, I
under.
mean, if we're looking
It's a lot.
at 13, and then we're looking at 3 supervisors of 100,
Mhm.
and 13 at the lower levels, I think that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
So, but we came in revised for 2023, again, at like 2.8, which is not that big of a variance off of actuals of 2022.
That's correct.
Just curious that, I mean, it seems like a lot.
Mhm.
And I know we're budgeting to be fully staffed, which we're not, but even at 1.2 million, that seems something's.
Let me look real quick. Y'all keep talking through, and we can get an answer for that. If I can't pull it up quickly, we'll get it to y'all in a little bit. Other questions, thoughts?
Well, I think one thing on that, I mean, you know, when you look at salary and wages and look at overtime between the two, I mean, the overtime is what's adding a lot to that. That's why the salary is so much lower on the actual. But if you look, you know, we paid $931,000 in overtime, you know, to do that. So it's, you know, so that part of that money's just coming up it's showing up in another place because the police and I mean you've got to staff no matter what, right. But still, you know, you operated even by paying that much overtime, you still, you know, were under budget by $400,000. I mean, not that you want to be short on employees, but I think part of that is just the amount of overtime because if you add the overtime, 2.8 and 9, you don't get quite to 3.8, but you get pretty close there.
Another thing of note, and hopefully, have you all been over to their facility since they've gotten their renovations? That was something that you all authorized in the current year budget, and it looks phenomenal. And I know, talking with that staff over there, they're hoping that that is going to help with recruitment and retainment because they have such a nicer workspace over there. So I don't know if that's starting to make any difference yet or not, but hopefully that is something that we'll see some benefit from in future years.
It definitely has, for sure. We do really appreciate that. It definitely has helped with recruiting and retention, for sure. Hopefully we'll continue to see benefit from that going forward.
So while you're looking up a few other things, can you run us through maybe your starting pay right now, how you're doing on kind of the lower level, and then you are working your entire budget. You're facilitating it through overtime, which really factors as a once you're used to working that 50 hours a week. Well, now this is what my average hourly really makes.
Worry about that happening, as we get more staffing and those people that can't get that overtime, it definitely you try to educate them on, hey, this is not your salary. This could potentially be come back down, and so. You do have the people that work a lot of overtime and make a lot of money, and so you as we get fully staffed, that's going to be an issue. We start out at $23 an hour. Obviously, we had some big raises in the last few years, and so that has helped us with getting better quality candidates in. Obviously, with inflation and all the stuff that goes on in all the other departments, I'm sure everybody's requesting more money, and would go a long way to keep up with other agencies around us and really keep us competitive and try to continue to get those qualified candidates to keep coming in.
With an increase in salary, you would expect to have a decrease in overtime for some of those. Do you?
Potentially, yes. You definitely, I mean, obviously I can't say for sure that's exactly what would happen, but you would get, have a bigger draw for people and get staffing. We currently had just started a new academy. We are planning on doing 4 academies a year, so that's kind of the cycle. So we usually get the last 2 academies. We had 2 in the last one, and then we just started one with 4. And so obviously the most that we can have in an academy is 6, and so we would like to get that 6 in. And so, I do think that, if we can get our numbers up, with a pay raise, that definitely would keep our overtime down for sure. I mean, I think the 2 are correlated. Right now, it just seems like we hire some and then we lose some, and so we're basically kind of just staying about the same level. We have gained a few in the recent past, but it just seems like once we get some hired in, we lose some, and so.
And I do think the mandated overtime does contribute to burnout for the employees. I think if we could get to a point where we were staffed where there was voluntary overtime as opposed to mandated overtime, we would be more successful retention, because some of these employees are showing up for a 12-hour shift and then being mandated to stay an additional 4 hours. So that's a 16-hour shift that they're working per day. So that's one of our goals, is to raise our staffing level where we can potentially eliminate these mandates and hopefully contribute to retention.
Does that overtime pay time and a half for my second 8 hours? So I'm $23 an hour for 8 hours, and then I'm 40 or whatever.
It would just be after the 40 hours. So like the shift.
Total for the week.
Yeah, it's total for the week.
Do they average 60-hour work weeks over there? What's the average?
I wouldn't say you do definitely have a few that want the hours that pick up quite a bit. They do volunteer to help, alleviate some of the mandatories, but
I would say it was closer to 50 than 60.
I would say 50 than 60, yeah.
Okay.
You agree with that?
Yeah, we have like 2 or 3 consistently, they need that overtime, so they're the ones that are gonna come through and they'll pick up 10 to 15 hours of overtime every week, no matter what. But on a mandated schedule, we're looking at about 50, 52 hours average.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just of note, their budget last year was about 6.2 million, so it was a little bit less than like what this year's budget is. And looking through, I mean, that, I don't know, it's a little over 700,000 in unspent salaries and benefits is by far the bulk. And then it's just a few scattered things throughout the rest of the operating budget. So, yeah, their budget was actually lower this past year.
Looking at ACC's revenues with like BSA's participation, how does that revenue chart work? I mean, are they being charged per call that ACC is dispatching them out on, or how does that work?
I don't think so. I think it's an annual contract. Don't quote me on that because I don't, have anything right in front of my face. But I believe that one, along with AMR, is just an annual contract. I don't think it's by call.
That's one thing I was curious about. I mean, I'm sure their call volume increases over the year. It's just a matter of if we're charging, these agencies that.
Yeah, it looks like we're on a flat rate that maybe has a built-in potential increase.
We can pull those agreements for y'all to review.
Yep.
And is there typically ever a time frame y'all try to review those agreements every so often, or it just depends?
It really depends. It really depends on from agreement to agreement.
Okay.
You know, I know we're about to get to lunch, so I don't want to give you a math problem that's too hard, but when you take overtime and divide it by what you totally spend on salaries, it's about 33%. When you look at police and fire, I think police was 13 and fire was 10, which just indicates to me your turnover issue, because you're having to spend, you know, as a percentage of your whole of what you're spending. And we see the police and fire and the issue that they have, but I think that just looking at it from that perspective shows that you're having to just pay so much overtime because of the amount of turnover as it relates to what you're paying on salary. So I think it just backs up the need to look at, just like with the other departments, but you seem to be dealing with even potentially a much more severe issue of just shortages and being able to find the right people and retain them.
Oh, for sure. I mean, our biggest issue is being short and then making our people have to work so many hours, and that does burn them out, and they get, I think for the most part, people, you know, they pick the job because they want to help, and they get into it, and then they do have to work so many hours, and so I don't know, you know, if the starting rate is the big thing, or if it's, I do think that once we get more staffing, that's going to alleviate the overtime, and you know, it is a stressful job, so there's a lot more to it than just showing up to work and collecting a paycheck. There is stress involved in what they do, and so.
And we're also attacking the stress with, we're standing up a peer support team, and we're actually looking at purchasing some software which will allow supervisors and peer support coordinators to monitor the stress levels of the various calls and then extend resources, sometimes anonymously, to those employees. So we want to attack the salary, but also the stress levels, and try to reduce the burnout and help with retention as well.
I do want to add in there just another positive. We have shifted just this year into going back to hiring in a training academy manner instead of just hiring one by one as they came through, and that has been beneficial for us. Last year, just overall, we hired 7 ECS, which is our full-time call taker dispatchers, and we retained 6 of them, so that's been a positive. But this year already, just at now, we've hired 9. And so hopefully hiring in those academies and a more organized structure for our training program is going to continue with recruiting and setting a better training foundation at the beginning. Hopefully will also assist with retention, but the pay is definitely going to need to be up there as the others around our towns are also going up. I think there was a flyer for Dumas that actually just went out recently, and I think it advertised 50 cents more than we start, and it was also advertising that you're going to get every other weekend off, and our people definitely don't get that, and especially not at the beginning. So those are things we're going to have to continue evaluating and comparing as we're deciding when it's best for us to move pay up, because the needs for sure there.
On the amount of applications, how many applications are y'all getting, and then how many actually make it through the process with background checks and everything else?
The last, the last group that we had over 200 applicants, and I think, I don't know how many, we had 4 that we actually hired, and I think maybe a handful more were able to get through a certain process, and then we lose, just as we go through the process, we just lose more and more. So it is, you know, they have to go through a background check. They have to do an initial test to kind of just make sure they have the aptitude to do the job, and that does take some people out for sure. Just kind of a multitasking test that you know, it really does. We've kind of let people slide on that a little bit to see if they could do it, and it really does kind of make it, if we do that, that person typically does not do well in the position. So it is an actual accurate test to help, you know, determine if they're able to do the job. And then the background will take people out, and we also have I don't know if it's a lie detector test, or I forgot what they call it now.
Voice stress analysis as part of the background process, and a psychological evaluation, and we're always going to lose some applicants in that process.
Gotcha. How's the remodel? Everybody likes the remodel. It's working out well?
Yes. No, it definitely is well appreciated by everyone for sure. It's been been a positive, without a doubt.
Yeah, looks nice.
Anything else from mayor and council? If not, I will say this real quick. I did see that lunch is here and ready whenever we are. If you would like, we might be able to go ahead and do animal management and welfare prior to lunch if you want, and then you're through your public safety areas, and then we could, I don't know if you want to break for a few minutes for lunch, we might could come back and do, we've got a civic center, we've got parks and rec coming up, we've got all the utilities, solid waste, traffic, streets, and capital still to go. So thoughts on that?
I think we could go ahead and break, get everybody going for lunch, and then were we good yesterday with taking 15, 20, and then coming back in here and letting everybody continuing to eat if you didn't have time? So let's say, start heading back this way around 12:20, and we'll hit the ground by 12:30 anyway. But we'll take a little lunch break and then come back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
to 173, you'll see your Animal Management and Welfare Department. Let's see here. So this department, we've definitely had challenges over the years to be fully staffed. I think it's come a long way. I think we actually are fully staffed in the officer position currently, so that's a great thing. Certainly want to give a kudos to Councilmember Kraft, because he went on a ride-along all day with one of our officers, and I think talked to the employees a lot and kind of saw that side of everything, and so always know that that's a really positive thing for the department, so appreciate that. So in your Animal Management and Welfare Department, over the time period that we're looking at, I just wanted to remind you all that we've shifted away from hiring veterinary staff. I'm sorry, the actual veterinarians on as actual city employees. We had tried to do that years ago. It hadn't been the best model. So we have shifted to where we are contracting out those services, and it's working very well. So we have, they're all part-time. So actually they cover multiple days, so it's kind of great because they're all kind of sharing responsibilities and things. And so how many veterinarians do we have at this point? 5 on contract. You might want to push that too. Now we do have vet tech staff that work for the city, so that assist those veterinarians. And then we have the Texas Tech vet school students that are now doing rotations in at our shelter, which has been fantastic. You want to share a little bit about that, Victoria?
Yes. So I think it's something that the city had planned years ago when they got the vet school, that we're finally at that point where we have the first graduating class doing their clinical rotations. And part of their clinical rotations will be a 30-day stint with the shelter, doing shelter medicine. One of the best things of that is they have their own vets who bring their own, their 3 and 4 year student, or their 4th year students, 3 to 4 of them, and they actually are doing the surgeries. And what is an amazing cost savings for us is when those vets are there serving in our facility, working on our community animals, Texas Tech provides all the medicine and the manpower. So you guys can imagine how much that saves us, that they're there 3 times a week. So we've really seen an increase and an uptick on the amount of spay and neuters we're able to do at this point. It's been huge. It's been a huge money saver.
So we don't have really any plan changes from a budget standpoint in this department, but I do know that they have a lot of ideas going forward, just continuing to grow that partnership with the Texas Tech vet school staff and the students. I know Texas Tech has some ideas. We've also been parts of those about trying to push out some spay and neuter programs and those type things further out into the community. The logistics on that just take a little bit of time. I do think they actually got in a trailer, right?
Yes. So they now have a mobile clinic type trailer that they can go out into communities, into our communities, and do that. But once again, you have to kind of take it in. They can do 1 surgery at a time in there, 1 animal at a time, and we know that the need is huge in our community. So really trying to figure out how do we do the logistics of that? How do we isolate the people who want it and who need it, and then just the scheduling and making sure that we're working closely with Texas Tech on that.
So that partnership, I think, will continue to evolve over the years, and we're hoping that it's going to expand the services and the reach of what AMW is able to do. Just having so much more manpower, with the vet students and the staff, I think that could be that's going to be a really good thing. It just took a few years, as she mentioned, because we had to get to where we had 4th year students, and so this is the first year of that.
Yes.
As y'all know, Texas Tech also takes several of animals at a time from this shelter, and they keep them over at the school.
Yes.
And work through a few weeks, I believe.
Yeah, they have differing things. We have a huge, it's logistically, we're moving animals with them because they'll take them for a 3-day short where they're just teaching general veterinary checkups. And they'll use our shelter animals. And then they do have a long-term program there for companion animals. They have their own kennels and area. And so they will take, per semester, will take approximately 20 animals every semester that they're working. And they're working not only vet care, but they're also working with animal behavioralists and trying to really work with these animals. So that's been a good situation.
So,
And just as another saver, I know that it's something that's been brought up to the council, is our local rescues and some of the struggles with vet care being so expensive. We are now to the point where we are fixing animals that haven't been adopted or rescued yet, so it makes it ideal for our rescues because then they don't have that front-end money to have to get animals fixed and total vet care. So we have, currently, we have 25 to 30 animals right now that are fixed and ready to go. So if it's a citizen wanting one, they can come in and the dog's completely vetted and fixed. Or if a rescue is looking at saving it, it's that front-end money that they won't have to spend when they're getting those animals. So that's been a huge money saver for us.
This question's probably maybe for Laura. What happens with I can't remember how much it was, a few $100,000 we had set aside in the working budget for AMW. And then what does it look like? I know we haven't got our audit back yet, but like a spay and neuter program or something similar to that. What type of ideas are we looking at moving forward down the road?
Right, and that's where Laura had talked about really how do we do it logistically with our partners at Texas Tech, because now they have more of an ability to be out in the community where we're in a static, we're on campus, we're at the shelter, and how do we manage all that? So we're definitely working towards that. As far as some of the money that has been put aside, I know that this council was excellent as far as we were able to do our truck refreshes. I think Mr. Kraft was out with our officers, and they have a very professional setup, from body cameras to MDT, so they have a really good setup there, and that's been done. And then we've also currently working with Jerry on looking at the remodel on our capital improvement, and they've gone through the design phase to see what they could do to remodel because the shelter was built in 1974.
And that's the kennel area. The buildings where the animals are actually housed at. So as far as the audit, I guess that's, the consultant. Yeah, and we were kind of holding off. It could potentially, unless y'all would like us to set that aside, we could put it essentially in like a capital project just to kind of reserve it for future use based on y'all's direction, or it could go away, and then if y'all want to allocate new money at some point, you could as things come up. It's really up to y'all to decide how you want to do that. But where it's sitting kind of in your working budget right now, it wouldn't. If it's not spent by the end of the year, it just kind of rolls through into like reserves. Yeah. So on the audit, or it's more of the third-party consultant review, I guess. So we did have the individual come out for a couple of days, and then he's been corresponding back and forth with the department since then. We have started running into some challenges with him and are actually working with the legal department on kind of next steps. So it has not been going as productively as we had hoped. And we are certainly not seeing what we had anticipated seeing based on the research we had done on the work that had been conducted at the Austin shelter and also at the Denton shelter as well. And so we're actively working with the attorneys on next steps on that. So I don't know that we'll have more of an update as soon as we can on it, but We had hoped we would already have some sort of a report and information back at this point. We had kind of set the expectations for that, knowing that budget was coming, and we have not been able to achieve that, so we're working through those challenges.
Well, I would say, I guess we're still taking in animals at record rates.
Yes, and I think that's one of the things is that we had heard very clearly about public safety in our community, talking with you guys and talking with us about quality of life. And so with our front-end services, our field services, we are, for the first time, completely full. They're completely equipped for everything they have, but we have to understand, as we had talked, the more officers we have out there, the more animals we do have coming in. So we are getting strays at a remarkable speed, unfortunately, but fortunately in that it will affect communities, as far as can you go out walking without worrying about stray animals. That is a battle that is we're making headway, but it took us about 40 years to get here. And we're starting to see, I feel like we've stopped kind of the bleeding and seeing the light on what it's going to take. So yes, we definitely are seeing animals come in at a remarkable pace. One of the good things is we have been able to, just trying to save money for the city and understanding that we're on pretty tight budgets, we've been able to secure grants from some foundations where we've been able to microchip. We've microchipped already almost 1,000 animals for free this year, and that was based on getting microchips donated to us. Our officers currently, if they talk to somebody out in the field, they'll ask them, do you want me to microchip your dog right here? And we're able to do that right then. And that's going to help with some of the stray problem, getting animals back home and keeping them out of the shelter. So that's been really good. We just had a very successful vaccine clinic that was at the Santa Fe Depot. We ended up seeing over 600 dogs. And that was all completely free in that we had volunteers from Texas Tech, WT, and all the vaccines were donated by the Vissel Foundation. So really just trying to make those moves forward without understanding that we have some monetary limitations and what can we do to still address the problem and who do we need to reach out to get that done. So I think with those kinds of combinations and we continue on that path that we'll start seeing, we're already seeing more return to owners in the field than we did 2 years ago, and that's based on our microchip drives.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know. I would recommend, because I would think that we're going to discover that we may need to continue to make more investment even above and beyond what's in the budget. What are we now? I thought the cameras that we had installed in the facility, I thought that came out of the $200,000, or did it come somewhere else?
Oh no, you were right. That was a piece that came out of it. That is one that we were able to get.
And they're now completely installed. They're an amazing camera system, and we made sure that they were on all their points that are there. We did, unfortunately, the first week get hit by lightning. The whole building. It took them all down. It took them down. But Jared, working with facilities has been great, and they've got them back up and running, and we were able to get all those cameras that did experience some issues replaced.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't know that we have, a great solution now necessarily to everything. I think continuing to improve the facilities out there is a great thing, but there's obviously capacity issues. And I think this was something maybe, Dawn, that you had brought up at some point, is that, our community has grown how much in population since the 70s, and our facility hasn't grown any. It's just a challenge, because no matter how big we build the thing, it will fill up. So it's just kind of, what direction council wants to go on certain things. I think they've got an amazing team that's, doing their best to get animals out and adopted, working with the rescues, those kind of things. But unfortunately, we just have record numbers coming in. So, I think as we get more and more spay and neuter services out there and available, There's some legal implications that we have to work through on some of that as well. And then the facility, trying to work through the facility challenges. I think they can have, how many surgeries can y'all have going on at one time?
We can have 2 surgeries going on, and they're rotating them out. 2 surgeries at the same time in our new surgical suite, and then they can rotate them out, have them resting, or having them in recovery, having them prep, and that's where those vet tech, the Texas Tech vet students really come in handy. We have our own vet assistants, vet techs, that are hired by the city, so we have all hands on deck, and we're able to move that much quicker than historically we had been. But when you look at the numbers, it's daunting, because on a normal, good, solid day, we're doing 20 to 25 spay or neuters. And that doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a lot for a vet. And so when you look at that and you look at the numbers and the people that are out there that are really needing this service.
What do you do if the facility's at capacity, but yet they're all out there, going through the city picking up strays?
Right. This is the honest and the tough truth that people don't want to talk about, but it is our reality, that we have animals there that we sit down every single morning, have a team of 5 people. We're looking at behaviors. We're looking, are they getting sick? What's happening? And make a decision, because there is a point where it becomes inhumane for an animal to be in a kennel for that long.
Yeah, for sure.
And so we have to make those tough decisions. It's not made by one person. It's made by a group of people, and they evaluate the medical records, behavioral records before those decisions are made. But that is the reality of it.
And do we pick up animals outside the city?
No, and that was something that when I first was appointed to go over there, was one of the situations that we had to have a hard look at, is we can barely keep the animals in our own community, and you guys were hearing it, everybody was hearing, there's strays everywhere, and yet we were taking animals from Friona, like all over the Panhandle and Potter County and Randall County. And at that point, we just had to say, no, we couldn't do that. We just had to focus on what our taxpayers were needing and what services we're providing for them. And so that decision was made. We are still the rabies authority, so we're under that kind of health department. So if there's a rabies, like if you're bit in Potter County and it has to be under quarantine, it will come to our shelter, because we are the local one, and we are the ones that our kennels have been state inspected and certified to hold rabies quarantine for observation. So we continue to do that, but we are not taking animals from other counties, and we instituted that you would have to show or give us proof of residentship inside of the city limits, because we had to really address our problem before we could worry about, we want to help them all. And I would like to say that the city of Canyon has been amazing. They're starting their own, and we've been working with them, helping them with SOPs and how to do it. So them recognizing that they're getting big enough that they needed to address the issue in their own city.
So kind of along that same route, and she touched on this, that they're kind of in charge of the rabies cases in the area. That goes right into the conversation we had said about the health district funding. So I think, it's very rare. We don't see as many cases right now, but in theory, if there was an outbreak of rabies out in the counties and stuff, we would be paying for it at this point, and so that's where the conversation comes in about, the health district potentially having the participating entities help actually funding that based on what the use is. So the use really isn't a whole lot right now from
No, and I can say that we do charge them when we do have to send them off and handle these rabies situations, or if we quarantine them for 10 days. But it's based on fees that were set in 2007. And so we've tried to address that, and that just hasn't gotten a lot of movement.
Yeah. So something else that we might want to look at, that helps kind of truly, because obviously our costs have gone up significantly since 2007. So not trying to be a good or like a bad partner or anything. It's just, the city of Amarillo taxpayers are the ones that are footing that bill at this point.
So we have not looked at raising those fees?
We have, but it met some resistance in prior years. So,
with whom?
The jurisdictions involved.
Outside the city?
Yes.
Sorry.
So if that's something that you guys are willing to kind of look at with us, we can absolutely bring that back around and kind of look at those if that's something y'all are interested in.
I just don't think that taxpayers need to be subsidizing, I don't care where it is. I mean, it's one thing to be a good partner, but it's also one thing to be, our city's got to come first. I think that's definitely something that needs to be looked at.
We can do that. We can absolutely put that on the list for us to revisit, and we can bring that back to you guys. Okay? Other questions for AMW?
Yeah, I don't know enough about the rabies implications to know whether that would be something that would be a continual fee, whether it was used or not, and the county would say like, well, we don't have that need now, right? So it could be looked at that way. So I'd want to know more, I guess, before we try to go down that road, but willing to look at it. And then this consultant that we're identifying here, is this someone we selected?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, came highly recommended?
Yes.
No.
Well, not highly recommended. There's not very many out there.
Can't really find a whole lot.
So we had to go with what had experience with municipalities, because that was the rarity in trying to find someone. Most of the evaluators that we saw that were out there were focused on nonprofit shelters.
Yeah.
And they have a very different mission than a municipal shelter, because a municipal shelter is also charged with public safety.
So the issue is we don't have the report back?
No, we do not have the
okay.
report back.
All right.
We do not.
We'll get
We're struggling to get that information, and so that's where we're starting to work with our legal team on some things now.
Okay. Anybody else have anything?
Let me just ask this. So, and I know when we come to our monthly meetings, you show like a snapshot of kind of right now, but how do we determine if we're making any progress from a metric standpoint? I mean, how do we measure whether we are doing a better job at animal management?
Right, and that's where it becomes really difficult, because you've got animal management and welfare that's an umbrella over public safety and shelter. So are we doing a really good job in the field because we're bringing in more and you're getting less calls that animals aren't out running around and being stray, or we're seeing bites go down? But then on the flip side, those animals are coming in, and how do you judge that?
And then are you?
So the metrics
I guess what I'm saying
difficult.
is, I mean, what gets measured gets done. And I'm just saying, what can we use to say? I know it's not easy, it's difficult, but if we want to make more investment, I'm just saying, how do we measure if we are improving in this mission? Right,
and I think that's going to be where the council has to let us know what their priority is, because if we want to do public safety, here are the measurements, but it's going to reflect negatively on the shelter side. If you're saying that you're more concerned about the animals that are, not more concerned, but that's a focus on getting more animals rescued, then you're going to have it go down on the public safety side. So it's a balancing act that we have to figure out a way through microchips, vaccines, education, trying to get people to be better owners of animals, and we can see what's working and what isn't. Like I said, our return to owners. We know now, after 2 years, 24 months, that those microchip clinics, it was a good investment because we're seeing less animals come into the shelter. So we have measurements like that. How many calls are we taking? How many officers do we have out there? Those are the kind of measurements you have. And then on the flip side, you have how many animals, positive outcomes, are getting rescued, how many are being adopted. And you can only affect that. We have measurements. This is our goal. We want to adopt out, or we want this many sent to rescue. But it's pretty dynamic in nature. Right now, every rescue across the United States is struggling. And so they're not taking in animals. We're reaching out to places all over the state or the country. So you have to look at that, but how are you addressing it more as, I think, the performance measurement is, what are we looking at? Who are we talking to? Even if it's we're saying we can't help you, did we reach out? Are we making those steps to try to address the issue, knowing that we don't have a lot of control over adoption or rescue when our partners are equally struggling? And that's where we have if we can vet them before they get out the door, that's going to help rescues. That will hopefully make us more attractive to a rescue somewhere else, because we're going to go, hey, we've got these animals and they're already vetted, they're already fixed, and you won't have that front end as a nonprofit. So those are the measurements that we can use.
Well, and I understand that, appreciate that. But to answer your question, the community wants both.
Right.
They want safety. They want,
Absolutely.
so, and again, and I think this is worth investing more into because our community is demanding it.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, how do we hold ourselves accountable to make sure that we're getting the mission done?
And I think that when you look at the numbers and you look at the data that we have, is it instantly going to fix the problem? No, but you can, through the data, you can absolutely look at the numbers and say, yes, they're responding to more calls. Yes, they're reaching out to more rescue. So we have that kind of hard data that's saying this is what we're doing. Mm-hmm. We just can't guarantee an outcome.
So we don't know how to make the situation better.
No, what I'm saying is that we have to use a multifaceted approach. And I can't tell you, and I think every community we've talked to throughout Texas has this same. They try this, it doesn't work, so they try something else. And so what your data is, this is what we're doing, this is what we're trying. And that is all that we can ask our staff to do.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Texas law probably differs a little bit than other states across the country. Mm-hmm. There are other areas in other states that I think have abilities to put laws in place that really restricts a lot of the stray populations, especially the breed of strays that we see very commonly around here. Some of those animals are not even allowed in certain city limits in other parts of the country. And there's just a lot more flexibility in other areas some of that we don't have the ability here in Texas to do some of that. And so I think that, they see this more as like a long-term fix than a short-term fix. And the long-term fix is really trying to educate the community. They're working with the younger kids, trying to educate the next generation of pet owners. They're working with the municipal court group, to do the animal dockets. They're telling all these people to show up. No one's showing up really, and so it's just a little bit of I think a challenge that we have from a community standpoint, that it's going to take probably decades for us to work through a problem like that.
Okay. So the people that don't show up, what do we do then?
So what that is so currently we do have an animal docket that is the third Wednesday of every month.
Sounds right.
And so what they do is the judge sends them, says you need to come. There's about a 25% appearance rate. And so once those people don't show up, the judge has to then send another notice asking them to come in back to court and tell us why you weren't here. Once again, very low response to that, and then they are then issued a Class C municipal warrant.
And that warrant's just mailed to them?
No, so that warrant is not mailed to them. What they do is the court will send them, the warrant itself is, but a notification is that you failed to appear, and a warrant is going to be issued on there. They also, municipal court has the ability that once people get that, or sometimes we'll get people, hey, do I have warrants? They're all 24/7 online that people can find them and see them. You guys can look at any. There's 30,000 of them. So we have the same problems when our officers are writing these citations. So that's all we can do. Once it gets to the court system, and then the court only has so many things to do that they can do to address it. So we've been trying historically to get compliance at the front end. We're seeing it wasn't working, so we go to the next step to try to fix the problem.
And ultimately, if they don't show up on the warrant, just what happens then?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the warrant is out there. So if an Amarillo police officer pulls them over for speeding, the warrant's there. They can see it. They can see it on their MDTs. that is basically what happens. There's not, there, with 30,000 Class C warrants, there's just not an ability to go out and start serving these warrants. I know the court does a great job of trying to do compliance campaigns, warrant campaigns.
And there are also those compliance campaigns, I'm sorry, those compliance campaigns, we have historically done those once a year, and I think they are actually planning on trying to do that more often throughout the year because we get such good feedback on those. And so it used to be known as the warrant roundup or whatever, and we got a ton of warrants cleared during that time period. And so they're brainstorming an option, and this is on the court side, of how to do maybe a few of those a year just to see if we can get more people in compliance and get those warrants cleared up. Yeah.
And working with the schools, we did a lot of summer camps. Our officers were out there talking. Summer camps is talking to people about accountability and, hey, you know, if your dog is loose, you can get a citation, and really trying to get that, because a lot of our community historically wasn't even aware of some of the violations that are within our city, so we're working really hard on that. We're currently working on a campaign with our innovation and communication team on really, this is the problem, this is what it looks like, and this is what we're all going to need to do to make it more a holistic approach, that it couldn't be just on animal management, but that it needs to be on the whole community. How do we change this narrative?
Mm-hmm. Is our consultant providing possible legal options of laws that we can implement? Is that part of their scope?
I don't remember, was that in the scope of the
It was
contract?
in the scope, but at this time we hadn't received any of that.
But we asked them for that, so that
It was part of the scope, yes.
that should give us some ideas from a legal standpoint of what we might be able to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, all right, thank you, Victoria, appreciate you. I'd like to, if y'all are okay with that, let's go to Parks and Rec. So I think the team is here, and then after that we will go to Civic Center, and then we'll be getting into the Public Works kind of area and some utilities, those kind of things. So Michael, do you mind coming on up? I think that'd be great. If you want to turn in your books, and here's the thing with Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec covers a lot of areas. What I want to do is just kind of briefly go over just a quick high level of each one of the areas, and then if you guys want to come back and go into a deeper dive on any of it, let's do that. And we also have a couple of potential suggestions, ideas that we'd like to discuss in the Parks and Rec area with you guys. So with that, if you want to turn in your books, the golf team starts on 382. So our golf group is definitely a very seasonal operation. So we covered that slide yesterday that showed you all kind of the subsidy that is from the general fund, and it has made tremendous strides over the years. And George and his team and Michael are still chipping away at it. So it is down to we were estimating about $400,000 for this next year. So it's been doing really well. At this point in time, no real changes proposed in golf. I will say that during our management review of everything, George certainly said, we could potentially look at green fees if council would like. It doesn't produce a ton of money, but if that's something that you all would like to do, we can certainly look at it. He's been very strategic in kind of maybe doing green fees and stuff every few years, maybe not every single year, but kind of spreading it out just a little bit. And so he was not planning on proposing one on in this upcoming year. But I do want to say that that is certainly on the table if you guys are interested. But the only other real change that I know of here recently was we had our happy hour rates, and we have adjusted those just slightly, so they are only Monday through Thursday.
So we eliminated it from weekends.
Yes, and so we were having some challenges, some property damage and some other things on the weekends with that happy hour kind of rate, and it was probably costing us more than it was benefiting us from getting people in. And so we made the decision to go ahead and scale that back to maybe what a true happy hour usually is, during the week. And I think that has been working pretty well. So I think that's achieved what we've been looking at there. So any thoughts or questions on golf? Okay, George, good job. George does a great job out there. So this is his busy time of year. I do know that. So, okay, so the next thing that we'll go to, if you want to look at page 391, this is your beautification and public arts group. This is really just where we house one individual, and we also have the funding for the mural grant program. And I believe, Mayor, that had been a question that had come through to you at some point in time. But this group works very closely with a bunch of other community partners just to help with the beautification efforts around the community. And so it's a very small operation, but I think we've seen some amazing results from it. And they've got a really good program going with those mural grants and everything as well. Any questions on that one? Okay, if not, let's go to Tennis Center. Tennis Center is page 396. All right. Tennis Center here is a pretty lean group. We've got, I think, just a full-time position and then some part-timers. And so definitely a lean operation. I'm hearing we've got an individual in there that's really grasping a hold of everything and wanting to make some improvements to some programming and some changes like that. And I think it's going to be very well received. We don't have any kind of fee changes or anything like that proposed, or really no changes proposed through the Tennis Center budget this year. But I do want y'all to know that's things that we are looking at closely, and there could be recommendations coming forward later. The thought would be, as they bring the ideas through, we'll run them through the Parks and Rec Board. So Josh will probably hear about it first, and then we'll start bringing them forward to you guys as well. Yeah. Don, you got a question?
Yeah, why were concessions down? So what was that?
Yeah.
So a lot of the items on the Tennis Center side is just us in our accounting. You know, they were going into the wrong code account, so we were just clarifying it. So just putting things where they actually belong in the budget is what it was. Our software was putting it in one place, and we really had to go in there and realign it to where it should have been. So overall, we're actually seeing a plus, but we just had to clean it up a little bit on our accounting
Seeing
side.
the plus in concessions? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, just overall, like we had to sort it out. So our revenues are going up. We estimate 7,700. So you can see it kind of just shifted around a little bit. So some of the lessons and other things were being coded in the wrong place. So we just clarified that, and based on accounting, you want to hear you? Come on up, James.
Tennis Center lessons, when I went into our accounting, Tennis Center lessons were being coded into, actually merchandise and concessions all were going into one. So then when they budgeted, we split it, but then we found out that the lessons were going into there, so we just cleaned it all up this year. So it looks like it's way down this year, but it should be budgeted correctly for next year, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Other questions on Tennis Center? Anything? Hopefully y'all have all been out there, because they redid the surfaces and the lighting, and it looks amazing out there. It looks really nice out there.
I've only seen photos, but every photo, Don is holding a trophy.
Wonderful.
So, first or second, I think. Is that right? We were disappointed that one.
As we get into capital, there may be one item that we discuss about the Tennis Center. There's an outside group that has approached us about partnering. So that may be something as we get into CIP we can discuss a little bit more.
Actually, this is a great time if you want to talk a little bit about that now.
So one of the local foundations, the Alex O'Brien Tennis Foundation, has approached us about adding some padel courts. They would be interested in partnering with us, probably 50-50. But we've started to look at areas that we could potentially add that. We're thinking primarily to the east of the pickleball area. But right now, from what he's told us, the city of Midland added courts, and they've got a 5-day wait. So potentially on the revenue side, it could be something we add just to, we added pickleball a couple years ago. If we add padel, some other things, it could actually bring in more racket sports. So just something to consider. We do have some money that we could allocate toward that.
Are those outdoor courts?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. We had talked about doing indoor, but I think the concern there was if you take away one of the indoor courts, our pickleball community has been asking for some indoor space, and so you start getting into some friction between all those different user groups. So I think they decided as a group probably best to do it outside and probably its own separate little area.
You said to the east of the pickleball courts? So isn't that Isn't that the
There's that little
parking lot?
pavilion, yeah, there's a little area just beside it that we've looked at. So we'll put some numbers together, but that's something that they had approached us with. Their board is excited about, but obviously want to bounce that off the council as well.
So, and that kind of leads into maybe the next conversation, which is swimming pools. So we have ideas. We have things that we just want to throw out there and kind of get some feedback from city council on. But as you know, one of our aquatic facilities is right there adjacent to our tennis center facility as well. And, we have been talking about the future of, that swimming pool over there at Southwest. We've seen, I think, some increased participation this year as we have got those giant inflatables or something like that. They were on order but took a lot longer to get in than we anticipated. So I think they came in is it 1st of July?
Let me see. The first day that we actually promoted it was July 9th. So they came in just before that. So from July 9th on, we really started trying to promote that and get people out there to use that facility.
And you're seeing numbers up
We
for
saw
that?
a pretty good increase right off the bat, but then it's kind of stabilized back to where it was. So we saw kind of an initial push, a lot of interest, but it really came back pretty quickly to where it was.
So what we're seeing from a participant standpoint is definitely Thompson Pool is where everyone's going, and rightfully so. Beautiful facility, new facility. Everyone's really going there. The next heaviest visited pool is the Southeast Pool, and then you have Southwest. Now, part of the challenge with Southwest is the fact that there are so many other options for swimming pools. I'm not saying that they're public options because I think most of them are either membership based or something like that, but there are big other aquatic facilities in that Southwest kind of region of the community. And so we continue to struggle with the amount of people going to that facility. We just always want to be looking towards the future. Both Southwest and Southeast, I can't remember, were they built at the same time or about the same time?
They were built in the late 60s, early 70s.
So as you can imagine, we have continued to do improvements at them, but they have major improvements probably coming in the next few years. So we kind of want to start brainstorming ideas of what does that look like in the future. Do we want to keep 3 public pool facilities? Do we want to explore other options? Apparently there's this really super cool thing that other communities have these, these massive splash pad facilities, probably closer to the one we have at MediPark, or is it even bigger than that?
It would be even bigger than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that have been very popular, very well attended, and as you can imagine, don't have the same upkeep and maintenance, and you don't staff them the same way you do. Staffing has continued to be a challenge for us. And so these are things we just want to start kind of floating out there to city council. We could potentially use spaces for something else into the future, and focus more of our true aquatic efforts maybe at the newer facility, and really try to do everything we can to go above and beyond, even from a staffing standpoint, from programming standpoint, and just make that kind of the hub. Or if council would like us to, we can keep moving forward just as is, on the 2 older pools, knowing that we will have big capital improvement projects probably within how many years do you think?
We're planning for replastering. If the pools stay open, we need to replaster them, probably $150,000 a piece. The last time we did those, I think, was 18 years ago, and typically that's done on a 10-year basis. So way past due, and then obviously there's pumps and other things that we're going to have to address as we move forward. But the foreseeable issues are obviously the replastering. We would have to do that, and we know that there's going to be some pump issues and other things in the near future. So, Michael,
do you have in here, and maybe, or you can just tell us, what do your numbers look like at each pool?
Yes. So right now we are, and I'm going to give you some different numbers. So just off of kind of admissions concessions, Thompson is at 181,000 plus or minus, about 65% of the total revenues coming into Thompson. We did see Southeast is about 21% with 58,000, and we did see Southwest jump up. It's 40,000 and makes up 14%. Again, in previous years, it was our lowest attended pools, and so when we had staffing shortages, that was the area that we made adjustments. Our June was very, very strong. Our July, for some reason, is about half of what our June was, and we can't figure out what caused that, but our June for Thompson was 110,000 just at Thompson. So we saw really big spikes in June. July's come down a little bit, but overall, I think we're at 300. If I'm doing the math, about 340,000 would be my guess overall. So concessions and admissions is 280. Pool parties. So pool parties is one that we've added in primarily at Thompson due to some of the staffing. We had some more staff this year. We've actually done $24,000 worth of pool parties at Thompson. Pool parties are pretty much booked.
How does that compare to last year?
Last year we didn't do any. We didn't have the staff.
That's new revenue.
Yeah.
Yes.
So new revenue there. So we see that being a potential moving forward as those pool parties have been well attended, well received, and booked. So obviously that's a good revenue stream moving forward. So the pools have done better than they did. Obviously we had a little bit of a rate increase last year. But comparatively, you've got Southwest at 14%, Southeast at 21%, Thompson at 65%.
And we did want to reiterate the fact that we will be keeping Thompson Pool open through Labor Day, but once school starts, we will only have it open on the weekends because all of her staff is at school. But we will be keeping, but we are not planning to keep the other two facilities open. We will just keep Thompson Pool open on the weekends through Labor Day.
Posted that at the pool.
We've posted it on social media, and we can post it at the pool as well.
That's a good suggestion.
Yeah. We can, yes,
We
absolutely.
can do that.
Let's do, I figure the pool goers, they're the ones that need to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
That's a good
Yeah, be happy to do that.
And then we started offering annual passes this year. Is that right?
Yeah,
Are
and
we getting any
There's
headway
been
on
a
that?
few, but really not a whole lot.
Okay.
I mean, it's been very minimal.
Okay, and that may pick up over the years. I know the one at Canyon, I think the annual passes do pretty well. So hopefully, this was year one, and I think we got it through approval like right as summer was starting, and so we can promote it definitely more throughout this upcoming year, and hopefully that will take off as well. I could certainly see people, especially at the Thompson facility, getting some pool passes.
So my concern really is higher level on policy. So like, what do we have in place for asset management for these pools? So say in 20, 30 years, if we don't have anything in place for Thompson, where are we at on all that?
So with Thompson, at least at this point, you do have some options. So, and I'll have to look it up, but we actually issued debt to build Thompson Pool. And so I'll have to look real quick to see if that debt is 20, 25, or 30-year debt. Potentially, when that debt is paid off, you have that annual funding stream available that you can put back into a major renovation at that point in time without affecting the property taxpayers. Otherwise, it just gets looped into essentially all the other park assets, and it just kind of finds its spot in the list of probably thousands of park assets to be maintained. But with it having, a debt issuance to fund it, there are some options once that debt is completely paid off.
But there's no guarantee that debt can be used towards.
So that would be council's decision at that point in time. Whoever's on council, I'm assuming all of you guys are planning to stick around for the next 20 to 30 years, right? But whoever's on council at that point in time, we will be explaining, that some debt is rolling off and that they could potentially utilize that exact same funding stream that had been in place in order to issue another round of, you could either issue another round of debt, or you could put that dedicated, well, it'll be on the debt service side, so you couldn't put it towards, you'd have to essentially issue more debt to do it. Yeah.
Well, and to answer your question about kind of asset management, obviously we did the study back in 19. We've been chipping away at a lot of our public safety related items this year. We spent a lot of money on concrete repairs, sidewalks, with lighting. Those have been kind of the main focus. Lighting, sidewalks has been the main thrust of where we've spent a lot of our capital money. Obviously, we want to make sure it's a safe environment for people and making sure that we're not having people tripping and falling in different circumstances. So
yes, and I do know we have one citizen that did reach out and was very pleased that we addressed some sidewalk issues that had a lot of concerns with them. going back to pools real quick, I wanted to bring up, I think we had kind of alluded to this yesterday. We built the Thompson pool, and we had issued debt for that pool, and the plan had been for the pool to be built and then for a special event facility to be built. And we use the funds to build the pool, and then we just finished tearing down the old pool earlier this year, and we used some of the bond proceeds to pay for that as well. And so now we are down to the remaining bond proceeds, which is right at about $1 million, a little over $1 million. Those bond proceeds have to be used towards something parks related. It doesn't even say swimming pool. It is essentially parks facility related. So Michael and his team have put together some ideas, wanted to get some feedback and some direction from you all on what you would like to utilize. Again, it has to be used for some sort of a park facility. We can't use it for anything else really in the city. And so, Michael, do you have what ideas that you guys?
Yeah, so we can really take some different approaches. So the first idea is you do a bunch of smaller projects, kind of scattered throughout the community, whether it's lighting projects, continue with our concrete projects, fencing projects. One of the things that we've seen really good success with is that those athletic field fencing. It has really reduced the amount of damage and allowed us to provide a higher level of service and quality. So that's been very helpful. Mentioned those padel courts. One of the things we're looking at is an irrigation redesign for Thompson. That irrigation system is very antiquated, and we have a lot of issues if there's an irrigation break, a lot of times we're shutting off the zoo. And so we're trying to figure out how to better separate that system out and overhaul that. So that's another one. Looking at restoring the memorial gazebo, that was something Outdoor Amarillo had initially started looking at fundraising for. And then things like autonomous mowers to help with the mowing at some of those facilities. We have some of those robot mowers. They've done very well. We've had some issues with them, but they maintain a pretty high quality of grass cut. So that's kind of one. You do a bunch of smaller ones, Bones Hooks lighting, Hazel Rig lighting, smaller projects like that. Another option is you go in and take kind of a medium-sized or a larger project like a Thompson lighting project, which would take up a big chunk of our capital and our E&I for the year. You could still have some smaller projects like the Bones Hooks and Hazel Rig, some pool replastering, things like that.
Michael, how much does the Thompson lighting project
The Thompson lighting project, I think, is right around 1.4, I believe.
So just pausing for just a second, do know that area does have quite a bit of criminal activity that goes on. We have talked a lot about some of the challenges at Southwest. I'm thinking that's getting maybe a little bit better, but the criminal activity that we see at Thompson is a whole different level of activity. It's not vandalism, that kind of stuff. It's a whole nother thing. And so, with like a lighting project or something like that, it could be kind of almost as a public safety type item. That could essentially assist our police department as well, because I do know that they have a lot of challenges over at Thompson Park. And it's dark. I don't know if y'all have ever been over there at night, but there's a couple of pockets of lit up, and if Wonderland's going, there's a little bit of light around that way, but it's a pretty dark area. So I just wanted to throw that out, that it's kind of it might be assisting the APD a little bit as well.
One of the other things we've been working on, and these are smaller projects, but gating off facilities. So, for example, we put in gates at Thompson, or we're about to put in gates at Thompson, but like John Stiff, we were able to close it off for the Independence Day +1. We're looking at doing that at Rick Klein, Southeast, and some of those facilities that are more seasonal. That way we don't have people going in there doing donuts, tearing stuff up in off-season. So those gates have been fairly inexpensive, and that's something we're going to do at Thompson as well. So we, in theory, could close that whole back side of the park off if there's an issue or for a special event. So, and then the other option is a really big project like a John Stiff lighting project. That's probably a $2.4 million project. That would cover everything from trails to volleyball to dog park to everything. So really, we could phase it, or we could look at different options, but bunch of small projects, kind of a medium-sized project, and some smaller projects, or just one really big project.
What about the zoo? We talk about big projects. I mean,
well, and I failed to mention, we had put in that first one about $250,000 for the zoo. As we look at the zoo, it definitely needs infrastructure improvement. The question is, where do you start? So one of the ideas is that center area, it looks dilapidated. It looks like it needs a facelift. So one of the ideas is we go into that middle area, refresh that, put in a new barn, and make it more like a petting zoo style, and eliminate a lot of the old, decrepit-looking structures. And trying to freshen up the center, I think that might give us some momentum to do other projects. And I think that's a small enough project where we could pull it out of our capital and do it. But it's not too much where we have to go and try to find additional funding. So I think that might be the first start there. We don't want to invest a whole lot at this point. We've been kind of watching the trends on the zoo to see, are we making progress towards cost recovery, or are we not? And we've seen some very positive trends so far this year with the zoo.
Yeah, and if y'all want to flip over there real quick, I think it's on page 425, sorry. That's your zoo department, as he's kind of walking us through what they've been seeing over there.
Well, and so far, we're looking, what I would say, we're looking very positive. We've still got a couple months left, but the subsidy that was approved for for zoo was $361,000. As of the time I pulled this, we were at 180. So we're about 180 under subsidy, which is positive. So we're moving in a very positive trend. Again, we saw a fairly significant raise in fees last year. Had a few comments about it, but generally it wasn't a item of contention from a lot of zoo visitors. So we've seen a very, very positive trend in that cost recovery element for the zoo.
And I know we almost had, not complete, but almost complete turnover out there at that facility. I think we've got a really good team in place now. So it's been a little bit painful this year, I think, but I think they're rebuilding that team. I know y'all have heard from some citizen, or at least a citizen, about concerns about what that staff out there is being paid. And I will say that it is a low wage that we are paying out there. It is very similar to what we're paying across all of the Parks and Rec departments and other city departments, across the board. So unfortunately, we do have a lot of lower paid positions. So,
speaking of CIP, didn't Parks used to have $2 million for CIP, or has it always been 1.5?
So it was originally at about 2.4. I believe the first year, and then we shifted a lot of it into dedicated contracts for mowing services and some repair services and other things. So at this point in time, it's at that about $1.5 million.
I wouldn't be opposed if we had any extra revenue to try to get them back to $2 million on their CIP.
What's left in council's working budget from 23-24?
I just had that pulled up. Let me pull that up. It is, okay, so we had, let's see here. About 2.8 had been approved. So, hang on.
So $1.2 million?
Yeah.
Or $1.5 million?
Yes. Let's see here. And then we had some, because we had not stated that, like, for instance, the earmarked funds for animal management and welfare, well, we hadn't done anything with it yet. So I'm still I've got that as kind of earmarked but not approved. So that's not included in that 2.8 million. So we're at about 1.6. And then if you back out, some of those AMW incentives, you're at about maybe 1.2-ish. And, and then we had the IT position. So I would say, safely around $1 million.
Okay.
Yes.
So we have $1 million that we could still direct. That's not flowing through to your $16 million of identified in this budget, right?
It is, yes. So you had a $4.5 million working budget that we had said part could be ongoing, part could not. So we started parsing out pieces of it. Mm-hmm. But you've got 16 million, but you had 4.5 million last year, so you're really just at 11.5 million additional that you have to work with this year.
Okay. Yeah, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Do you have a recommendation of like, these would be my top three?
In terms of projects?
Because you're looking at you're looking at $1 million, right, that you have in a bond.
And we would like
We need to spend that in a year.
Yeah, we'd like to actually start working on bringing y'all contracts to approve that even in this fiscal year, if they're ready. If
So
y'all
give
are
us your
comfortable
top
with it.
three off of that million, and then knowing that we could potentially have a little money on our side if it was a good enough cause to put one all the way across the board.
Well, I think at the end of the day, those lighting projects have been very well received. You know, we just did Meddy Park, we did Sam Houston, and we did San Jacinto. Those have all been very well received. Obviously, from a public safety standpoint, it's done wonders. So I think that's always something that we're excited about. We've got a lot of catch up, and so that's the balancing act. You know, we've got this book where we've got all these different projects. So whether it's fixing restrooms, whether it's going in and fixing pools, I mean, we could do whatever council directs. There's a lot of different directions. Lighting has been our priority. Public safety, fencing projects have been kind of the focus lately because obviously of the impacts on our community safety. But lighting is always a good one.
So hearing that, could you put together something that was $1 million to $1.2 million and show us the volume and like what's the best bang for that buck if you did these, let's say gates to close off, these fences here, and then this type of lighting project? Or would you be recommending like 1.4 million will get this whole thing done in this one area versus 10 areas?
Yeah, we can come back with some recommendations to council. One of the other things that we're currently working on is getting a cost on what those pools would cost to remodel. So we were actually trying to get a pool company to come in and say, if we're going to do this right, here's what needs to be done. So we can have some good numbers for you as well, just so that you can understand kind of what the scope of those pools could be coming up.
So on the pools, I did ask Michael, what kind of annual cost would we be saving if we were to close down one? Or one would be about $130,000, if I remember correctly now. Sorry, about $135,000 annually is what we would save. So, the question would be, would y'all like us to start kind of moving towards, reinvesting into those pools, or is it something that, these large scale, like the splash pad projects, they are probably $1 million, to do one. But you then, once you're running it, you're saving $135,000 annually. So you've got an ROI of, less than 10 years on that thing. So things for maybe y'all to think about, because we don't want to start running a direction, It's not happening necessarily this next fiscal year, but they're going to be doing a lot of the groundwork for where they're headed, probably starting in the next year. Or are you going to do replastering this next year?
We're going to have to probably replaster because we're at, like I said, we're at about 18 years, and so we need to get that done. And I think it becomes a question because a lot of our assets are starting to age, and I think what's happened in the past is we've put a lot of assets in different places. And so from a department, one of the things is almost a strategic resizing. We've been working through our departments in terms of staffing, making sure we're staffed appropriately, that we're efficient. But one of the things is we got a lot of assets that are kind of scattered throughout the community, and that really stretches those limited resources. So, in the master plan, it talks about maybe structuring things back a little bit, reducing some of those things in smaller parks and putting them more centralized. So it really becomes a question for council of, we're happy to go any direction council wants us to go. We know that our staff is extremely stretched thin. I think James has spent more days in the field this summer than he has in the office. And, I can speak for myself. I was a zookeeper for a few days, and I've been out in the field as well. So, we're stretched thin. So we've just got a lot of things that we have to maintain as a department.
And the other thing I wanted to let you guys know is we absolutely can run all of this if y'all want through our Parks Board first. We were planning to do that. They didn't meet quorum this last month because we were hoping ahead of budget review to say, hey, this is what the Parks Board's kind of thinking they would like to, the direction they would like to go. So we decided to go ahead and start talking to you all about it. If you would rather us wait, take it to the Parks Board, and then maybe bring an update to council at some point, we could certainly do that. Or However y'all would like us to do. Or Michael can put together his recommendations, and we could probably have you something back by Friday for a decision from you guys, if y'all want to start making a decision.
That was my question, is capital usually something you get a input from your board about?
Yes, I mean, a lot of it has been based off of our plans, and so we'll kind of develop a plan. I think what we would do in this case is take some scenarios back and say, Park Board, what do you think? But obviously, we want to make sure that our Park Board's walking in sync with Council. So we want to make sure that if there's direction that Council has for our Park Board, that we're communicating that as well. So if there's a priority area or a focus area, we want to make sure we're relaying that to the board as well, so that the recommendation that comes back is in line with what Council's thinking.
So I would think going back to the Parks Board would be good. And then also going back to some of the assets that we had looked at, now it's been over a year ago, that we still aren't taking care of. And those are assets that we don't own. So, we have parks that we don't own that we're still maintaining. We have assets that we don't own that you're now making decisions on. As politely as we have approached these conversations, I think that the amount of time that we've had to continue in just the kind of the polite ignorance of the issue is lapsed. And so I think at this point we want to be very respectful, but we need to go ahead and push forward with you have a direction. You've been told to manage these assets well. You've done a great job of trying to get cost recovery on the things that we're doing. I mean, we're asking golf to do everything, and you've seen them go from, what was it, $1.5 million?
Yeah.
All the way down to
almost
what?
$2 million at one point.
150, 200,000?
It's about 400.
400,000.
Yeah.
So vast improvement, and yet we have one area where we just won't make the offer. We also have the issue of the trade on the water bill. I mean, they're a customer, so can we help them in what is another tight budget? Let us work with you. Not against you. And so as we say that here, I think I know I'm addressing you, but I'm also addressing those partners that you're working with. And so that would be a large amount in our annual budget that we'd be able to go and put into our assets that we need to maintain.
So that's absolutely something we can add in as a recommendation, is also doing potentially some strategic removals. We can put together a list of what those could be, but putting together a list of what that could look like.
Real good. What else you got with parks?
So that's probably the bulk of it with parks, unless, Michael, you had anything else that you just feel. Oh, I did have one more thing. We wanted to talk just real briefly again about the July 4th event for next year. We were hoping to get kind of squared away on budget amount for it, because I'm guessing Becky's already making phone calls and getting some plans set up. And so we would like, if possible, to get some direction from you guys on that as well. Michael, can you refresh our memory real quick on that?
Yeah, so last year for the event, we had $50,000 that had been put aside in previous years from salary savings that we saw. City manager allowed us to put that money aside for future special events, and then obviously council allocated $50,000. So we were working off of a budget of $100,000 for that event. Obviously, it was very successful. I think the weather played into it, but for a first-year event, we were extremely happy with the response. As we look to move forward, obviously, one of the challenges that Outdoor Amarillo ran into was they were kind of late in the game to go ask for sponsors, and so that was kind of a challenge for them, because I think we were talking probably March, April, when they started approaching people, maybe even a little bit earlier, but people are already into their fiscal budget, have already started giving out money. So I think the sooner we can set a date and kind of a plan, then we can get our partners with Outdoor Amarillo on board and have them going out and looking for sponsors. They did indicate that they may already have a headliner for next year, potentially a headline sponsor, that they could put money in their budget. So we would really like some direction before kind of October. That way we can go out and start working with them and approaching different sponsors, different partners, on raising some additional funds for that event. But, it was very well attended. We estimate somewhere between 10 and 15,000. We had over 1,000 trips on the shuttles. The media companies, Alpha Media had over 10,000 people listening in. So we had a really, really good positive response. So
But we're definitely going to have more food trucks and more restrooms.
More food
next
trucks, more
year
restrooms,
is what
yes.
we're hearing, so
Yeah,
yes,
and
definitely.
working on kind of the traffic flow issues. There was a few there that obviously first-time event in a long time. I think we would do things differently, so working on traffic flow in and out of that event. But, you know, we talked about, in the update not that long ago, more restrooms, more food trucks, and a different layout for traffic. But if there's events that the council would like us to consider, I know kind of a strongman competition, if there's other partners or other events that council would like us to integrate, we'd be happy to do that, start reaching out now. That way, those groups are available come next summer. So
Yeah, I think you guys did a fantastic job. I mean, it's really a pretty high bar to set for an opening year. And you did it in half the amount of time that you have right now. So I thought y'all started working on this 2 weeks ago. So if you need a little more direction, you know, this is a good opportunity for us to be able to commit the $100,000 again. You know, Outdoor Amarillo, I think will you know, hopefully double what their fundraising was, now that you can see the impact that it makes for the community. So it wouldn't surprise me if they're not working with a $200,000 budget next year and more time to plan accordingly. So I would hope that would be adequate. I would tell you that council would like to keep you going in that direction so that there's a solid commitment. And then, you know, if we're $20,000, $30,000 short from having a great event, but we've got enough money to have a good event, then bring it back to us and let us look at it at that time.
So what I'm hearing is 100,000 from council, and then Outdoor Amarillo raising 100,000 plus or minus.
Well, I think that's what you're hearing from the mayor. I think from council, they may want to stretch it a little more or weigh in.
So how much? So how much did the event cost this year?
Our portion of it was 97,000.
Okay.
And that included a little bit of a balance towards Randall King. So we're probably in the $90,000 range.
Okay, and then. But none of that was defrayed by the fundraising sponsorships?
They had some other elements that they paid for separately. So that was our portion of the budget. They had their own budget items.
Okay. And then how much did they raise?
I believe it was 26,000. Yeah, 26,000.
And so they came up short on the goal that they needed to pay for all of Randall King?
Correct.
And so we did. I mean, I would just do this. I think it's a great event, and we set a great bar. But also I think I would see as much as we can get the community to invest in this. I mean, I think getting that much would be something that, again, we're talking a little bit, you know, cost recovery, but if we can look at ways, because the other thing is when you're looking at the cost of the city, there's a lot of staff time, police time, and all that that's involved in it. So we're contributing more than just the $100,000 because, you know, all that other. But if we could, you know, if we could work with them or, you know, help them to maybe also if they can, you know, to set a really high goal for the fundraising. So maybe, again, when you're looking at your budget, if you had a little bit more to save to do some of these other things, if they could raise it where maybe instead of the city spending the $100,000, we're spending $75,000 because they've raised $75,000 themselves or something like that. Because I do think, you know, I think you said something that I think the community would be willing to invest in and would be able to support to keep it going for the long term.
Did we get a date secured?
Yeah, that was going to be one of the other questions is there a specific date that the council wants to target? I know this day, it was Independence Day +1. We were on July 5th, which happened to be a Friday. July 4th next year is actually on a Friday. I think one of the things we want to start to do is set kind of the precedent of when we're going to do it so that we become the one other people plan around and not vice versa. I think one of the things that we've heard from our public safety team is that if we do it on the 4th, there's going to be overtime costs, which, you know, start to ramp up pretty heavily. So, you know, we're open for ideas from council on, do we want to keep it on the Friday? Do we want to keep it on the 4th, the 5th, the 3rd? You know, is there a date that you want us to aim for?
I think in other conversations that I've had over that, this next year allows us for that weekend again. And I think you could stay on the 5th one more year and you could begin to communicate in advance that like we would move to the 4th. So this next year you could say, hey, this will be our last Independence Day +1. Next year will be Independence Day, and we'll do it on the date. That way you're not hung up on that Sunday night, Monday work where we're actually suffering a loss because we're on the 5th and you just missed it. The party was over. So I think you got one more opportunity here. and that works well with your partners, and then they would know you're coming, so maybe they would plan their parade in the morning, knowing that attendees are going to want to go to this in the afternoon. But if you're good with that, I think you could do the 5th once more, and then give yourself a little bit of time. But if you don't want to do that and you say, hey, we just did it the 1 year, we're going to go ahead and move to the 4th, I think you could make that decision this year or next year, and we really would look to you and some of those stakeholders to tell us what you'd like to do.
One last thing on parks, just very quickly, we do have some proposed fee changes at Warford. It's very minor, but they have been making all sorts of changes at that facility. It is a busy place, and so they have a few recommended changes. It does not net to a whole lot of anything. It's about $3,000, a little over $3,000.
A lot of it was us going in and cleaning up some old fees that were in there. We had the after-school program that was there when we initially took over that facility, so we removed all those from the fee ordinance. We increased the multi-purpose rooms like $5, the kitchen $5 per rental. So it was minimal changes. A lot of it was just us cleaning up. The one thing we did add back in was a punch and play membership. Typically we do 10 of those for $20, but we heard from a lot of people that they would rather go to Netplex and spend $10 one time than $20 for 10 visits. So we went to we're proposing a 3-punch for $10, so it's about $3.30 per visit, and we think that'll draw some more people in. One of the things that actually surprised me, and Becky brought this to my attention with the Warford pool, is we actually see about 36,000 people, is that correct, for people swimming in that pool, which is about the same as what we've seen this summer at the other 3 pools. So Warford has done very well. There are a lot of programs, swim lessons, water aerobics, things like that. So, but on the fees themselves, very minimal. A lot of it is just cleanup work on our part.
On the Independence Day, so the +1, I guess this year you decided to have it on the Friday because instead of July 4th.
Well, we had discussed it with City Council, and I think we were.
I knew that. I was just checking to make sure y'all remember.
Okay.
Well, the reason why I asked that question is, I mean, having it on that, that Friday, which was a non-4th day, but, having it on a Friday, would it be something to consider consistently having on a Friday? So somewhere around July 4th, so people know that, it's always on the Friday.
I think you could. I mean, I think one of the comments we heard was you're celebrating the party late. So we heard a few people say, why are you late to the party when it comes to Independence Day? That's a big party. We should be doing it on the day. So that was one comment we heard. I mean, we can do whatever council feels is best. If it's putting it on a Friday, that way we're consistent. If it's sticking to the 4th, if it's sticking to the 3rd, whatever.
What would y'all think?
So we did get some feedback that some people thought it was unpatriotic to do it on a day other than the 4th. However, we also got feedback that because we can't start a fireworks show until 9:45 at night, it's nice to do it on a night that you can sleep in the next day. So I kind of like the 3rd because of that, because most people are off the 4th. Everybody can sleep in the next day, and you can always say it's July 3rd. But I get the idea of doing it on a Friday again this year because we can extend the activity into the weekend, which is a nice perk as well.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Thanks.
All right, anything else from council on parks? Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Are you all good? We'll go ahead and do Civic Center. Okay, let's do Civic Center. We've got Bo if he wants to come up. If you'll turn back in your books to kind of the first of that section, I think the Civic Center starts on about 359. So I'm just going to talk at a high level for a Civic Center standpoint. So as a reminder, your Civic Center does collect revenues for the facility. However, they do operate it at a net operating loss, but those are supported by our hotel occupancy taxes. And this year, we are looking to kind of potentially cross to that threshold where we may be out of hotel occupancy taxes and may have to dip into a little bit of other general fund money in order to cover the net operating loss. This we may be able to make it through the whole next year without doing that, but it depends just how the year goes. At this point, I don't believe that Bo has really put any major changes in through the budget. I don't believe there's any fee changes proposed for this year. Is that correct, Bo? Okay, and then I do think on your, well, no, I think we put them all in. Yeah, so he did have a couple of minor tools and stuff that he was wanting. We originally had them as a supplemental request, but they have ongoing stuff every single year, so it's all just in the base budget. So no changes to like positions, really big changes to operations. We are starting to get some traction over there at the Santa Fe Pavilion facility. Obviously, we have a big event coming up soon with the State of the City, but also have some other events that are starting to get booked. I know Parks has also been brainstorming with Civic Center on ways to utilize both the pavilion facility and potentially some of the, maybe the north area, I think, of the Civic Center. But it might be in a future year because they've got to plan programming out ahead of schedule, and certainly Bo has a lot of existing events that come through every single year, so we would want to work around that as well. So any comments you want to make about like the Santa Fe Pavilion or anything? And then we also need to talk about options to potentially build restroom facilities over there at some point, but we need some direction from council on that. But Bo, before that, do you want to comment on maybe how events are starting to book up at the pavilion?
Sure. I've been beating the bushes and reaching out to a lot of folks. Of course, we've got the 806 Classic that you steered on to us with Jason Boyette, and that is scheduled for October. That one is coming together well. We've got Republic Services are going to do a skills competition, an internal thing that they do. It's kind of a business-wide skills competition that they have. We've also got a lease agreement in place with, I believe it's a local pride group that is looking at doing a large event over there on October 19th. I've even looked at reaching out and programming some concerts myself over there to where I'm the sole promoter for it. I've been talking to the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I'm trying to marry up a Selena tribute concert date along with Cinco de Mayo next May. Unfortunately, it'll be the 30th year anniversary of her passing, and of course she performed at the Civic Center just weeks before she was murdered 30 years ago. So I think that that'll be a fairly large event.
So it's certainly starting to pick up some traction. I know one thing that certainly I think Bo has had concerns and his team has had some concerns over is the fact that they are concerned that there may be a barrier for some groups wanting to utilize the facility because the only options for restrooms are bringing in porta potties at this point. And so I do know that Bo has some funding set aside, and as a reminder, Bo's funding comes from the hotel occupancy taxes. He does have, and I do think he had some grant funding that he got back during COVID and after COVID, and it was great because he had to fill out a ton of paperwork and show a whole bunch of statistics and various things, but then got a really nice amount of grant funding that came in that then he could utilize towards capital projects or things if he would like.
Close to $1.6 million.
Yeah, so it was a good amount, and I think this funding is a chunk of that. Is that correct, Bo? Potentially?
Potentially remnants of it,
yes. Part of it, okay. So he's got about a little over $1 million, actually a little under $1.1 million that he's kind of set aside, earmarked for potentially going into a permanent restroom facility over there for the pavilion. I do know, and Bo, please jump in, but they had talked about building restrooms and maybe building a shell that could at some point have finish out to have a bar facility as well. So then it could have restrooms, and then you could have any kind of like beverages and stuff through that same facility as well.
Intake and the output aspects.
There you go. And so, but I think Jerry has some, does he have estimates in place already for these facilities?
I
or
believe
was
he had received some. He's got some design concepts for that facility, although they're several months old at this point, so I'm not sure how they might modify.
So I think we were for sure wanting to get some direction from council on if that's something that you all want us to pursue, putting in some sort of a permanent facility over there, or if y'all wanted to wait, maybe just some feedback from you guys.
Well, I would say, we had an event with porta potties, very successful event, and nobody really cared. We had about 15,000 people show up. Not saying that it wouldn't be good to have those, but we were also presented to buy a trailer that we could serve food out of. How many times has that been used?
It's been used a couple of times over there. The Iron Horse was the last opportunity, but it's kind of a free open to the public, right? Come and go, so they can bring their own food in, so there's no restrictions.
Yeah. So, what's the percent of occupancy of? Are we over the Emerald Globe News Center as well?
Yes.
So, what's the percent of occupancy of each one of those facilities? The Pavilion, the Civic Center, and the Emerald Globe News Center. I mean, each. Do you have just a rough guess?
I would say probably the Globe News Center annually is probably around 65%.
Really? Okay.
Being a little low in the summer, of course, because all of the programming is the arts groups throughout
Sure.
the year. The Civic Center itself, you're probably looking at 75%.
Now, would that be one portion of the Civic Center? Would that be an event hall? Would that be the Coliseum?
In whole, it's usage throughout the year.
So you're saying 75% used, that would be just like a hall is being used, and you'd say that it's being used?
Correct.
Okay, so not the whole facility, but just some portion, you're saying?
Correct.
At all times, maybe 75%, but at least a portion?
Correct.
Okay. And then the Pavilion?
Pavilion is still rather light at this point, but we're working on that programming.
It's almost nil right now.
Currently.
Right.
But we've had no fencing, no gates, no restrooms, all of those amenities that would entice somebody to want to hold an event out there.
But you feel like if we added bathrooms and spent however much, that you think that would help generate occupancy?
Yes.
Okay. On marketing, what do we do to market these facilities? Like, do you have a budget to market? Like you said, you're looking at maybe doing the concert yourself, being the promoter yourself. What are we doing to connect with others out there? Because we've got I-40, right? This is all things you've heard. We've got I-40 that runs down. We have acts up and down that highway, and they don't stop. So there's a problem here. We have 3 facilities, in my opinion, 3 different venues, really great venues. We've got an outdoor venue that's not being used at all. We have a small acoustic venue that would be phenomenal, right, for small. Mm-hmm. And then we have Coliseum and whatever. We know that it's not maybe the greatest, but it's an easy way for them to make money. But yet, very few people are stopping. So what can we do, Bo, to market, to get these people to stop? Because I'm just not seeing it done, and we're continuing to subsidize. The Civic Center is just getting worse and worse. We don't have revenue. Like, we've got to do something to generate revenue,
Correct.
And I don't see it being done. We've got these 3 great facilities, and they're just not being utilized, in my opinion.
We actually have an advertising campaign, advertising some of our meeting rooms and so on for receptions and so on. There's a lot of reception facilities out there in the community that we might have lost a little bit of luster to in the past, and that program is going to start in August, that campaign. We do some national advertising from time to time. Most of our ticketed event, our touring show business is brought to us by a set group of concert promoters and show promoters that contact us on a regular basis.
Have we looked at changing them? If we're losing shows for the auditorium and the Civic Center, have we looked at shopping these around? Do they not have good contacts?
Well, no, it's not necessarily a matter of shopping it around. you've got various promoters out there. You've got large ones like the Live Nation that have huge contracts, huge names.
Right.
Our facilities aren't big enough for them. We've talked to them about shows, and when your capacity is only 5,000 max at your largest facility, there's just not enough revenue there. There's not enough meat on the bone.
So do we have
for some of these groups to come in?
So do we have some promoters that maybe look at midsize? Like maybe we don't get a whoever. I mean, we're not getting Taylor Swift, but do we have somebody that midsize that would be, because there's going to be that market out there, right? Maybe we don't get the huge names, but we get somebody.
Well, that's who we're getting through the AEG and the Outback and groups like that. Those are the promoters that are bringing us all of our shows, because the ones they market are the ones that will fit in our facilities.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing too is that our concessions is like the contract we have with our concessions. Like if we bring somebody in, the way we can split, sales with them and that type of deal. Do you ever hear that?
We do some revenue split on concessions with our resident sports teams because of the number of events that they have.
Yeah.
It's a revenue generator for them to be able to help them get by. Typically, we do not share revenue with these outside promoters because that just takes money out of our pocket.
Yeah. Do any of the other venues that you know of, do they do a share with them? Like if they come in, we'll split concessions. I mean, whatever the percentage is. Do you know any?
There may be. Seems to me a Live Nation promoter has talked to me about that before. But also in other markets, they share parking revenue, concession revenue, and so on. We don't get parking revenue. We don't have parking.
But better to have it filled and get some than none, would be my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Like even if we split, yes, you're right, that's meat off the bone for us.
Mm-hmm.
But better to eat some meat, right, versus no, which I feel like that's kind of what's happening. I feel like we're losing acts. We're diminishing in what we have. But yet in my opinion, we've got 3 great venues. And I don't know if it's a marketing issue. I don't know if it's I don't know what it is.
Sometimes it's just a booking issue. People call and they're looking for dates in these venues, and they're all booked.
Ours are booked?
Yes. Because you may have, say, your arts groups over at Globe News Center, they may have 1 performance or 2 performances, 2 nightly performances, but they book a week and 2 weeks because they rehearse and practice and build their sets. So they occupy a lot of dates. If you look at our calendar, you see opera here, you see ballet here, you see symphony here and here. It's not because they're only taking up 1 or 2 nights. It's because they're booking for a week or 2 weeks solid.
Do you feel like you have to meet a certain market, in order? So it's a civic center, so its purpose was civic. It wasn't designed as a convention center with the purpose of large convention, large revenue, right? So do you have a price mark, like a target that you're at where you're in a certain market that prevents you? Because I thought a lot like the way you thought, Don. Well, man, obviously we're not profiting on concessions like we should, and then we're just not promoting. We just need to get more people to fill it up. But then the more I looked, the more, man, the dates are full. It's not that we don't use it. It's 75% occupied.
Sure.
And so some of the things that I've referred, hey, get with these guys. We'd love to have the event. Well, dates aren't available, or, I don't know that I ever got them to the cost issue, but are we just not charging enough to hold the events because of the type of event they are?
Typically, it's the promoter that's going to set the pricing for the event, and it's all based upon what that cost of that act is going to be and how many seats are available. They'll go by whatever scaling that they use typically at the various venues that they take that act to. So if Act A can bring in $150 for a P1 ticket and $99 for a P2 ticket, that's what they're going to present to us to offer.
Sure.
Okay? But if you want some of the bigger shows, the bigger acts, if those acts are costing $200,000, $300,000 plus, I don't think there's any way our market would pay the ticket prices to fill up a 5,000 seat arena. It just won't happen.
And I get that, and to your point, Mayor, as well, but we have a pavilion that has sat empty that I thought was a great facility when we did the ribbon cutting and thought, man, we're excited about this. We approved a trailer against Tom's, judgment, and we're just not using it.
Well,
I
have talked to several, to two or three of the Hispanic concert promoters because the outdoor venue is a perfect setup for them, and also it allows for seating for those that want to sit down, but it also allows for that area for people to get up and dance.
Well, I agree, but there's lots of other venues other than just the Hispanic. There's lots of others.
Right.
I guess I look at that, and I'm just taking that and putting it the Civic Center and the Amarillo Globe News Center, going, what are we missing?
Right.
Like these are just revenue streams for us, or at least even to cost recover, and it's not happening.
Right.
And so I'm thinking, well, what's wrong? Because to me, that outdoor, and again, I'm putting that overall, which may not be fair, but we've got that thing, we built it. It's a great venue. I don't think hardly anybody in Amarillo knows about it. Correct. I mean, I've talked to several people, and they're like, what are you talking about? Is it I guess these are some things that I would like to see for us to change this, whether we go to a third-party administrator, we do something to get this to where it's promoted and that there's more activity at all these.
Bo,
That's what I'd like to see.
what's your experience with utilizing that third-party promoter? Have you gone all the way down that road and you end up back at a facility issue, or do you have people that would like to try and engage and partner with us?
It's generally a third-party promoter, and a lot of our events that we have now are ticketed events. Even the promoters we use will enter into a co-pro agreement to where it's kind of a 50-50 split between us and the promoter on a show. It reduces the amount of money that they're going to make, but it also lessens their liability. Of course, our co-pro agreements have us netting out at a zero loss. So if a show goes into a loss situation, we're not taking the loss. The promoter is taking that risk. But
I guess I just look at it as, again, private sector. If somebody were to buy that facility, they're going to do everything they can, right? Because they've got skin in the game. Mm-hmm. And I feel like I just don't see that urgency on our side as the city to say, it's my job to get this thing full. And there's not as much incentive there. And it's just inherent because we don't, whoever's running this, doing it, they don't own it. They're going to eat. They're going to eat tonight no matter what. But yet, private sector, it's like they're going to do everything they can to fill that.
Right.
That's what I would like to see more is incentive to say, hey, let's build on this thing. Year over year, I would like to see the revenues increase. Now, again, we have a facility that's rough. Not ignoring that fact. But we do have other facilities now. I just feel like we could market it better.
Right.
I guess that's what I'm trying to get across is I feel like we could market it better. I do feel like there could be some, I appreciate the incentive of you being, hey, I'll be the promoter. I'm going to get these bands here. That's great. Right. But we need those nights and evenings and days.
Of course, too, whenever I'm the sole promoter, I'm taking the sole risk on the show. If it loses money,
for sure.
It's
all
out of our
that type of deal. If we see ROI on it, we see those facilities filling up, man, we don't have a problem with it. But to sit here and to see those things vacant and just, it's not okay.
Exactly, I understand.
In my opinion. So that's what I would like to see is I'd like to see the revenues increase year over year.
Sure.
Especially with a new facility being built. And I don't see it bump. There's no bump at all.
Sure.
But we have an outdoor facility that just sat vacant. That's what I would like to see.
I've been stepping out.
I'm speaking for me. I don't know where these other guys are, but I just feel like we need to see these things being utilized instead of being a suck off of the general fund that we're having to pay just to keep them open.
Come on now, just because you sat in Tom's side doesn't mean you have to take over some of his language. I know. There are just certain words. Hey, here's where I think council might be. We are engaged in let's spend the $3 million to build the building. Let's spend another $80,000 to buy the taco truck. When we look at what won't be $100,000 restroom area, could be very costly. And do we have numbers? Probably. I would throw out a number, but I'd be wrong. Whatever the cost is. I think we are going to want to see that we already have those people that are complaining about the temporary toilet situation. They're already coming. They're planning for the year after. And you know how much nicer this would be if you guys had a little restaurant bar area and, indoor facilities. So without having those acts booked, I don't think it is a build it and they will come, philosophy on this side. We don't have that luxury. So we want to rent and we want to use the Royal Thrones over there and we want to make it as nice as we can. But, that event center is going to have to grow organically. I don't think, because it's public money and they're our boss, I don't think we have the opportunity to speculate. So once the problem exists, I think we could solve that problem. We could see that ROI. Speculating on, well, if we do this, then we can lease it out more. So in agreement with Councilman Tips here, I think we're going to need to market it better. And then take those objections and just overcome them one at a time. And if you have to overcome them by discounting the rental rate, then do it. Run it in the red to show the demand, and then show, well, this is what it should rent for, but we discounted it because we offered to pay for the Royal Throne rental or whatever the solution.
And I have reduced the rental rate on the space from when we first opened it to its current rate. So.
Well, we've got to see something that shows that market demand, and then I think we'd be willing to spend some money over there. Council, do you guys align with that, or you different?
I would just say this. I'd respectfully say maybe some of our facilities are great. Some of them are not. So I think we've got some challenges in some of those areas, and we've got to figure out how to deal with that. I think the Globe News Center is still a good facility. It's acoustically superior, but we've got some dating and aging on some of the other facilities that, again, I don't know. And then, just to play devil's advocate with this, if you look at, for example, and we did this, look at the number of events that Hodgetown may have that they're competing with us for events. And there are people that used to have events in the Civic Center that are now having them at Hodgetown. You look at wedding event centers and other places that are going across. So that market locally of having events now, has gotten a lot more competitive with the Embassy Suites. Again, we've done this, so there's a challenge of, if it was built as a civic center, well, now you have more of these places for people to civically gather, to be able to, to do that. So the challenge is, again, how do you maximize that and are able to do that? My question is, it says here total cover through general revenues. So this $2 million is coming out of general fund or hot tax?
It's hot tax. So I think
let us update that page, because that's kind of our standard wording on these. But this one is only hot
tax.
That's
what I thought.
A great catch on
well,
that.
My question is, and so every dollar we have to use to subsidize the Civic Center is a dollar that's taken away from tourism promotion.
Potentially, yes, or potential to Councilmember Kraft's point earlier is capacity for other debt on that same revenue stream.
Right. And so we talk about bringing things to the community or bringing people, to the community, but then when we are having to use almost $700,000 more this year, that just takes $700,000 away from potentially using to market the community. To then, it's kind of the chicken and the egg. But I noticed this year, apparently, we did a great. We thought we were going to use $2.2 million. We're at 1.375. My question is, how can we get back to 1.37? We did it, and we had 1.375 last year on, and it all goes down to expenses. We were able to operate the Civic Center this year at $4.555. Why can't we operate it next year at $4,555,000 so that we're allowing more of that hot tax to remain in ways to then help fill the Civic Center?
Yeah, and I think the biggest savings each year does come from the salaries and benefits off of vacant positions. And so, I do know, how many vacancies do you have right now, Bo?
We've actually got one building attendant, that has gone through the process and is about to start. And then we've got one BA2 and one BA3 position that are open. We're interviewed internal candidates for those.
Okay.
They move up. We'll have two BA1 positions we'll need to fill.
Okay.
And we just really cannot afford to lose any.
Okay, so they certainly have vacancies each year, I think, that are probably creating some of those savings. I know, what was it, a couple years ago, they made some major changes to some of the pay on certain positions there over at the Civic Center. I think they've been able to retain employees a little bit better. It just took a little bit of time. But that's the biggest piece. Part of what's going to be driving up some of the cost is the utility costs over at the Civic Center. So as electric bills are continuing to go up, as you could imagine, that is a pretty massive electric bill for the facility over there.
That and insurance. I know Globe News Center more than doubled on insurance.
Yes, and so, and the reason for that was because we had the claim over there, and so had put some additional investments in it. The rest of insurance actually remained about flat. So
what can we do to get to closer to 1,375 than 2? I mean, even a couple of $100,000 would give us more money to do what Councilman Tips is talking about, convention visitors. I mean, I understand this is the way that it's kind of rolling out, but you know, it's absorbing a lot of money that could work for us in other ways.
I think that's a great point, and that's something that we're going to continue brainstorming. You know, we have been tossing around the idea of a third-party operator as well. I know that, as Bo mentioned, they were wanting to do some in-house production to see kind of how some of that went. We're still analyzing that a little bit as well. But this is something that we're continuing to work through and to brainstorm. But I will say some of our biggest costs over there, you know, unless there's a way we can, you know, start to pull back on an electric bill and some of those, that's a little bit challenging, but we will continue to look at ways, especially from a staffing standpoint, if there's efficiencies that we can.
Well, I'd like to see what we could do this year. Again, I think when we're looking at this hot tax,
yeah,
you know, it's just money that we could leverage in other ways, whether it's debt or whether it's doing that. So, but in the long term, I mean, is this amount of money going to decrease from hot tax, or are we going to require more and more hot tax to subsidize the Civic Center?
So I'll be honest, most likely your costs are going to increase year over year. It's just if your hot tax collections are able to keep pace. If you'll remember back when we were going over the hot tax collection slide, we actually stepped backwards from the collections on our hotel occupancy taxes the last couple of years. Now we're starting to even out and hopefully start going forward again. That creates a challenge because as that is kind of pulling back, costs are continuing to grow, you know, over at the Civic Center, and so you're kind of moving in the opposite directions. Hopefully, we will see that hotel occupancy tax start really picking up in another year or two. Going back to that thing about with all the new hotels being built, Cashin had said it's very common here when a lot of new rooms come on, we can actually see a decrease. And I'm not smart enough to fully understand it, but I think what is happening is those new hotels are coming online. They're putting their rates at a favorable rate to get people to come in. Once they kind of get established, they start bringing that average daily rate up. So then your hot tax starts kind of growing and normalizing again. Mayor, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, just to take you down a whole nother road. So, because I think you've gone a pretty good ways, and I think you're identifying everything that we all see and we know, and then the concern is very real. So I don't want to sit out here and act like we haven't thought about anything else or we wouldn't look at some other ideas. I mean, one particular idea would say, okay, we need to do these updates. This would cost this much money. We would bond that, and then we would use some of the hot tax monies that we're currently using to subsidize that we have in the budget to cover that debt. And then based on that, we would already have an arrangement with, you know, a leasee. We would lease the building out. We would find somebody else who would come in, would run operations, would do everything. We would become the facility holder, And then we hopefully would make a good deal, better than we probably have in the past, and we would retain rights to utilize facilities for certain events and certain things we would need to, but then give them that responsibility of making it make money, because people do this very well. But they have, different facilities. Maybe the issues that we are having here are 5,000 seats and the ceiling height or whatever. Maybe we can't find somebody that we would partner with. Well, if we couldn't find that, then we're back to the same problem you have. What do we do in the meantime? But if we could find that, then we would have a plan forward of minimal updates in order to put the facility in somebody else's hands and let them run it. And then, they do make money in the way of their concessions and food production and different events and marketing and things like that. Plus, they have that networking that's not as local as we do. We're pretty isolated. So I only throw that out as one idea. There are many, many more. And not trying to get into that conversation here and now for the budget, but I definitely don't want to have a negative conversation of, well, you just got to figure out a way to pay for it, and it's just going to continue to get worse and worse. It's not. I mean, we do have an issue. We are aware of it, but we have different paths forward. And I'd ask you if you agree with some of that. I know you've lived here for a long time.
Yeah, all my life.
Mm-hmm.
I will say another idea that I know council has discussed previously is potentially something like naming rights over at the Globe News Center. Obviously it may not like balance a budget or something like that, but that could potentially be another revenue stream to bring in. And so not sure if y'all have any thoughts on any of that. Or did you have something?
Well, I was just going to say that's something we have an application in for, at least for the Globe News. So if council had an interest in pursuing naming rights before considering that, we'd want to know, just so we don't bring forward and voluntarily change it for free if we're going to go out looking for a revenue source. So we'd like some feedback on that before we start that official renaming process.
Go ahead and walk us back through the requests that you have, and then what the option would look like as far as selling the naming rights, and then what that cost would revenue potentially.
Yeah, so the request was from a citizen, Michael J., requesting to rename it, I believe, the M&E Gilliland Performing Arts Center instead of the Globe News Performing Arts Center. So we have a process built in the code now that we take it through an advertising in the newspaper, a public hearing, the whole 9 yards to City Council, and then City Council makes the ultimate determination if you want to go ahead and change the name or not. If we went the revenue naming rights route, we would have to revisit that and market that to potential vendors that would want to basically make a bid or negotiate that piece of it. A few years ago, we did analyze that, but it was moving forward with a new facility. There was more estimates, higher revenue based on a new facility someone would want to have their name attached to. This one probably would not bring in quite as much, but it's something we could investigate.
You have an estimated amount?
No, sir. Not with the current facility. We have it based on the old plan.
What was a new facility naming rights? What would that run?
We'll see if we'll pull that.
We'll have to find that.
Council, y'all can weigh in on this. I think just the political side of things, of being put in the crosshairs of, we brought this to you first, and then whoever was second in line didn't get it, and so you avoid a lot of the potential controversies from doing it on a naming rights and allowing that to be a purchase for an advertising mechanism, and it is a revenue source. Would you agree with that, Mr. Freeman?
Yes, sir. Yeah, just for the type of facility, I think it's pretty standard that most of those facilities go that route to try and do a revenue source. I know, just based on the article and the background information that Michael J. provided, that was the trade-off for Globe News. Donating to build a facility was naming rights, but a lot's changed since then. There's no official agreement in place for naming rights, so if council wanted to make a change, I think legally we could.
I have had a discussion with a key player from the original Globe News Center project, and she's all in favor of selling the naming rights, changing it, get some revenue out of it.
Okay.
So.
Well, why would we change the name of it other than just to get the revenue?
Just for revenue.
I have a differing opinion. So the naming rights were purchased for $3 million with the expectation that they would be on there forever, and that person that did it made that choice. So I think if you're going to look at wanting to change the name of it, that person should be contacted and ask about that. I know what the law said, but that person gave and didn't even live here and gave the $3 million for it. So I'm a little hesitant to be jumping at the name just because somebody wants the name changed. I don't know. I mean, I would like to kind of have someone go down that path, because that $3 million, and at the time, it was a crucial $3 million, to the point that, and the people that did this project would tell you that that project would have very likely not come to fruition for not that $3 million. Am I correct on that?
Correct.
And so this person, who was Billy Morris, who owned the newspaper at the time, came here and gave the $3 million. And in exchange for that, it was named the Globe News Center. Now, people may have their name, but the Globe News is more than just what it is right now. It's 100 years of history, and that's what the agreement was. I don't feel like we should be reneging on that agreement.
Understood. This was just a concept as to a potential
revenue
source.
Yeah. I like the feedback, and I know that we've got more experience, with less than we do elsewhere. And so his words are pretty heavy because he was part of it and lived through it. For me, my hesitancy would be touching it at all, especially if the only revenue source would be a revenue source, and the potential monies may not be enough to move the needle. So I think I'm very comfortable leaving it alone as it is. I would ask council if you guys are good with that direction. But if you're not and you want to look into it, we have staff and their willingness to go and maybe speak to the original donor and what their appetite would be, as well as reach out and see what the additional monies could look like. Right. Anybody have an appetite for that, council, or are you guys good to leave it as is? Okay.
Good.
You good?
Good to leave it as is?
I think we will not have staff research that, just because I don't think you have an appetite from council to move forward.
On the current application we have for the naming rights, I think we still have a process to bring that forward. The council would then need to deny it, just
So
based on it's an ordinance.
Is that an application that exists for all structures in the city?
Yes, there's a different one for like street renaming, but there's another one for parks and facilities as far as a renaming process, and I can send that out to council again. But there's a process laid out, but
so whatever that process is per the policy, I think we continue that through.
Yeah, and it'd be the same conversation. We're not interested in changing it based on this reasoning, but I think we have a due diligence process for the person that submitted it.
I think the research that we would like to know would be the original donor and any of their appetite to change it if we looked at anything.
Right. Okay.
So verifying that one key piece would be good in making sure we're intelligent as we move through that process.
Right. Whether it's naming rights for revenue or just a change of name, just get that feedback.
Yes,
right.
sir.
Okay.
Councilman Simpson, you agree with that, or you got something to add?
No, I think, yeah, I would just, again, I think that money was given with the thought that it would be on there, that there would be no time limit on it.
Okay.
I think that decision should rest with the person who gave the money under the agreement.
Okay.
Kind of a part B to that revenue question is a possibility of selling naming rights to the pavilion, if at some point in time we're at a situation where we could offer that up. Budweiser Pavilion at Santa Fe Depot, or whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm. Well, I participated in that one to a much larger extent than this one. So, I would say that previous council did not have a name other than what the architect put on that type of structure and calling it a pavilion. Mm-hmm. It was confusing because we have another pavilion here in town. I think a better name would be more, efficient in advertising and marketing. man, I love the fact that we do have some good stakeholders in town that may benefit from that. So I would ask council if y'all agree with this, but I think that's one that may have an opportunity to it, but may be something that would be a transfer in application. I'm not saying they would want that, but I guess you could request the naming rights of that building as well. And
Really, it's just testing the market to see who'd be interested. Yeah, we could probably think of a few that might be interested in that facility. Yeah, go through a process.
I will say this, and then I don't know if we're done with Bo or not, but if we are, I appreciate your headspace and, not just thinking about it the way you've thought about it for some time, and that you are actively looking for revenue sources, and you see this $2 million as a problem. And so I appreciate that, and we want to look at all options. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Do y'all want to break now, and then we need to jump into Public Works?
What all you have left today?
Public Works, including traffic, streets, drainage, utility, fleet. We're going to do fleets tomorrow, if that's okay. And then we've also got all of our water and sewer team as well, and then airport.
Okay, so let's work out of order a little bit.
Yes.
So let's take a break. Let's come back. Let's get airport done, because that one should be pretty simple, right? Are we
yes,
fine
we'll
with
need
that?
to. We got to contact him to come in. So we had told him to hold off until, but we can have him. We could start when he gets here.
Okay, don't have to do that. I was just thinking of discussions and length of time. And then tomorrow I need to go over, so we have Jerry Hodges' funeral at 2.
Okay.
So instead of pushing until 4:30 or 5, I think tomorrow what our day really looks like is hopefully a 1:30 exit, if we think that gives us enough time. It's not far from here, but I'm sure parking and getting in the facility would be good. I know that there are members on the council that will go and will want to go. I don't think that it's a good choice to offer it up of, hey, we'll stay and work, but if you want to go, go. I think it'd be better for all of us as a body to say, look, we're going to attend, and if you choose not to, that's fine, but we'll adjourn early. So with that, of an 8:30 to 1:30 working meeting, even kind of trying to maximize lunch like we've been doing, can you get through everything tomorrow?
Yes, I'm looking at this. What if we did the water and sewer utilities today, got that knocked out? We start maybe with airport first thing in the morning, and then do Public Works. And I apologize back there to Michael and Alan, because they have been troopers, but doing all the Public Works area, which includes streets, traffic, drainage, fleet, solid waste, and just knock that out. I think we can easily get done. And a lot of the things that I had kind of earmarked that we needed to do tomorrow, we've been doing it as we go. And so we could, if at the very end tomorrow, maybe we could recap a little bit on that so y'all can be thinking. And then Friday, we can pick that back up and do thorough discussions on some of that. The only other thing we have for tomorrow, if possible, is if we need to bring public health back. So Casey is not available on Friday, but we could bring her back tomorrow as well, if that's okay. I think we can get through it. Donnie, any concerns from your end? Because you're basically the bulk of tomorrow. I don't think airport should take us very long at all, but we could start at 8:30 with him, and then we could do maybe public health right after that, and then just go forward with all of Donnie's groups.
Yeah, and I think Public Works, probably 30 minutes with no questions. It shouldn't be a big deal.
I know you appreciate that.
I think there's 2 areas in Public Works that are going to take the longest, and that'll be solid waste and fleet, where we have some pretty long proposals to go through.
But
the rest of it should be pretty quick, though.
We should be good. If we can get through water and sewer this afternoon, and capital.
Okay.
We've already started talking about a lot of capital. A big bulk of capital will come with water and sewer, and tomorrow with drainage as well. Those are, and we've kind of already started discussing a little bit on the general construction fund capital. So I think we should be able to get it all done.
I like it. I think it's a good plan. So we'll do airport in the morning.
Yes.
We'll do public health in the morning. We get those done first.
Okay.
Then we'll jump in with Donnie, all things Donnie, 30 minutes max, the Donnie show. And then today you're saying you want to get through water and sewer and push through some of CIP.
Yes, because there's a big portion of CIP that's water and sewer. So I
Okay.
think we can do that. Let's go ahead and do that. When we do drainage tomorrow, we'll do CIP for drainage at the exact same time. Solid
Okay.
waste has a piece in CIP, we'll do that at the same time. And airport has some CIP, we'll do that with the airport budget. And then all we'll have left is maybe kind of just squaring a couple of things away with the general fund.
Okay.
CIP. Yeah.
Well, let's see how far we can get. I mean, that'll give us 2 hours here today.
Can I share one thing? I'm sorry, Mayor, I really didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh,
We
you're
were
good.
just talking about Civic Center. In your CIP, I wanted to tell you all, if you want to flip back real quick, and then we can break, I promise. If this will take just 2 seconds. If you flip back in your book to page 809, there is an area called Civic Center Fund, and there's a total of about $1.5 million. And there are 4 projects planned. So it's boiler replacement, audio upgrades at the auditorium and the GNC, LED lighting upgrades, and expansion tanks replacement. I don't know what that is. But anyways, those are all proposed to be funded with venue district funding. So they would not come out of city hotel occupancy taxes. The venue district does collect a 2% hotel occupancy tax. Part of those go towards Civic Center, part goes out to the Tri-State Fair area. They have sufficient funding to cover this request. So I just wanted to put that out there. If there's no heartburn, we'll keep that one in and just plan on them funding it. Does that sound good? And that takes care of some of your CIP. Okay.
Anyone need anything further on Civic Center capital improvement? Okay. No, real good. So Miss Laura says you can take a 10-minute recess. We'll see you back here.
turn in your books to, hang on just a second. Let me get there. Let's just start on page 519, which is your Director of Utilities department. As a reminder, we've already gone over utility billing. We'll talk about that a little bit. Rain probably already took some great notes because Rain has joined us for the last several days. We did talk about some shifting of some meter tech positions out of water distribution into utility billing, just to kind of help facilitate the change in the community over into the AMI system. Before we jump too deep into this real quick, I wanted to share another packet we put out with some handwriting at the top. It just says on here it's the department request a revised estimate. And what this is the same packet we handed out earlier, same numbers, but instead the variance now, goes from the 2024 department request looking at the 2023 revised estimate. So that was something that you all had said might be more useful. So your dollar variance and your percent variance is the change between the revised estimate number and the proposed budget, the department request for this next year, okay? This is by fund. So if you have any questions about that, just please let me know. So you have two versions of it. One is budget to budget. This one is budget to revised estimate.
So real quick, just before we get into the next one, if you go all the way down through the revenues, you see previous year's revenues, and then you see department requests. So you've got your 248 or whatever. So if we go to expenses, let me find it. Do you have the same layout? This is all expenses?
Yes.
What page would that be on? Do you know?
It's the very...
They're all page 1.
I know. I don't know why it printed out all as page 1, but that's okay. Mayor, if you go like this, it's a stapled packet, and then go to the last page of that first one. Do you see what I mean? Of the first staple is the total on your expenses there.
Question for council, just in trying to digest this later. Does this... So revised estimate, we spent $237 million in 23. Now in 24,
What we're estimating.
we're asking for 258. It was 260, right? Was it not?
Yeah,
On the other
so
report? Did it change?
No, on your page, sorry, let me flip back over to that page there.
And then while you're flipping,
Yes.
that 258 includes the 16 million that
It does.
you've identified.
Yes, it does include that number. Yep.
Okay.
It does. Yeah.
9.1%. Yeah, from the 236 to the 258.
Yes. And again, your big changes in there are we have a net $11.5 million increase to the working budget, right? So when you look at last year's approved working budget to this year's at the 16 million, if I'm doing the math right in my head, 11.5 million is the increase on that piece. We also have just shy of $2 million in additional requests that are to be supported by the solid waste proposed rate increase. That's another big component that drove up your amount. And then the other piece is just going to be the fact that the other probably biggest piece is the fact that in your revised estimate, we're not staying fully staffed in every single department for the entire year, but we're budgeting it that way in the next year. Does that help kind of explain some of that?
It does. And then from your end, if your total revenues are 248, your total expenses are 258.
Yes.
You're running in the red $10 million.
Approximately, yes, and that's as we're working to spend down some of those excess reserves in capital funding.
Yeah, so you're pulling from capital funding into the revenues in order to justify the balanced budget would be the other way to say that, right?
So as we underspent, we're planning to underspend in the revised estimate from what was there in the budget, and we also are actually looking to over collect in the revenues than we had planned, that creates partial one-time funding that then we're bringing over and spending out of the next year as one-time.
Okay.
The one-time expense type thing.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so for one-time expense type things, yes. So I think throughout your budget, you'll have one-time expense things, and then those add up to be part where that over capital reserve is being used to go towards those.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anybody have anything on that before we jump into all things water and sewer? Thank you.
You're welcome. And we can certainly discuss this a little bit more over the next couple of days. Yeah, Friday would be great. We can look at that some more. Perfect. Okay, so we've got your water and sewer team, and if y'all were like me, I flipped all the way back to the front of my book. So if we are back in the utility services tab, and the first kind of group that we'll talk about here is Director of Utilities. Now, I'm going to kind of walk through some things. Rain and Michael, please, y'all jump in. And also Floyd, because Floyd, this is Floyd's definitely expertise is all things water as well. So they will certainly jump in. As we're kind of walking through these budgets, the other thing I wanted to mention is if you will pull out, wait a second, I don't think I've handed them out yet. Sorry. Let me hand out more paper to you all. It's just a one page and it's a front and back, and it's just water and sewer. These are the supplemental requests that came in. Will you give me one more? And we'll hand these down so we can kind of talk about these as we go. Water and sewer is made up of a handful, maybe 10 departments or so. And so these are split up in between the various departments and just the additional asks that they are looking at. Also, as a reminder, back in that transmittal letter, we had outlined the new positions that are requested as well. And at this point, we do have this budget balanced with these supplemental requests included. One thing that we worked through, and we'll talk about capital a little bit as we go on here, there's always a need for capital funding. So we did work with this team to determine what the priority is, and they certainly felt like there was a mixture of a priority between additional operating needs, so personnel, some increased equipment. I know there's some software that is in here as well, some vehicles. They felt like it was kind of a balance between capital improvement projects and really needing to support the operations. So that is how we have built this budget that's before you all. And I'll certainly let Michael and Rain weigh in, or Floyd weigh in as we go along on this, on anything on that as well. But we worked very closely with them to ensure that the priority that they're seeing from the utility standpoint is what got built into the budget. So with that, kind of starting on your page 519, your Director of Utilities Department, this kind of has the administration for the utility in it. There's not a whole lot that runs through this department. You will see a shift upwards in cost over the years, but what they have done the last couple of years, I think they shifted some positions that had historically been in some other departments in water and sewer and had moved them into more of this administration area. So that is part of it. They also have a dedicated human resource or an HR specialist that I'm hoping is working out well to help them. They have a big team in the water and sewer fund. There's always transition going on, so there's lots of HR things going on as well. So that first page really is your Director of Utilities, but as you go forward, and please, you guys, if y'all want to jump in and comment on something I missed, please let me know. The next couple of pages are a water and sewer general, and then you've got a water general and a sewer general department. So what these departments are, this is where we book all of the main revenue coming into the utility. So this is where your water cells are at. This is where your sewer cells are at. This is also where we pay the interest on the debt that is supported by your water and sewer utility. This is where we pay those payment in lieu of franchise taxes, the payment in lieu of property taxes,
and the admin fee. So I'm looking like at page 523. We were kind of talking quite a bit about this yesterday, and so this is where those expenses lie. On page 523 at the top there, that's your sewer collections that you get off of your existing rates. Then down towards the bottom, this is where some of your big kind of administrative type costs are coming through. You've got your admin fee, you've got your payment in lieu of franchise fee, and your payment in lieu of property tax. Down at the bottom there, we talked about how the Water and Sewer Fund is helping support the debt associated with the Civic Center. That is at the bottom of page 523 as well. Sorry, City Hall. We just finished talking about Civic Center. Y'all, please forgive me on that. So they are supporting City Hall, not Civic Center. And that transfer is about $2.5 million. That's at the bottom of page 523. It's for 7 years, so it'll be finished. I think the last payment they'll make is in 2029, and then that funding could go straight into another debt issuance, and I'm sure we will have some planned needs at that point in time. So that'll be a nice, that makes a nice debt service payment over like a 20 to 30 year period. So we'll have that coming up in the next few years. If you turn the page to that page 524, that is where your water metered cells are. So that's your water bills. That is the water piece of the water bill. As mentioned, we had done an increase last year. Floyd and Michael, please weigh in on this if you would like. Last year we did an increase to the rates, but we did not touch the base rate for the residential. Correct? So we were saying, hey, a low water consumer, we don't want to affect them from the residential standpoint. Everyone else gets the 6% increase. So what that does is it makes your tiers a little bit more expensive, which actually pushes people more into water conservation efforts, potentially. So we definitely see a little bit of that. However, this year, we also have seen a lot of precipitation in odd times of year for us, so spring and summer. We have seen quite a bit of rainfall, and so we are behind a few $1 million on those water sales. We talked a little bit about that yesterday. What we did is we kind of normalized those for next year, with the anticipation that we may or may not be more in a normal year. It seems like we flip-flop back and forth between drought and wet years. So we've got it at a normalized rate, and it is supporting everything that is in your budget right now. Down at the bottom is the water side of those same fees that we were talking about, the franchise fees, the payment in lieu of property tax. And then there are also bond interest payments down here. This one is related, let's see, that's water. The sewer one is for the water and sewer revenue bonds. The water one is related to your CRMWA debt that is outstanding, okay?
Yeah, so the franchise money and the expenditure is going back out to the general fund.
That is correct, yes. And so is that payment in lieu of property tax and that administrative one. So those three categories right there are going back to your general fund.
Can you give us that total again? Because I know we were running yesterday on roughly 15.5 million worth of water and sewer revenues that went back to the general fund. But if I look at this, unless it's listed twice, are those the same amounts?
No, they're different amounts. So you've got,
So you got 7 million and another 7 million?
well, let's see here.
Or where is it?
Let's see, you've got
Oh,
about,
no,
four,
you
let's say
have
4.8 maybe.
4 and 7, so
And
roughly 11.
2.5.
That's
And then,
13.5. Where was the other 2 million at?
if we decided to send interest excess, or the interest earnings over there. Was that what we were talking about yesterday?
Yeah, so run it again because I'm confused. Tell me the total amount of water and sewer monies
Okay.
that are going to pay payment in lieu of tax, franchise fees, or fees in lieu of
Admin
franchise
fees.
fees, admin, maybe it was admin,
And the water.
and the
Charge for city facilities.
Yes, and
water charge and the 2.5 debt service.
for City Hall.
What
yes.
is that total?
So, hang on. That gets you to about 15.8, and then Michael Kashuba had let me know that, and theirs was the biggest piece of the general fund water and sewer budget, and historically it was running a little over $1 million. So you grow that, that's probably $1.5 million now. So that would get you up to
17 million?
yes, about yeah, a little over 17.
Okay. Just to go back real quick.
Yes.
15.5 on 52-121 says sewer general.
Yes.
Is that a budgeted item for expenses of just all sewer replacements expected or all sewer work, or is that?
This is really just it's almost like a catch-all department where we keep all the revenue coming in here. We pay all the bond expenses out of here, and then we pay all of those admin type expenses that are payment in lieu of franchise fee, payment in lieu of property tax, and then the admin fee back to the general fund. So this is not this is not really operating cost. Does that make sense? As you work on operating costs, you're going to get into these other department budgets.
Okay. So you're just netting all these together here, and you have a single line there of sewer general and a single line there of water general, but there are no operating costs in any of that. These are all overhead expenses.
Essentially, yes. Yeah, and debt expenses.
So that's where I'm off. It's just in the bond payments that I'm off, I guess? Yeah, 8.2 million. Now, is that, because it's not broken out, is that all water and sewer debt for just water and sewer jobs?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
So on page 523, that number there on your debt service, your 8.2 million, that is just for your water and sewer supported debt. That plus that 2.5 right below it pays for all their outstanding debt.
But doesn't have anything to do with any other city debts or any other coverages for general fund or anything that
No.
benefits the city?
That's correct. And then on your other page, 524, your bond interest payments of, well, next year it'll be about 863. That is for CRMWA, our portion of the CRMWA debt.
Okay. So our additional water purchase that we purchased out there, T. Boone Pickens?
Yes.
Where's that at?
That's in here.
In this
That's
number?
part of that interest payment on page 523.
That's part of the 8.2?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Yep. That's a great question. Yeah, that was a debt issuance we did.
So what I'm trying to get to is what you're actually spending in water and sewer, in new mains, main replacement, repair, fixes, whatever.
So
This is 20, oh, you already have it probably. Point me in the direction.
I could certainly calculate it for you, but if you want to look kind of at a whole, and I can work on that, actually, if y'all want to keep going through department budgets, I can get you what truly those other operating costs are, excluding some of this kind of overhead payments and the debt payment side of it.
Okay.
Can you do that here or bring it back?
Yeah, is it okay if I bring it back to you?
Yeah, that'd be good. I just
Okay.
think it's helpful going into it. That way, as you're going through it, I have kind of an overall concept
Sure.
of how much money's being spent. But, yeah, keep going.
Okay, so past that, if you turn to page, let's see here. Now we're going to get really into the true operations side. So we're in water production on page 529. So on page 529, in your water production area, if you want to kind of toggle back and forth, you've got this one pager as well that has the supplemental request on it. And so they are looking to put in a master electrician position and 2 utility maintenance mechanic. I saw MM3s. Okay, maintenance mechanic 3s. So they are looking to increase this by 3 positions. And then they're also needing a couple of vehicles, it looks like, as well, some software costs. And then they've got pump and motor repairs and some valves and different things there. Did y'all want to go into any? Is that just increased operational costs that you guys are needing, I guess? Okay. With an aging system, we certainly always have repairs coming up that we need to stay in front of, I'm guessing.
Yes, we're hitting end of life on several assets, so we're trying to go over, catch them before they start failing.
Okay, great. So, and I guess the 3 new positions are certainly just to help aid in the additional operating costs, I guess, that water production.
So just help me understand this right.
Yeah.
So total 96 million supplemental requests, is that right?
Total for,
Water and sewer fund?
total is about $3.5 million.
Okay.
You see it, it's right
Yeah.
in the middle, it's a very small number, but it's kind of right in the middle of the page
Okay.
at the bottom. Let me see if I
The
can.
full total is $3,480,000.
Okay, gotcha. I was making sure I was reading it right. Thank you.
Yeah, before we get too far off that page, 529.
Yes.
Salaries and wages, department request 720. You got 43 employees over there, is that right? 45?
In which department?
I guess water production.
Production actually only has 9. It's Osage. It's split into 3 business units.
So I'm looking at
Go to
water
page 531,
production.
Mayor. Page 531 shows a head count of 9 with a request for 3 additional positions.
Give me the number again, 9 right here, 531.
Yes, 531.
So there's 9 positions.
Yes. They're billed together. The 3 business units are put together, but total out is 43.
So that's what I was seeing.
Yes.
So this is just the 9. So I'm looking at your 23 budget was, expense was 254, and department request is 720.
Yes. Specifically, that's going to be mainly the master electrician. It's a regulatory compliance that we need to get into. We put it at a slightly higher rate so that we can get a master electrician in. It's very hard to get somebody at that level to come work for us. The private sector is much better. But if we can get that in, we can finally get the rest of our electricians on the right path to meet full compliance.
So, Reen, what do your vacant positions look like over there right now in your water production area?
None.
You don't have any?
I have none.
So
Specifically in surface treatment, I do have, let me double check.
So it looks like that revised estimate number may be coming in a little bit low. So Mayor, if you
I'm
don't mind,
curious.
I want to look at that a
How
little
did you
bit.
run it on the 255?
Because that does look a little bit
Unless
low.
you were half-staffed.
No, and I did not run the salaries.
Oh, no,
The
yeah,
answer is
no,
yes.
that's on, that, we run
No,
all
I'm
of
just
those
saying, how'd you run
calculations.
it in the field? You know, like how did you run 9 people for that amount of money? So, okay.
No, currently we're at Osage, we're only down 2, but we are about to hire 1 more, so we'll only be down 1. Yeah.
So, Miss Laura, if you'll look at that and see if
will.
maybe that's off.
Yes, and you can see the other big cost in this department comes down in that electricity. line.
Electricity?
Yeah, it's a
Did
big
you call
number.
them?
Do what?
Did you call them and ask them if they give us a discount? No? Yeah.
No, I might send you over to ask if you don't mind, so.
We'll send Don. He's good at asking for
Okay,
discounts.
we can do that, so.
Yeah, I know, that's a big
It's a
item.
big chunk there in water production is that electricity.
Can you also, since we're just digging into this one, can you tell me how depreciation works when we're dealing with it the way we're dealing with it?
Yes,
Because
so.
we're not paying taxes. So if we were paying income tax, I understand the depreciation side of things, but it throws off the budgets for me in looking at that as a charge
Yes.
when we actually don't ever
And
utilize
that is a really good question, Mayor. When you were looking at those cash flow pages back in the very front of the book, we actually take their total operating costs net of depreciation. So we back depreciation out because, to your point, it is not a cash. It's not a cash item. We don't actually expend anything related to depreciation. However, we track depreciation because we have to track kind of what those values of our assets are. It's not for tax purposes. It's just to let us know, help us to fully understand and potentially plan for the aging of our assets. We do them over a straight line method. So we do have a standard useful life for various assets, just depending on, a water line would be one thing, a building would be another thing. Depending on the type of asset it is, it has a useful life, and we depreciate it out over that time period.
Okay. And then the other thing that's a little difficult on this one, so in the cash flow chart, you're going to back that 3.5 out. As an example,
Yes.
this would come
Yes.
out with other depreciation.
Mm-hmm.
And then you don't show revenues on this because of the way it's all broken out?
Because the bulk of water and sewer revenues are in those two departments we were just covering a second ago. So we book all the revenues into the water general account and the sewer general account, and then all the various components of the operations are expensed out in these other departments.
So to go back to my question earlier,
Yes.
when you put all that together, I think that's all I'm looking for is how much is going out of that budget to cover, let's call it admin, debt service, all the stuff.
Yes.
And then pulling out all of the depreciation, getting to more of a business component.
Okay.
Of here's how much pipe and here's how much labor, and this is what we revenue and this is what we have left. And being able to see that on, say, like out of $100 million, 30% of it's going to X. 20% of it is the only thing going to pipes, and then we have 50% over here that's going elsewhere. So if that's good direction, that's what I'm looking for, if that makes sense.
Yes, absolutely. So on your page 505, just if you look on page 505, that shows your total expense per department. So what I'm essentially going to do is just exclude the sewer general department and the water general department, and then back out your depreciation. And that's essentially what you're spending on operations of your utility fund. So I will get that number for you, but just for your reference. But these do include depreciation, so I'll make sure and get that depreciation. Yep, I'll get it backed out for you. Yep, you're welcome. Other questions? In water production, we need to look at that revised estimate number a little bit. Any other questions on water distribution? I'm sorry, water production. Sorry. I know, right? If not, the next one we'll go through, because these all kind of are in conjunction, I believe, is water transmission on page 532. So water transmission, it looks like we have 9 employees in there as well. Don't see a request for any new employees, but there are some requests. We do need a skid steer. That is a request in there. It's about $125,000. We've got some transmission main repairs, road repairs, pump building upkeep, pumps and motors, and some software and IT costs as well that they're needing in addition to what's in the authorized budget this year. So some additional costs in that group. Are y'all fully staffed in this department? Fully staffed. Okay, great. Do y'all have questions on water transmission? If not, go to page 535 and we'll do surface water treatment. This is the larger group in this area. So looks like 29 positions. Okay. No request for new positions. However, they are needing some additional overtime dollars in this area, looks like.
Yes, there was a clerical error last year.
Yes.
And it got moved from 50 to 5, and we're just readjusting it.
Yes.
So it'll track better.
That'll get back to kind of normalizing that spend. Okay? Wonderful. We also have, let's see, and here the other one is, it looks like this is going to also pay for half of the Osage plant road repairs. Tina, tell us just a little bit about those.
That's actually going to be in a capital project. This one specifically is the Osage plant road.
Oh,
repairs.
the plant road. Okay.
Yes.
What does that look like? Are y'all just needing to redo that road out there?
Yes.
At that facility?
It's repairing the road so that it's safe and durable long-term
Yes.
for heavy machinery.
All right, staying on top of it.
And that road is required for the chlorine that's stored out there, safety response is required by the TCQ. So it's been a long time since that road's been replaced, but it has a lot of components to why that road is important.
Okay. And they have some various other requests here, software, IT hardware, and just some repair and maintenance type items, just to help support the operations in that department. what does your staffing look like? How full are you? You said this is where there was a few vacancies.
I'm at 2, but we've just been talking with HR today, and we should get another one. So we'll only be down 1.
Wonderful. Okay, so they're staying pretty staffed, it sounds like, in these areas. So that's a great thing. Any questions from council on water?
So on those 3 departments, Sean Beach, I don't know if y'all have met Sean, but Sean Beach runs those 3 departments.
Quick question going back to page 535.
Yes.
On 53-150 electricity, it was 659 budgeted. We spent 733 last year, 915 this year, but only 679 next year.
Hang on, let me get to the right one.
53-150 under supplies.
Yes. So it was, that the revised estimate looks a little bit high on that. Let me look at that one separately.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it should have trended next year's amount up if the revised estimate was up. We kind of do a rolling 3 to 5 year look at the trends on electricity as we try to build these projections, but sometimes it doesn't work perfectly. So yeah, thank you, Councilmember Simpson. We will look at that one. Other questions on water treatment? Okay, yeah, so that's, absolutely, we can kind of toggle back and forth. If you go back in your book to page, let's see, water and sewer, so 809. All right, so if you want to kind of go back to 809, it starts the water and sewer request. I'm going to move this over here since I'm leaning. So we have the first few sections there are water production, water transmission, and surface water treatment. So it looks like we've got a couple of projects for decommission and replace a 24-inch collection line.
Carson County.
Carson County, thank you. Okay, we've got well-filled ISO valve replacement program. Those two together are about let's see here, 1.3 million. Then in your water transmission group, you've got ground storage tank liner project, and then in water treatment, you've got 2.5 million there for sedimentation basin repairs. Any explanation y'all want to kind of give on those, or?
We're getting some cracking in the concrete of sedimentation basin, so we're trying to get in remedial action in advance to extend its lifespan.
Okay, great. So before it becomes a big, massive repair, we're trying to stay in front of it, more on a maintenance standpoint.
And that's a phase project. We've done a phase already. This is the second phase, and there'll be another 1 or 2 phases.
Depending on when we can get the timing right, it has to be during our off-season, so during the winter.
So one thing for Floyd, and it's difficult with water and sewer because you have so many long-term projects that we start, we fund, we've issued $20 million and then we've, issued another $2 million, and that $20 million goes, say, 2 years. And then you bring forward another CIP and we look at these. So kind of going back to tracking of different projects and seeing that Gantt chart, will you be able to go back, maybe you'd only have to go 2 years back, and be able to pick up those that, were approved, previous council, this council, status, and then what's being asked for?
Yeah, we can bring that for you, with the status of last year and the year before projects, where they're at, and what we're at, so you can compare it to this year.
Right, and I think just in the way of trying to track like cash-funded capital and then some of the other monies that are sitting in there, that's where it gets real difficult, is to see like, well, we had cash-funded capital of $15 million. Did we spend it all, or did we just pledge it? And now we have another $15 million. So
you will have the process where the projects overlap the fiscal year, that they're started, initiated, and they overlap. But yes, we'll get you the process of that. But there's more than 1 year at any given time. You don't complete all the projects in the same year.
Right.
But there are a number of them that are in progress, but we'll get that list to you.
Okay, I think that would be really helpful.
A little helpful on y'all's for this, what we perceive here. You talked about the cash capital and the debt capital. So yes, we target the larger projects for debt because it's impossible to fund a $40, $50 million project on a $15 million cash funded. Because if you don't fund the whole thing, you can't bid the project in that process. So the prioritization process that they go through includes identified needs, but that 15 million or whatever we have cash is identified in those jobs based off departments' recommendations of their highest level of needs. They're doing a much better job now of assessing where that money has the best impact. And so what you see in their supplemental is a lot of the pickups and the pumps and the things that are in their supplemental are them identifying the specific place that they're going to spend money. In the past, Mayor, you'll recall that we heavily funded E&I, and it was just pushed to the operational department to make those choices and make those impacts. Well, now they're identifying specific pumps, specific vehicles, specific things in the operation. And that's why I very much support their supplementals, because it's addressing those needs. That Carson County line, we had a break on that during peak demand either last year or the year before. And so we know that it's a 1957 model, and that was that trunk line that feeds a number of wells. So they're identifying the highest risk points to put in that. But rather than a lump E&I, they're identifying specific, which is going to help us a lot more track success of what you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, I just think it'll be really helpful. Keep them straight for us.
Yeah. I just want to point out also 2-inch main replacement North Heights. So appreciate y'all putting that one on the CIP book.
Absolutely. And if y'all want, since we're flipped back here in the book, do y'all want to go through all the CIP? Would that work? I mean, for water and sewer. So instead of maybe flipping back and forth to operating, would that be easier? We could just go through all of it here.
I'm fine. I thought
That
that's
sound
what.
good?
Yeah.
Okay. Sound good? All right. So, and I apologize. I'm probably the only one in the room that's lost. So y'all forgive me. It's been a long couple of days. So do want to also mention that $6 million project that we had talked about yesterday that is for a water main extension out. I'll let somebody else explain it, but the $6 million project that we talked about yesterday, and I'll let Kyle explain it here in a second, or maybe Michael, and that is showing on that page 809. As a reminder, though, we don't have it flowing through like the cash flows at this point. All it would be on your cash flows is an in and out from a capital standpoint, but then you would have debt service. And the debt service on a project like that would be about $375,000 per year. So that would be an additional amount in their debt payments. What that would translate to is you could do it one of two ways, or you could do it a couple of ways, I guess. One is we increase the water rates by about 0.5 percentage point to fund that. Or what we could do, and I'm looking at Floyd here because I think he'll probably have a recommendation on what we should do. But another option you could do is you could lower your annual cash funded capital by about $400,000 each year, which I know that puts us going backwards from what we're trying to do. But you could do that without affecting a rate to your ratepayers this year. Yes, Mayor.
Not to get us too far off, but we had a conversation about maybe looking at the potential of having a 2-tier commercial rate. Is this a good time to discuss that?
Yes, I mean, we can discuss rates anytime, but yes, since we're talking about the rate.
If we were looking at a rate increase, I know what we did last year was we said, look, let's take all our base pay users, leave those flat, and then let's look up at the larger residential users, correct? Did it go residential and commercial, both? Or did it stay?
Yes, it was residential and commercial last year.
Yes, last year's was everything except base residential.
Right.
So residential that was tiered up.
But the reason you couldn't carve out the commercial one was because it didn't have any differentiation in it. So
we do not have a step or tiered system in the commercial.
Policy could be set in a way where we could have a 2-tier commercial basis so that we have Right now, we just have one rate for commercial regardless of how much you're using, right? Okay, but on residential, 3 tiers? Okay, so if I use, 1 gallon, it's one rate, 5 gallons is another rate, and a 10 gallon is a higher rate. So looking at the commercial side, would staff be able to give a recommendation of how you would break that based on those largest users, and then what that would look like, because those are very, very large users, would be a very small, increase if we were to look at that.
Yes. If this council's interested, we can look at the implementation of a tiered rate. Now, our recommendation was that we do a rate study and do some analysis to make sure that we utilize all of that. That's why we didn't include it in here, is because we felt like that next year is probably the best time for that step, to make sure that we meet all the requirements in rate setting when we do that process.
Would this be something that's that complicated where we need like a rate study, or would this be something that could be more like a rate review, and we would be able to review it and err on the side of caution, stay pretty safe, so that we didn't get too close to the line?
I feel like that we could look at it and then answer that question based off what we look at, how we feel like our rate proposal would be viewed in equity, okay? So
Okay.
I think we can get there under this budget if that's the choice, because we're talking a small amount.
Small amount.
It's not going to be a large.
If we weren't going that far this year, and let's say you wanted to implement that next year, to give more time, and maybe it needs a study, do you have the ability of a commercial small rate increase versus a residential?
Yeah,
Separating
we
that.
certainly could do that. I would highly recommend, even if we did try to come up with a 2-tiered rate on the commercial side, I think we could come up with something reasonable as long as we're not doing anything too drastic. But I would recommend doing a rate study right behind that. So if we could get that change if something came out of that rate study pretty quickly, so we could make sure that our commercial customers are getting
Probably some wisdom in that. And so, I think if council's good, unless you want to look at a different option, or maybe you have another plan, I think our main concern is for our residential users. We have a gentleman who's in here all the time. He pays attention to his minimum.
Yes.
Like, he knows that he stays within those so many gallons. And so at a different level, I'm thinking like maybe fixed income or single mom, 3 kids, trying to figure out how we're paying for 3 lunches that day. These small increments can add up on that water bill. Whereas if I'm a commercial user and I'm running a business, I might not truly be impacted by $50 difference per month, as an example, as I'm a water user.
So let me clarify, Lord, the rate increase that would fund this, did we calculate that?
Across the board. It was across the board on residential and commercial, but what we could do is, I'd have to figure out getting kind of that differentiating factor out of our system. If I'm hearing you correctly, if y'all would like to fund it maybe from the commercial side, we could certainly see if we could come up with what that might look like.
Well, I think if staff is advising council of, really you're taking us the wrong direction if you start reducing cash funded capital. So we might be on the side of just take it out of capital and let's continue to spend that down. And that's not really in line with the direction you've been going. So if we want to stay in line with cash fund capital so that we can continue to get to main breaks and replacements and all of that, we agree with you, infrastructure needs are there. Then I think the way in which we increase a rate in order to bond debt, we see the ability to do that more so on the commercial side than the residential side.
Okay.
I definitely see a rate study for next year, because we're going to get into some large projects that we're going to have to be talking about how to fund, and that's the Hollywood Road wastewater plant. You see the start of in this capital, you see the start of the lead and copper rule, and then we're going to see some main replacements. But hopefully we can do the main replacements in the cash, which is more secure and more constant. So those big projects, we'll be talking next year probably about first phase of Hollywood Road and how that funding will look.
Yeah, we definitely see the needs, and so the public, I feel like this year more than ever has been communicated with on the detriment to existing infrastructure with the flood and everything else that's going on. I think if we will start that two-tier process, whether it's implemented this year or next year, it's going to be very forward-thinking and looking at some of the stuff that's coming up in our ability to strategically implement an affordable rate that goes to the users that benefit the most through that service.
One other thing, just so council's aware, because this is coming, we're trying to get it on this next meeting. It may be the one after. We are looking to award a new contract for utility billing software. So we will start the process of going through a software implementation that'll take probably 12 to 18 months. So what I'm thinking is there's going to be a lot of work going on, and potentially as we're working through that transition, we could be doing like a water rate study at the same time as we're analyzing all of that data, and then have some options that come forward maybe in this next budget cycle for like the two-tiered type option. But for now, what we'll do is come up with what that might look like for a commercial increase to support this $6 million debt issuance. Does that sound fair? Okay. Okay. So with that, on your capital, you see the rest of this list down here. We do have some funding starting in for that lead and copper. There's an RFP that we're looking to need to work through on that. Is that for, oh, here we go. There's Shannon over there. Is that for like design or build out of a project?
That's
or what
the
that
next
would look
phase.
like?
That's what we.
Phase 2?
Yeah. Phase 2 is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Shannon, is that what we don't identify by October will be classified as unknown, and those unknowns have to be verified in a 2-year window.
Okay.
And that's the primary focus of that $500,000. Again, remember, some estimates could be as much as $48 million on that.
So can we utilize this $500,000 while we're in this state of limbo of not really knowing private property versus public? Can we just study this lead and copper on the public side and not get into these private lines?
Well, Mayor, our full intention for now, since the lead and copper rules inception, and most of you weren't around when that was in the 1990, this has been an ongoing issue between the local utilities, the states, and the local utilities and state on the private property side, and the EPA on this side, pushing for private lines to be funded through lead and copper. And historically, that has always been a contentious point. It goes to it goes all the way to our lobbyists. It goes through everything that we've done for the 30 years plus that we've faced this problem, knowing that we have to replace those. So again, we replace mains based off need. This has been one of them for the past 30 years. But we will continue to address that issue along with the state of Texas and other states with the EPA input. The final rule on that, there's another, not the final rule, but the next section of rules is in October. And that is a big component of what is going to transpire. Now, the models that we've seen on that private side are a revolving fund where there's a mechanism for that customer to utilize a revolving fund of the city to pay for that, but pay what they can on the water bill. So it still is a private issue, but that mechanism was the most popular one that we've seen that's come out. So, there are scenarios where somehow there needs to be some assistance for people to remove lead in those low-income housing areas that need that. So it's a balance of strictly the property rights, but making us legally responsible is the challenge, and I'll defer to the attorney, but I think we will pursue every avenue we can to make sure that we're not placed in a legal position of having to be liable for private property.
Correct. And to clarify, we have never replaced private property lead and copper lines.
No.
And this $500,000 would be a study, for lack of a better word, to identify?
This 500,000 identifies. It's going to identify our side of service lines and the customer side. So we'll have an inventory.
Can we only identify our side first and not go and identify the private lines?
Not
at
under the
this
current
time?
rule. We have to identify.
Even with the Chevron case and that ruling being drastically changed?
We'll be looking at that, but we haven't seen anything that changed this rule before that requirement that's out there. Now, that being said, the October rules can change that. There can be some change in the October rules out of the EPA. Now, notice that that's the month before November. So there's not a likelihood of that changing over that 2-year window until after that. But I think you'll see some challenges based off the Chevron, and we'll be monitoring that with the attorneys and seeing where we can have a positive impact, because it is not reasonable under a private property perspective that citizens have to pay for other citizens' private property.
Correct.
Okay, that's the concept that we've been going now for the 30 years plus on this topic.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead,
Just
Kyle.
one more before I don't know if we're going to have a chance to come back to Capitol, so I want to make sure I got it. It's just the deity on high. Sorry. I just want to make sure if we're going to come back to this, that's fine. Just tell me we're going to come back. But I do want to make sure I got good direction on the $6 million in bond proceeds.
Yeah. We're good to move forward on that. So we'll build that into officially into the budget and put the debt service in associated with that. And then what I will work on doing is getting you all what that commercial rate increase would look like. Does that gives you the direction you need?
Yep, great. I just, any other questions on the project or what we're trying to accomplish there? Okay, great.
And that final decision on that will come when you vote on that. So
Right,
just for anybody that's curious.
Absolutely.
And I understand we've got a $6 million cost here. Council's never been noticed or updated on anything that was larger than like $1.5 million, extension. So there may be multiples that are coming in this $6 million.
It's one project.
This is one project.
It's one project.
To serve, it's one project to serve the northwest area of town, basically for a growth component, development, asking for extension out in that area. We're looking at doing that as part and also planning in the future needs for that entire area. So not specifically to say one development, but definitely for development in an area as a whole. Basically, we took a look at our water plan and ran some modeling on that area, and we can't just extend one more mile, is what it really amounts to. What has kind of historically been the development model of just kind of one more mile, one more mile. Well, that one more mile won't work. We got to go 3 miles, and it's kind of big, and we got to do some other things to make it work.
Yeah, to refresh council's memory, this is related to an annexation request, but this will encompass a larger area of like 2.5 sections instead of a half section of land.
Right.
You would
to Broadway,
go
Hastings,
to where you were, and then come back east
west.
and back in.
Yeah.
Okay.
We start at Northwestern and Fairway and go a mile to the north and then turn back to the east on Hastings over to Broadway and the Vineyards area. And then it's upsized slightly because that's ahead of our water master plan, which calls for a new booster pump station and an elevated storage tank in that area, which those numbers get really big really quickly. So this allows us to kind of piecemeal a little bit, but get ahead of development enough that we can attack it over the next decade versus one development at a time.
I'll rephrase that to say it's identified in our master plan for the next step of growth in that area so that we're staying ahead in each part of town. Remember, the past growth component of water went from the east through Osage all the way to the Arden Road pump station. So this is a component over on the northwest side of town. So you've got to continually address these in a system this size. And this is it's identified by the master plan. It brings us to that next level of supply for growth for the next 10 to 20 years out in that area, which is essential.
Okay, capital, y'all are good. No other questions on that? Okay, great. If you'll turn back, I guess, in your books, let's go back to, well, maybe, there we go. Go back to, we had ended on 536, but so let's move forward now to page 541, and this is water distribution. This is what we had talked about yesterday with the meter techs. Okay, so this is a larger group. Looks like 61. Does that sound right?
Yes, 61.
61. As mentioned before, those meter service reps would be the ones that we would transition over to the utility billing department. And this is also the group, if I'm remembering correctly, is this the group y'all are putting in additional people? Maybe not.
Yes, 2 pipe layers.
Okay, thank you. We are looking at, sorry, if you'll go to page 543, you can see it right there. A pipe layer 2 and a pipe layer 3. And if y'all want to explain a little bit what those positions do, I know it's a very crucial position.
So we're just getting the branch ready to go over, be back to its core function of being able to lay pipes, being able to maintain and replace the system as required.
Is this the team that responds to any kind of a water main break? And this group has one of the hardest jobs, I think.
Yes, and as the system ages, we're going to start experiencing more main breaks in those periods of the year, such as high demand flow or colder temperatures.
Yes.
And we need those staff members so we can go over and make those repairs at 2 in the morning.
Yes, and so something to point out to council here. If you look on page 542 and you look in towards the top in that professional line item, what you're going to see is we have been spending a lot of contractual dollars, contract labor to supplement the crew for, and I think you all are probably aware of this. We've been a little shorthanded in some of these positions, and so these are top priorities. You know, we have to go out and we have to make sure that we're addressing these breaks as they come up, and so we have put some contracts in place. We've been doing that a couple years now, I believe.
Yes. Several years. We've had a difficulty recruiting historically. We're getting our numbers back up at the moment, but we still do have high numbers that we have to deal with when the season's hit.
So what we do is you can see on here, this kind of goes back to the conversation we had on some other departments. You'll see we're not putting anything necessarily in the budget, but this is a cost that we're incurring when we're not fully staffed. So you'll see your staffing amounts are down, right, in your actuals and in your revised estimate, and we're spending the dollars over here instead. But hopefully as we move forward, we're going to be able to get more and more people in those positions, so this cost in this professional line item, this contract labor essentially, will start coming back down. It's definitely more efficient, more affordable for us to do it in-house, but we have to be able to recruit and retain those people.
So Laura, I'll add to that.
Yes, please.
So on page 541, unscheduled overtime is the same thing.
Yes. Thank you, yes.
So not only are we doing contract work, but you can see that unscheduled overtime's really high. And so your existing staff at times is just overloaded. And so adding these positions, this is in that concept of paying more to keep people so that we have consistency and get these kind of tasks done more effectively for the citizens and for the department.
Really, a large part of this is preventing our staff from burning out in those high peak demand months. It gets pretty horrendous at points out there.
Historically, we usually are about 10 down in that department. The thing is it rotates constantly. Seasonal. They go through the colder months. People quit. They don't want to do the nitty-gritty work, but we try to keep at least about 50 positions we usually keep historically.
So we have high attrition from the conditions. It's not pleasant work. You're out at 2 in the morning in the middle of winter dealing with a series of main breaks. Folks start reconsidering their life choices.
Just being honest. Other questions, other thoughts on this group here? That is one of those costs that, and it's been interesting, and I'll be honest, I think I even got a question a little bit from S&P on that, and I told them, we're shifting where we have to, right, to get the work done. And so that is something that, yes, we may be budgeting those in salaries. We're actually paying those costs through this contract labor area, but whatever it takes to get the job done. So hopefully that'll look different going forward. If no other questions on that group, let's go over to wastewater collection and turn to page 547. So 547, this group has about 38 people, and we're looking to add a couple of more pipe layer positions as well in here.
Yeah, just 2 more pipe layers within this division.
And that's listed there on page 549. So you will see, definitely we've had some vacancies. What do vacancies look like over in that group?
It looks like we're normally down about 10 people. Since we do about 38, again, same with water distribution, with wastewater collection, the nitty gritty. People don't want to deal with it.
Questions on that one?
So we got on 549, 38. Are we currently at 36?
No, we're at 38 with, I guess 2 would put us at 40. Is that?
Yes. We're requesting 40, but normally currently we're at 28.
Okay. So 28 are filled, 10 vacant, and you're proposing 2 more positions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
One other thing, I just wanted to real quickly, and I apologize, I kind of just skipped right over this. Can y'all turn back in your books to page 536? I wanted to point this out real quick. This is our payment for operating and maintenance on Crimois. And so wanted to talk about that. We have 2 pieces that we pay to Crimois. Part is for outstanding debt issuances. We have a portion of that we pay for. We talked about that on another page. On this page 536, we have a certain allocation that we use of surface water from Crimois. And I may be explaining this wrong, but we have to pay them for that. And so this is where some of that cost is coming through. And Floyd, if you want to explain that a little more eloquently, please feel free to.
Well, so you have the debt service, which was identified on the other page, but under the maintenance operation, so we do have the ongoing cost. We pay for that water. Now, we own 38% of the lake. We own 41% of their groundwater. And they have to blend to get to the drinking water standards. So this is a combination of that. But the reduction of that is based off of the volume.
Yeah,
okay?
It's based off of
Volume.
usage.
Yeah,
So
and they do have a safety factor in that we do get reimbursed if they don't have. They have a safety factor such that if they have a disaster, they've got a reserve to fix a pipe. But if they don't use that in that period, we do get that returned.
Yes, and I will say real quick, a couple of things that we've seen on Crimois is, again, yes, we haven't used quite as much this year. I think there's a few factors on that one. That's what's bringing that revised estimate down. What we base the budget on is a number that's given to us by Crimois. So it's in their budget. They have a certain amount for debt and for estimated O&M for each of the participating communities. And so we tie this exactly to it. I will say, in almost every year I've worked on this budget, it usually comes in a little bit lower unless something really extenuating comes into play. And actually what we're seeing on the debt side is they have achieved some interest earnings that they're applying towards those debt payments. So we're actually getting a little bit of a credit on our monthly bill from Crimois, so that's certainly been a nice thing as well. So we budgeted at the full amount, but again, sometimes it does come in lower than
So
that.
you look at their history of the budgeting on that line item. You go back to 21, 22, 23, you see a significant curve up on that budget line item from Cremwa. That was right after they had done their line study. Their pipeline had ruptured in 3 different places at different times, and they had done emergency response, not related to the one we had where the contractor drilled through it. But so they had done a pipe study, and we did a similar one on Carson County, and that was actually a process where they evaluated the pipe electronically and ran the stuff through it. And they identified, if I recall, somewhere 40 to 50 weak spots. So that time period was when they were doing the repairs of those. And so they were conservative in identifying that they were probably going to have additional costs, change orders related once they get it excavated. So they were very conservative in raising that cost. And now that's why you see the reduction back, is because they've completed what was identified by that engineer of all those weak spots. And now they believe that they have a time frame of that pipeline to be normal operation. So it was really a long-term look at that pipe. It also was installed in the 1950s, but that was them doing that. What you're going to see on the debt side, you'll see that increase because there's going to be a project or two that they're going to bring forward. They did a water assessment study, and they're in the middle of that, how to bring water with the chlorides down. So either Cremwa 2 will come into play, which is the pipeline to Roberts County to bring more well water to blend in, or now they're talking about the potential for a reverse osmosis plant to maximize being able to draw water out of Cremwa. They're making that decision as they have meetings, and we will know within the next couple of years which one of those capital projects they're going to be bringing. So they're timing that as their debt rolls off, they're going to ask for additional debt. So that's kind of where they're at. This gets us to where we're in normal operation there. They will have to do some rehabs of their reservoirs, as we will have to do as well. So that's kind of the big picture.
And in conjunction with that water rate study that we work on, they ask for those, like, what big things do you know are coming from the city side? What big things do you know are coming from the Cremwa side? So in the last rate study that we did, we had Cremwa 2 in there in the latter 2020s, if I remember correctly.
2035.
But now it's out further.
Design starting in 2030, coming online in 2035.
Yeah, so it is definitely pushing out, and we'll make sure that that gets incorporated in that water rate study when we do that. Okay, so going back to wastewater collection, were there any other questions on it?
Just on the M&O to Cremwa.
Yes.
So this is an assessment, more or less, to all of the stakeholders that participate.
Each member city pays per 1,000-gallon charge or
It's
whatever.
for water that we're bringing in from them.
And it's for water that we're buying from them?
Yeah.
Or it's for water that we have out of our well field?
No, it's water that's theirs, and this is the payment to Cremwa to pay for it. They're a separate entity. However, we own 41% of them.
Yeah.
So
It's
a unique relationship.
It's a unique relationship.
But you have to we have to pay for the water. All the member cities contribute.
Is this our payment for the water?
For the water.
This is?
That
Okay.
one there.
So this is not in addition to the payment for the water, just for an M&O fee?
Yeah.
As like an assessment of, well, we had to fix this line or we had to repair this
There's a
brick?
component that is that emergency in that charge, and they
Okay.
usually get that back.
But
unless
that's
they
the
have-
payment of the water that we've
Yeah. That's
participated with, that
considered
we've
an
sold.
operating charge, just like ours making a main break repair.
Okay, thank you.
And both of those departments are under Bruce Walterside, if you don't know who Bruce is.
All right, let's move on now to a hot topic, the wastewater treatment areas. So there's a lot been going on with this group over, there's 2 different groups actually, I guess, here. We've got, the first one is River Road, and it's on page 553. So on River Road, let me look here. It looks like we are looking to put another maintenance mechanic in on, okay, into that one, and they've got currently about, it looks like 21 positions. Does that look right?
Yes, 21, and they are fully staffed.
They are fully staffed. Okay. Okay. Any kind of overarching comments that you all have related to this wastewater plant? Do you think council should be aware of?
Okay.
This is an aged facility, but it's still performing pretty well. It'll be connected into by the Northeast Interceptor over the next 2 years.
You said it's an aged facility. Compared to Hollywood Road, I mean,
It's older.
Older?
Older than Hollywood Road.
obviously it's been more well-maintained?
It probably was better. It was constructed more sturdily back in the day when they went through the process.
That's a little scary.
It's not in a.
And it also is not in a floodplain that we did not know about until it happened.
Well, I'm going to say over the history of that plant, it's very well maintained. I will say the concrete that was put in 1927 is very good. The structure of that is maintained integrity that is surprising for the age of it. It'll hit it's close to 100 years old, but you will also see that there's a focus not only in both these plants. If you study that budget, there's a focus on maintenance mechanics, but there's increased revenue for that maintenance. And you saw in the capital the bar screens replacement at River Road. So there's a focus on all of it. So it's more scrutinized, and we're better suited to deal with the issues. River Road just happened to be in a better position when we had the floods and the issues that occurred. But it's structurally much better built than Hollywood Road.
And the equipment itself, I mean,
Needed replacement. So you will see in the CIP, we did request for the bar screen, but in year 2 and in a few following years, we do have multiple projects within River Road, mostly for maintenance, repairs, pumps, motors of that nature.
Okay. So we're trying to get ahead of that failure curve. There's old equipment. We've maintained it as far as we can get, and it's time to go over, replace it.
And
He needs
George,
a facelift.
and George out here manages River Road, and then Jacob, I don't see Jacob. He's okay. So
What's your capacity at River Road right now?
16.
Yeah.
With a little caveat on that, we do want to get a rate study on the capacity on that, because we do think it was not calculated correctly, but our current permit is for 16.
And how much are you
MGD,
using?
yes.
16 MGD is your permit, and how much are you running through there?
So we're roughly steady at about 9 MGD at this point, give or take a small amount. We run B&O through this plant, which is bionutrient removal, so that we can supply reclaimed water to Excel for their coolants. So we can run that through 12 MGD a day.
Our average out is 9.5.
Right. And then compare that to Hollywood for them.
Hollywood is 12, and their average out is just under 9, but on peak days up to 14.
Right.
We did the trigger on design for Hollywood.
design on Hollywood. So remember, the Northeast Interceptor will move about 1 million a day immediately to River Road. So we'll have to monitor that very closely so we won't trigger River Road at the same time. So that's the plan. Get Hollywood up to speed. Remember, we're looking at other treatment processes in the Northwest. It's a master plan approach, and at some point we'll have to upgrade the 2013 master plan with all of this. But right now we're doing it focused studies because we know where our major challenges are.
What's the trigger? 90%?
75% for design, 90% for construction.
So we passed the 75% last summer. We're creeping up on the 90% at this point. A lot of industries increasing flow, and that's starting to have an impact.
The interceptor coming online will help with that, though.
Okay, that kind of transitions us into Hollywood Road, page 556, 557. Looks like a couple of additional positions needed on that one as well.
Yes.
And are we fully staffed out there?
We are actually just down one at the moment.
Oh,
but
pretty staffed, okay.
Yeah, but we, and that just happened recently. So,
Okay.
But no,
Turning that back around.
we keep fully staffed and sometimes overstaffed on that.
Okay.
Holly Road's had issues. To be engaged in patching as many of those as possible.
Understatement of the year.
I'll just say real quick, I was building a wastewater treatment plant in Paris. Nowhere in the advertisement for the job do you say you have to build one here, and so I didn't know I'd be taking one on when I got here. So.
Well, you're an expert at it.
Yeah, I think that was, you misspelled my email. Yeah, so it was a pleasant surprise. Yep.
Very excited.
We could talk about naming convention, naming rights. Yeah, there you go.
You have to go through the process.
I'll submit that.
Get in line.
All right, so other questions or thoughts on either of the wastewater treatment facilities? Okay, if not, we'll go on to environmental lab. If you turn to page 563, you will see the trend for our environmental lab. We also have, I'm sorry, it may be renamed to laboratory admin now. I apologize if I'm calling it the wrong name.
It's listed under laboratory admin in the business unit, but we call it environmental.
Oh, you do? Okay,
Yes.
I was like, because
it's fine.
I've always called it that, but I apologize. So, okay, and it does look like, okay, so we have a request for 3 additional positions in that one?
Yes.
Okay.
This is specifically, we are an accredited lab, but we would like to get more accreditations, specifically for lead and copper is the main one. And to do that, we do need to get a few more positions just to meet that accreditation standards.
So Shannon, how many entities do you serve outside of the city?
Roughly 270.
So this is a service to the region for water testing, basic water testing, bacteriological, and those. But we serve a lot of the public water systems in the region. And so that's a component of it. If you look at some other things.
Do we charge for that?
What's that?
Do we charge for that?
Yes. Yes. Some other things you might not be aware that they do out there, the household hazardous waste disposal. So if there is someone who has hazardous household waste or those things, or somebody moved out and there's no place to put it, there's a program out there. And that's a surface water protection program to prevent that from being dumped out in surface water. So there's some things out here, but the primary is at NELAC Drinking Water Laboratory, and Shannon just does an outstanding job with that.
One other thing I wanted to mention on here is on the top of page 563, there is a grease trap permit program. That is not, the work is not done by environmental laboratory. The revenue comes in here, but your environmental health team is actually the group that does all the work related to these, but the revenue comes in here. And to be honest, I don't remember why we set it up that way a long time ago. I think there was a regulation.
We didn't want duplicate inspections at the restaurants' grease traps.
Okay.
In other words, we would have had somebody from utilities and from environmental health inspecting it, and it didn't really make sense to have a duplicate inspection process
Yes.
on those. And
Oh, absolutely.
Since they both had responsibilities. But this program is very important to protect the integrity of the wastewater collection system. But it just made sense to combine them because you would have had 2 regulators or 2 different inspections at the same grease trap at every restaurant in town.
How much revenue do we generate off the water testing, and where is it recognized? Is it in this recognized in this as revenue or somewhere else?
I'll have to find it. I don't know exactly where that gets coded.
I do believe it gets coded in one of the transfers. I think the water general fund, but
Oh, okay.
I would have to double check on that.
Okay.
Give me a second, I can get back there. What is industrial waste sewer surcharge? Is that one of them?
No, that's a separate one.
Liquid waste disposal fee?
Where are you at? 524.
Estimated 80,000 this year, 87 the last part of the year.
It should generate more than that. We'll find it and get to you.
I just wonder why I wouldn't show up.
I think historically, we've kind of kept all the revenues in these main accounts, but, I mean, we could certainly move it out to their department, so. Just like the grease trap, really, probably the revenue should be in environmental health and not in water and sewer, but.
And if they want to move it, we're perfectly fine with that. I don't put it in my calculations. I know it's not mine. I just know it's not mine.
Other questions that we can answer related to water and sewer, or Floyd, anything else of importance you think we need to cover? Or Michael or Rain or anybody, anything else?
Nope, I appreciate it. I think we've got you updated on everything critical coming. There's a lot of big projects on the horizon, but we'll face those challenges. Oh, the one thing I did, we did get listed in the Army Corps of Engineers WRDA funding bill. So for the $38 million for Hollywood Road. So we're started down the path of finding funding for that plant. That's going to accelerate over the next year. Also anticipate that in February we'll be putting probably an application in for the Texas Water Development Board, hopefully for a low-interest loan for matches, okay, related to that funding. So we're looking for every avenue to find funding to make that work.
Can you speak to, just briefly, kind of the significance of being included in that funding, and once that funding's identified for that level of engineering and design, the likelihood of it not being performed would be very, very small, right?
I'll say that in the affirmative. In the state and the federal government tend now to use the model where the planning and design phase is awarded first, so that those funds aren't tied up and they're more active and under construction. But it prioritizes them for approval in the next rounds. So it very much, when they spend money on planning design, that is a criteria that prioritizes it for construction award. And I'm very, very positive on the outlook of being able to obtain some funding, special federally help on that wastewater plant. So that's the affirmative of what you were saying.
Yes, I think that's helpful. Thank you.
Other questions or thoughts for water and sewer? If not, we're at about 4:15. I didn't know if possibly we still have Kyle here? We do have Kyle here. I see him over there. If y'all wanted to, we could go through capital in a little bit more detail if you would like. And we could kind of get that squared away, and then tomorrow that would allow more time, for airport, all of the public works and drainage and complete all those groups, and then health as well. But we could kind of have already gone through. We've gone through a lot of capital, but we could kind of wrap the rest up if y'all would like. It's up to you guys, or we can call it a day. I know I've got a long laundry list of things to do, but it's up to you, Mayor.
Let me get a little consensus. 4:15, council, to you guys. It looks like we have time tomorrow to complete our list prior to the 1:30 exit. That will reserve you Friday for thoughts, strategies, good direction, additional needs, anything like that. Do y'all want to push through the rest of capital here today? Probably take you till 5, is that right? Okay, so we'd push for another 45 minutes, or we're going to go ahead and let everybody go today, come back 8:30 in the morning, and push pretty hard tomorrow. Kraft. Okay, Don, same? Everybody good? Okay. I think we greatly appreciate y'all's time here today. I know everybody can catch up on emails that we're trying to respond to while we're reading along on these big worksheets. So thank you, guys. See y'all 8:30 in the morning. Okay, you're adjourned.
Thank you.